So hello and welcome to stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026 and our final stage after what has been an amazing week of racing. Today promises to be very interesting with a number of categories still open. A number of categories have been already done and dusted with, and they are over. Cannot be changed. It's a case of ejector. As long as the riders get their bike over the line, they have crossed that Rubicon. They have set the pieces in place to take away those competitions. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin bring you all of the action along with the amazing team behind the scenes in broadcast. They are going to be putting together as many of our riders on camera in those leading categories as possible, as well as all the race action. And at the end of the show, we aim to bring you not only the stage results, but also the general classification in all of our race categories, because, of course, we're very aware that our racing is just as exciting in category 6 as it is in category 1 and everything in between, in the men's and in the women's racing. And Emma, I think for me that's been one of the big take-homes going into stage 7, is that we do have an amazing community of racers who really race their hearts out all the way through whatever the terrain.
Oh, yes, and whatever the category. It really doesn't matter. 12 different races have been going on during this 7-day stage race, and it has been absolutely outstanding racing in each of those 12 categories. And the racing has been fast, it's been furious, the community have come together out there, and it has been absolutely brilliant. And as you said, it's going down to the wire. In all of our women's categories today, there is a competition still to be finished, still to be finalised. Whether it's the GC, whether it's the sprint competition, whether it's the team competition, there is something in each of our 6 categories that we are going to watch today, because it is going to kick off out there, because those riders, those teams, they are after those final sets of points that are available. Most of the climb competitions, actually all of the climbing competitions in the women's categories are done, even though there are 2 short, sharp climb segments out there. But the sprint segments, 3 of those today, in 5 of the 6 categories, those sprint competitions are still in play. And elsewhere, the GC and the teams competition is still in play.
So we bring you those details as we go through. And remember, of course, our riders can still be racing for the on-the-stage prizes, for taking the most climb points or sprint points on the day as well. So it's going to really come down to the wire. It's time for us to head into the final stage, stage 7. The last stand has begun. It's stage 7, the last stand for some of our riders, but will they be encircling the wagons? Will they be riding around looking in? Will this be a case that the leaders can defend their jerseys? Remember, our riders have to get their lines over the bike at the end of today's stage.
Or their bikes over the line.
Yes, they man the bikes over the line over the bikes. Take your pick. Well, it's gantry over the bikes, I suppose, technically.
It is technically. Well, the final day here on the MyWhoosh Championships stage race for 2026 is in Arabia. 49.9 kilometres of racing today, just 350 metres of climbing out there. And there are some short, sharp bumps out there. They're not long, but they are sharp, and they will make a difference. And 2 climbing checkpoints today. So there's 10 points available in the climbing competition. But we said at the start of the show, this today is about those climbing segments and who takes the climb competition today, because the actual GC climb competition is wrapped up in all of our 6 women's categories. There are 3 sprint checkpoints along the way, and they will be instrumental today because those sprint competitions aren't wrapped up. And there's a number of GC competitions. Well, whether it's the top of the tree in the GC or whether it's further down in the top 10, there will still be people out there looking for time on GC. Now, there's a lot of headwind out there today. The orange and the red signifying the headwind, which will slow it down. But for me, slowing it down is one thing, but it really means there's value in staying in the pack and the speed of the pack rolling today.
And I think also it also plays to team tactics quite a lot because we do have this big variation in blocks. So there's a big block of headwind, then there's big blocks of tailwind.
Yep.
There's tailwind on the first of our climbs. There's a real mix on the second set of climbs that make up that climb check that runs to the climb checkpoint. And I think the teams, how they race this will be instrumental in how the race flows for everybody, whether you're in a team and racing for that team competition or not. The tactics and actions of others influence everybody in your race field.
Well, and also take a look at the finish. You know, we finish at the 49.9 kilometre marker. There's a gradual rise, a little kicker, and then a downhill descent to that finish line. Timing is going to be crucial on that run into the checkered flag today. Do you know what? I wouldn't part it past at least Gallegos to take a win on stage 1 and take a win on stage 7, but I could be proved wrong.
I'm not commenting on that in the slightest. We are going to be running into that race finish. I think there's going to be a headwind into that last kicker, then a tailwind over the kicker as well. So I think it is going to be a key moment in the run-in. It does give the opportunity for riders to come in. We are in Arabia. We're in one of our real original worlds here, and we're going to be heading to our Category 6 riders who are down on our start line. Let's take a look at the general classification overall in Category 6. Nina Pierce, we saw taking away the win. I mean, an absolutely brilliant stage win by her. She's won the last 2 stages, and that is what's put her in that position at the top of the standings. Now a 15-second gap nearly back behind her to Zabala. Then it's Agudelo and Warren, followed by Hoyos, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, really interesting. Last year in the 2025 championships, it was the smallest winning margin in Category 6, 10 seconds. It's 14 seconds at the moment, so it's not much different. This has been a really close race out there, and Nina Pierce put in that phenomenal time trial yesterday to top the table, but just 14 seconds back to Maria Zabala. 3 riders under the minute. It's been really great racing, and you can see how close it is out there on GC as well.
And one of our real big heroes of the race, Jessica Krause, at the moment has now clocked up 14 and a half hours of racing. So brilliant job, Jessica. One more stage to go, and we'll see what that total time is at the end. It's been brilliant to watch, and the determination of our riders in all our race categories is incredible.
Yeah, and as we said, and we've said many times over the week, finishing and completing the MyWhoosh Championships is it's just a thing in itself. It really is.
It is now our top 3 on the stage in our time trial where there was no draft. Nina Pierce coming through for that stage win ahead of Bridget Brown, who put in a storming ride to take away second, but 151 down. It shows you the scale of Pierce's victory. Shalbar coming through, good result for Shalbar, coming back into form towards the end of the championships. Hamilton taking away the maximum sprint points, and because it was fastest through the segment, no real surprises there. I think Hamilton acknowledged as being the fastest rider on an FTS segment rather than the fastest first cross line, an FAL segment. Angie Arrayas taking away the maximum number of climb points in the competition as well. But today is a whole new day. A whole new dawn has broken, and it's a new day for our riders. It's sunny down in the Arabian world on MyWhoosh. The sun is shining. We're going riding bikes. We get to watch some great racing. What more could you want on the last day of the championships? Well, let's see if today delivers what the riders are after out on the course. For some, that is going to be getting to the finishing line and completing the challenge of racing 7 amazing stages and completing this race. For others, it's going to be taking away the prize. A quick reminder, top 10 individually taking away prizes. The top 7 teams taking away prizes. The riders who are the Masters GC Young Riders, along with the sprints and the climbs overall, as well as on the day prizes for the top 3 in stage, plus the rider who collects the most points in the mountains and the sprint competition. So lots still left up for grabs today. One rider who's clearly on form, Nina Pierce, in here. We saw that effort that she put in that time trial to take away the win, and it's great to be in with our GC leader, resplendent in that gold skin suit as the avatar, resplendent in the gold skin suit. Nina choosing something possibly a little bit cooler today as the sun shines in through the windows. So also our youth leader as well underneath the golden jersey in the avatar. So Nina, good morning, Nina. It's morning in the UK. It's been really hot, and I think for a lot of the nations like the UK, and I'm I say this as an ex-resident of the UK. Um, when they're not necessarily used to this temperature as hot at this time to racing, so there's got to be a lot of adaptation for a number of riders, and they've done a really good job of doing that.
Yeah, well, one of the riders who's putting in a phenomenal performance again this year, Liz Smithson, currently leading that GCC competition. She's 7 minutes clear of Hala Obeid. She's going to take that jersey to the finish line today, and once she crosses the line, she'll be our GCC champion for 2026.
Indeed, I think great riding by Liz. She really showed on the early stages just how tough she was. She was right up there in that battle all the way through. We hit the mountains and they took the top, but could be a day again for her. Joanna Warren, definitely a rider to watch out for in the race today, as well as leading in that Masters competition from Bridget Bremner, who we mentioned earlier, and Liz Smithson.
Yes, the Vegemite Vixens, the top 3 riders in that Masters competition. But Warren, Bremner and Smithson have had their own battle amongst those teammates for that Masters competition. And Joanna Warren is the rider who has come out on top.
Indeed, great riding by Warren. We're just going in with Georgina Jones. In fact, we're just flying around, in fact, looking for Bridget Bremner at the moment, who's tucked in there. If you are joining us just for the last day, welcome. Do have a watch back of stages 1 to 6 if you're just joining us for the finale on stage 7. If you are just joining us, quick reminder, the category jerseys all have the number 6 on the back, irrespective of what jersey they're wearing. The purple jersey is a standard category 6 jersey. The green skin suit is for those riders in the Masters competition. And then we have our leaders' jerseys and the gold skin suit for the various competitions as well. All the details on MyWhoosh.com. You can download the Tech Guide, the rulebook, on the MyWhoosh events page. We're in with Juliana Agadello at the moment. Definitely a rider who has had a good race. 45 seconds off the win on GC at the moment. And Agadello has been consistently good through the racing. Really impressed by her racing. She took away 4th and 8th. She's had a win, a third, and a 6th place. That is
so
great.
You know, it's been brilliant.
Always inside the top 10.
Yeah, as we said, brilliant consistency, and you know, one last stage to go. So 7 stages over 8 days. That's been the MyWhoosh Championships. On the final stage today, it's a day for me about the 4 C's.
Okay.
Conquest, camaraderie, congratulations, and celebration.
Yeah, nice. You've been thinking about that, haven't you?
I have.
Good. I guess I couldn't have thought that up on the spur of the moment, or I could probably not at the end of 7 days of racing. Now, Jacqueline Almeida, I think Jacqueline's got to take the prize for looking exactly the same. The same riding style, same pain case, same cool, calm, collected expression at the end of 7 days racing as we were at the start of the racing here today. Every day we go in with Jacqueline Almeida, whether it's on the Sunday race club or here in the MyWhoosh Championship. She's looked cool, calm, collected. I have to say, really, really impressed. And one of our riders who I think fits in your consistency, see there, Emma, because she really has been great all the way through here. And Jacqueline Almeida has been battling. She's got, if you talk about consistency, you're ready for this: 13th, 15th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th. Not in that order.
I know.
So 5-place differential across all of her stages.
She's moved 1 position on GC over the entire championships.
That is consistency.
It is indeed, and holding that position and that consistency has been absolutely brilliant. There's another C to add to my 4, consistency.
There you go.
But Adriana Barco on your screen at the moment, and another rider who's been in the peloton and putting in a great performance all week. It's been fabulous to see her out there as well. And can I just say thank you to everybody who has allowed us to come into their homes, their pain caves, their garages, their verandas, whatever it is and wherever it is you have been riding and racing the MyWhoosh Championships. Thank you for letting us have a little insight into your life.
And Adriana Barker, another rider, super consistent. Only 5 places differential in all of her results across all of the stages. Absolutely brilliant. Great riding.
Yeah.
Great riding. And I think for me, that really shows those riders who spend, and they're both riders in Almeida and Barker who spend a lot of time racing on the platform. And I think that that shows in how they've been able to consistently have put out that performance day after day after day after day, which is really good to see. Monica Hadjuk has been having highs and lows, I think, in comparison to those riders. She's been as high as 8th, and that was her best result yesterday on that time trial. So great riding by Monica yesterday on the stage. So taking away a top 10, taking away 8th place on the time trial. Rider who has effectively improved every single day.
I know.
21st,
She's been
15th,
getting better.
13th, 12th, 11th, and then 8th. Just getting better and better as days go on.
Keep your eyes peeled for her today.
If this was a 2-week stage race, she may well be at the top spot the way she's improving.
I know. Absolutely brilliant. It really, really is. And the camaraderie out there with these riders, absolutely brilliant. Oh, yes. We drop in with Mel Scriven. Now, that is a traditional final stage shot because we know this is all about the sea of celebration, celebrating the community, celebrating and congratulating everybody for getting to the end of the race today. Absolutely brilliant, Mel. Leave that till the end. Wait till you've finished and then celebrate with joy.
Indeed. I think however you're going to celebrate, enjoy it once you got off the bike. I noticed that was extra dry, so no dehydrating during the race.
Yes, completely and utterly. Well, Quap on the front with Scriven. Smithson is up there as well as Bremner. Jaskalainen is in the mix. And the riders rolling well here at the 4 kilometre marker. The first sprint checkpoint at 5.9. And in this category 6 race, you know, that sprint competition, Nina Pierce is clear over Georgina Jones. So they may well not be contending that today. It's going to be interesting to see how category 6 roll as we drop in with category 5. Isabel Alzat topping the table.
2 stage wins on her way to leading the table at the moment, 2nd and 3/3 for Alzat, the model of consistency at the top there, and at the moment leading in the overall. But it is by a minimal amount from Natalia Becker, who's at just under 4 seconds back, and just over 6 seconds back is Victoria Sewell. And Amy Loxley at 36 seconds is not out of this, but there are limited opportunities to take that volume of time, I think, now.
But I think the really interesting thing here is Alzat and Becker are the top 2, are both part and parcel of the pedal dancers. They have a position to defend today, 1 and 2 on GC. Sewell and Loxley are part of the Aeronova team. They're currently lying 3rd and 4th, and Sewell's 6 seconds back. The Aeronova crew could well be out there working to try and put Sewell in the top spot today. They've only got to take 6 seconds at the end. So this could be one of the really exciting battles out there because the GC may not be over.
Indeed, and it's mirrored in that team competition as well. The 1 and 2 is also the pedal dancers and Aeronova as well. So, I mean, I think that if they've got any sense, I think they're gonna take that to the line rather than back off. Stage win for Emma Sonnerson in category
it was brilliant.
5. Brilliant ride by her. 12 seconds clear of Becker and 14 of Alzate.
Amy Loxley picked up 9 points yesterday. She's 2 points off of the lead in that sprint competition. So expect the sprints in category 5 to go to the wire as well. Louisa Schultz currently wearing that green skin suit with 62 points to Loxley's 60. So for me, the GC and the sprint competition are both in play today in category 5. This is going to be a great finale.
Yep, expect to see team attacks. Maybe 2 riders going together to try and get clear off front. Maybe 1 rider going and the other one looking to be in position. This is all going to be really, really key. As you can see, we're up. We are away and out of the pen with category 5, as category 6 are now approaching our first sprint checkpoint. And a quick reminder for you that in category 6 in that sprint competition, Nina Pierce is leading at the moment from Georgina Jones. It should be Pierce's, but I think these riders will be looking for the points on the day. This could be your chance. And Jessica Hamilton has launched. She's gone at 7 watts per kilo. Is today the day that she adds another day's of points haul? She took the sprint points yesterday for the stage, so she collected the most sprint points on stage 6. Is she going to repeat it on stage 7? She knows if it goes to tied points, and this is one of the key things. If it goes to tied
Yes.
points, the position on your first sprint is really, really important. And remember that the countback goes on GC
Well,
in this competition. That's the other thing to remember.
Today is the course that favours Jessica Hamilton in Category 6. She's got to stay in the bunch to be able to do this. But in the time trial yesterday, she took the sprint competition because she set the fastest through the segment. Today, it's first across the line again, but it's a fairly flat stage. So Hamilton takes 5 points, Pearce takes 4, Johnson takes 3, Al-Mansouri takes 2, and Zabala takes 1. Jessica Hamilton has got the opportunity again today to have a run at the sprint competition.
And that first climb in the climb competition, we are talking about a total ascent in terms of meters of ascent, 48 meters of vertical ascent across 1 kilometer. In the second, we ascend a total of, I think, 98 meters. So there is the potential for Hamilton to get there.
Well, let's just take a look back in Category 5. They're rolling just after 1 kilometre now out of the pen, and we're in with Amy Loxley. She's leading the GCC competition at the moment, significantly ahead of Annalyn Tejeros, 20 minutes back. She's got a smile on her face. There's still work to do today, Amy, if you want that sprint jersey as well. So our eyes
One
are
is
on
not
you.
enough.
One
is not
jersey
enough.
is not enough.
Yeah.
Take 2.
Yeah.
You never know. Louisa Schultz may have something to say about that.
Well, that is indeed true. That is indeed true. I think Amy Loxley has done a great job in the GCC competition. She's been one of the. I think Amy's been one of the revelations of the race, and great to see her on camera as well every day. Always looking to be battling it out. Let's go to the Masters competition.
Yes, and in that Masters jersey is Maria Wilhelm, and she's done a brilliant job out there. She's had some fabulous competition, 7 riders in the Masters competition in the Category 5 women, and it has been close out there, but Wilhelm coming to the fore now. She's 4 minutes clear of Anne-Marie Guiney in that Masters competition, and that looks like that is CERN up today.
Yep. 4 minutes 23 is a lot of time. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think you've got to be have to be on a good day if you're chasing 4 minutes plus on this course, and the person you're chasing has to have a bad day, and that's not likely to happen.
Well, this is a rider who hopefully won't have a bad day today, because Isabel Alzat has that young riders jersey in the under-23 competition underneath the golden leaders jersey at the moment. She's done an outstanding job during this competition, and it's going to be interesting to see whether she holds on to that. She's 3 seconds clear of Natalia Beckera in the overall, 6 seconds clear of Victoria Sewell. But in the youth competition, she's 44 minutes clear.
Yeah. So good to see Isabel. Good morning. As the sun comes blasting through, I think in the Pain Cave, potentially it might well be heading to the right time. It depends where in the world our riders are. But I have to say, Isabel Alzat, absolutely bright talent for the future. To have that consistency at this level at that age is great. It's a really good sign, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And just one of the other riders here in the polka dots, the golden polka dots in the Category 5 race, sat on the back of Natalia Beckera. She has 113 points for the pedal dancers scored in that competition. Amy Loxley has 90 points. That's her closest competition. There's not enough points out there for it to change today. So Beckera are Queen of the Mountains in Category 5.
Now we're going in with Brooke Samuel, a rider who I am reliably informed uses cookies as her recovery fuel and gets a delivery of cookies every day after the race. I'd love to know, Brooke. Let us know, Brooke, what is your recovery fuel choice? What flavour cookie will it be? Good to see Brooke out on the bike in avatar form and in the Pain Cave once again with another of our really regular riders on the MyWhoosh racing across the Sunday race clubs and racing. And I was really pleased to see her on the start list. I think she's putting in a great ride here today. And again, a rider who has been there day after day, really, really giving it everything. And I think it's going to be rewarded. We know that MyWhoosh always look after their riders. It's really, really part of the DNA of MyWhoosh, whether you're Category 6 or whether you are Category 1. all those riders in this competition are going to be rewarded, and I think that's absolutely amazing.
Well, Karolina Ciedzekowicz on your screen, another rider. Look at that sunshine blazing in through those curtains, absolutely stunning. But what is also stunning is the performance from Ciedzekowicz. Again, a master of consistency in terms of her performance. So she's gone up 2 places from stage 1, but she has really, really put in a consistent performance this week, and it's been brilliant to see.
It hasn't. It's been great having that shot into the pain cave as well. I think the bike being set up. I'm not sure whether the curtains have ever been opened in the last week.
No, they haven't, I can tell you.
Okay, let's go down.
Not whilst we've been in with her.
Well, I was meaning sort of ever full stop all week, just a bit like the studio here. It's just been less sweet. Everything's just been left because it's not enough time to turn it off.
Look at this move already. We're 3.5k in here. The first segment isn't until 5.9 kilometers, but Loxley is on the front and Schultz is having to respond. Schultz in that green skin suit of the sprint competition. Loxley is her competition. Loxley goes down the road. Schultz has to go onto the wheel. Yakasa in the mix as well. She's third wheel, and now the bunch start to close this down. There's still a significant way to go. 2k to the sprint checkpoint.
And Louisa Schultz has been amazing in this sprint competition.
Yes.
It's close. It's 2 points. Schultz scored 15 points on stage 1 to Loxley's 2, 14 points to Loxley's 11 on stage 2, 13 points. So it was in deficit to Loxley's 19 on stage 3. She was in deficit on stage 4 and on stage 5, but then on stage 6, tied on points at 9 points apiece. Well, so great riding by them. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We're in with Kath Tonkinson. Kath tapping those pedals out. Again, model of consistency in terms of the pain cave. This pain cave, and Kath at the moment seems to me exactly the same as she was on stage 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Absolutely focused. The racing on the screen, the pedals going. Absolutely brilliant.
Do you know, she's had a great race. She's just lying outside the top 10, which probably isn't the place you really want to be, but it has been an absolutely brilliant race for her. So good to see Kath, and we'll see her on the Sunday Race Club in the future.
I'm sure we will. Let's go in with category 4. Now, this has been a real yo-yo race. We talk about consistency. It's not been as consistent for Shannon Martinuski. She has had to work her socks off to get up there to the top of the tree. And we saw that in front of our eyes. We saw what it meant after being 9th on stage 1, moved up 7 places on stage 2, held position in stage 3, then moved up a place on stage 4. She took 2nd place, then took the win on stage 5 to move into the lead. Held that lead yesterday with the win. I mean, incredible riding. And Nina Dowling has been battling her along with Pekka Kova and Prado all the way here.
Yeah, and yesterday was just, I think, the stage Shannon Martinuska was looking for. You know, that individual time trial. She's regional time trial champion in her area at home, and she just put those time trialing skills into play, and she rode away from Nina Dowling, and she got her pacing to perfection. 29 seconds she put into Nina Dowling yesterday, 47 seconds into Hannah Pekakova, and those three have been battling it out. They are the 1, 2, 3 on GC all week.
And I think the ride by Pekakova yesterday in the time trial was very, very impressive, because she took 3rd on stage, but also collected the maximum points in the sprint competition. And that is take some doing, because to focus on both the overall stage and the points, really important.
Well, one of the things I loved yesterday was seeing Veronika Vochkova come out and target the climb competition, because she wasn't in on the GC in that Queen of the Mountains competition, but she saw an opportunity and she went for it, and she picked up maximum points and takes the climb.
So left-hand side of your screen, category 4, about to leave the pens. We'll leave them to make their way out in peace and quiet as we go in with this sprint. Going to be very, very, very important here today in that sprint competition. 2 points separating Schultz and Loxley, but Loxley has the front at the moment. This is going to run and run. Loxley is going to claw a point back on Schultz here, but the effort is in there. You can see it on the face there of Loxley.
This way round, Amy Loxley has got to win all 3 sprints to Louisa Schultz finishing second to her. The ideal scenario is that Loxley gets a teammate between her and Schultz, or Schultz needs to get some teammates between her and Loxley.
Yeah, that point differential of 1 point between each place shows, but I think the way that Loxley and Schultz have been sprinting, it's very difficult to drive that forward. And if you do, are you then putting your team at risk, particularly the Aeronova squad, in that team competition? Because if Aeronova maybe went for a sprint, are we going to see the pedal dancers then think, oh, hang on a minute, they're just recovering from a sprint, let's go on the attack? So one, an unintended consequence of going for the sprint as a team may be that we then see an attack on the teams competition. Stranger things have happened.
Well, let's go back in with category 4. And in the GCC competition, Gina Di Grazia is currently leading that from Seba Al Rey. This has been close, actually. 5 minutes over 6 stages so far is what separates these 2 riders. Di Grazia on your screen at the moment. She's rolling in that pack, just coming up to the 1 kilometre mark today.
Yeah, congratulations to Gina Di Grazia. I think today it's going to be a very, very bad day for Di Grazia to lose those 5 minutes to Al Rey, but you can never discount Al Rey. She's going to be watchful. She's going to be waiting. She's going to be looking to make a move on Di Grazia, but I think Di Grazia has done enough over these stages to hold that.
Yeah, Masters competition. It is Alma Mongeli who is wearing that jersey at the moment. The FemCycle Collab rider. She's got the towel. She's got the kit. She's resplendent in that kit and that community, and she's going to be wearing that leader's jersey to the end, I think. Oh, it's fabulous, isn't it? I love Alma
every
Mongeli.
moment with you. We love you too, Alma, doing an amazing job. I mean,
She's 9 minutes clear of Helen Taylor Carter in that Masters competition in category 4. And she's going to take that to the line. You just got to get that bike over the line, Alma. That's the job for today. And then the MyWhoosh Championships is complete. And the Masters competition, fingers crossed.
Well, you got to get to that line. 9 minutes, and let's not take anything away from Helen Taylor Carter here.
Not at all.
9 minutes 21 seconds separates Alma Mongeli from Helen Taylor Carter after 9 hours of racing. It's 9 minutes.
Yeah, and the young riders competition, Camilla Pamplona doing a phenomenal job in that. She's wearing the white sleeves out there in that under-23 competition. And our young riders, the under-23 competition has been really strong this year. It's been fabulous to see. I'm just going to do a roundup of the sprint and the Queen of the Mountains because Hanna Pekakova took those points in the sprint competition yesterday. She is 6 points clear of Shiki Fu. Technically, there are 15 points available out here today, but it really means Hanna Pekakova has a bad day if she doesn't pick up any more points. Pekakova on your screen at the moment. Wojcikova, love that. Veronika Wojcikova, played the game yesterday in terms of those fastest through the segment points in the Queen of the Mountains competition, and she took them. There's opportunities again today, and she's obviously feeling good. In the Queen of the Mountains competition, Shannon Martinuska, the rider on your screen at the moment, is clear in that competition of Neela Dowling, 110 points to 73.
And Shannon Martinuski doing a fantastic job in that competition. When you look at how she scored the points in that climbs competition, she hardly scored any on stage 1, but there weren't that many up for grabs. But come stage 2, Big Mountains, 17 points banged in there, 30 points to the good, really on stage 4, 40 on stage 5, cutting the Big Mountains. And when it mattered, she was in the right place to pick up the points. Still collecting 12 yesterday. I mean, a smart ride on the way through. Now, in with the rider from Wolfies, who is racing in that GCC competition in second place at the moment as well. Excuse me, as putting in a strong ride for the FCC Pedalicious squad. Seba Al Rey in the camera shot and in avatar form, sitting in second wheel. Now, Al Rey sitting inside the top 10, so made that top 10, made the prize money. She has had a yo-yo race, and she did have a nemesis stage.
Ooh.
And that nemesis stage is stage 2. Not a great stage 6th, but stage 2 was not her favourite stage. She lost 12 places there, and I think it's very interesting to see whether she can pull back up again. We're in with Maria Helmarsson at the moment, so Maria currently in 14th place overall, had a good race again, been hovering between the 15th and 20th place overall, so that 14th place really good. It shows the consistency up there has been absolutely brilliant, and Maria with one more stage here to go to hold that position inside the top 15 in category 4 here today, as our riders make the way through past the 3 kilometre marker, heading for that first checkpoint, sprint checkpoint at 5.9 kilometres. Now, let's drop in with Nina Dowling. What a battle. Every champion needs their challenger. And I tell you something.
She's been a great challenger.
She's been a great challenger. She's taken stage wins. She took stage win on stage 4. And let's not forget that fantastic victory she took on stage 4, because that was our stage where we were in Bhutan. We had the big steep climbs. We had the big descents, a mountain day, not just a climb day, but a mountain day. And I think she really excelled in that.
She did indeed. And Helen Taylor-Carter on your screen at the moment, and great to be able to go in with her as well. She's tightly in the bunches. A push goes on the front here at the 3.7 kilometre marker. Interesting move, and it's Vochakova who has been leading this out. Taylor-Carter now gets up and out the saddle. She needs to respond. She doesn't want to be dropped from the group at this point in the race, but the push is starting to stretch the pack. And we did say category 4, the sprint competition, is still in play. 3 sprints, the first of those just shy of the 6K marker. It's going to animate the racing.
It is. Helen Taylor-Carter, her best position was 11th on stage 1. She took 12th in the time trial stage.
Hey,
in stage
racing.
6. The stages in between, not quite as high, but I think for me that is an indication that today could be a good day for Taylor-Carter.
Yeah, finish it off in style. I tell you something, the rider who wins today in each of our 6 women's categories, there's really something about winning the first stage and winning the last stage.
We were just in with Xingji. I think almost one of the top riders for consistency. 2 25th places, a 26th, 2 27th, and 28th. That's real consistency.
It is
brilliant.
Indeed.
Brilliant.
So the FCC Pedalicious crew member, and she's in the bunch here too.
Yep, no, just in with Rosaria Haglin at the moment. Haglin top 5 at the moment. And at the moment, this is a tight competition. She's 38 seconds. Remember that number, Rosaria? 38 seconds clear of Camilla Pamplona. And she had a good stage when she was 6th on stage 1. That was her second best result. She actually took a 3rd place on stage 3. So will it be a good result? We will see. Let's move over to category 3, where Brittany Litton. Brittany Litton is well and truly rioting through the storm to the top of the standings and holding position. 5th on stage 1, a 4th on stage 2, 6th on stage 3, 3rd on stage 4, 4th on stage 5, a win on stage 6 in the time trial, clear of Bauer by 17 seconds. It should be enough.
I'm laughing here because, you know, there are 5 seconds separating Marie-Pierre Berard from Femke Vassanen. The races are going on here right the way through the peloton. Skierbeck and Turkanis, 5 seconds again separating those 2 riders on GC. There's lots of individual battles going out here, but this category 3 women's race for me has been absolutely one of the highlights of the championships in the women's racing. We've seen Riot on the Storm and Riot of the Tiger going head to head. Jojo Bauer from the Full Send Collective has been racing strongly. It was Litton who took the win in the time trial yesterday from Bauer, from Reel. Jen Reel held the jersey at the start of this competition for a long time, and she's only 38 seconds back. Her teammate taking it off her. So really, there's only been 2 riders wearing that golden jersey in category 3, but the racing for it has been fantastic.
So category 3 about to head out onto race route as we go in with category 4. This, the run for the line in that sprint competition. Remember, these sprint points up for grabs. Fu versus Pekakova. Pekakova getting the better there as they come in over the line. I think we're just going to wait for that to be confirmed. Martinuski right up in the mix here, because as you come through here, you're on a slight drag very much at the moment you go through. And this is where gaps are opening. You can see riders now at the back in trouble. Pekakova, Fu, Martinuski, Rapaz, and Dowling, the point scorers.
Yes.
So Pekakova opening up the gap now at the top of the standings.
Yes.
Is it insurmountable yet? I don't think it is. Not quite.
No, not quite. And there's 24 riders in the group going underneath the banner, but it looks to me we've got 2 riders in trouble off of the back. Boom, let's go from the gun, shall we, in category 3, because Emily Nyquist is dialing this out of the pen. She's had lessons from Gabby Guerra on the Sunday race stuff. When do you attack? From the start, and Nyquist is dialing this at the moment straight out of the pen. This is a long range attack today, and boy, we said category 3 was exciting, and it's not stopping yet.
It definitely is. And Emily Nyquist is our lantern rouge on the road, and that gives you the prime opportunity to go down the road and have nobody chase you on GC.
But
it's great. Lots of riders actually aim for that in a stage race.
But she's on the same team as the yellow jersey.
Yes.
So team tactics here. Anybody who thought Right on the Storm would not come out with a team play today was delusional, because they've had team play absolutely dialed to perfection all the way through this. Right of the Tiger have also been putting in some great team performances and working through this. But Brittany Litton and Jen Reel have just been exceptional, and you've been able to see that communication. We've had it on screen as we've been going into the pain caves, and we've been seeing how it works. Emily Nyquist, she was obviously on the chat, and the chat was, well, go down the road at the start and see if anybody follows. Nobody has, but Litton in the pack, and you can see the communication going on.
Yep. Gone for it. Has anybody taken the bait? No, they haven't. Is anybody putting in a big chase? Not really at the moment. Let's see how that plays out. So there's now a move. Look at that. Litton set that up there. She said, okay, just as you come back, I'm going to go again. Litton has gone, and Tuoma now going with it. Yeah. Tuoma, who's right up there in the standings in the early part of this racing, dropped down as we went through the course of the race, and you can just see on our screen she's bouncing. The tunes are on, and look at that. The fans are going big air blowing over Melissa Tuoma at the moment.
And Caroline Manfron is being made to chase behind. So is Jojo Bauer and Angel Hadlock. For me, this is interesting because Right on the Storm, they're 18 minutes clear in the team competition. They've got such a safety net here. It really doesn't matter what happens. They've got that team competition dialed. So they can really, really play with this today.
And Tuoma has the incentive to go clear because she's got Beltran at 2 seconds behind her, and 40 seconds back is below her. So in the overall, it makes sense for Tuoma to try and get up the road.
Well, Angel Hadlock on your screen at the moment. She is leading in that GCC competition, a rider who's had a great championships and fully deserved of that jersey, as we see another attack go out the front with 2.1k into this category 3 race. And this is attack number 3. It's Eva Esler this time. It is the Right of the Tiger crew on the attack this time. So this is all again for GC because Esler sat in 4th, 1 minute 34 back. Her teammate Perry sat in 5.
For me, it's about kick and see if anything breaks.
Well,
because why not? Let's see if Jen Reel breaks. I can't imagine it. The Masters leader.
Yes, she's currently 3rd on GC. She's in that Masters jersey. She's 26 minutes clear in that Masters competition of Wittler, Berard, Sepulveda, McKay, and Nyquist. They're all in there. And now take a look at this. Brittany Litton responds. Melissa Tuoma responds. Jen Reel responds. They're all pushing on now. Litton on the front here in the pace. She's not backed off the pace at all. She goes up and over Eva Esler, and she just keeps going. Decisions being made in the group now because Esler and Tuoma are doing the chasing. Jen Reel's going to sit in the bunch and try and hold them back and let Brittany Litton go because it's team play here.
And for me, the Right on the Storm squad came in with the team lead. they've come in here with the overall leader. Now, I think they've gone, the best form of defense is offense. Let's take the racing and make it hard for everyone.
Well, in the youth competition, Angie Londano, the rider on your screen at the
Indeed.
moment, is wearing the white sleeves. She's had a great race, the Colombian Peak Power rider. She's 24 minutes clear of Diana Corrales from the Cycle District 3B squad in that young riders competition.
And just outside the top 10 overall, which is a great result here for a young rider up against some riders who are throwing every trick in the book at the race field, stage after stage after stage in category 3. So they've, we're seeing this team tactics playing out, and you've got to be able to ride the, you literally have to ride the waves caused by Riot on the Storm here. Now, in with Diana Corrales in the race here in the category 3 race. Good to see Diana out of the saddle once again. So Corrales just tapping on those pedals, just making sure she keeps in that bunch. Really, really key. Corrales has had some really good days on the bike, I think, and her best result was yesterday. It tied with her stage 2 result. So clearly coming back into form again once we come out of those mountains. But Corrales put in a good race. Romane Sepulveda, she has done a great ride.
Yeah.
We saw her working yesterday, doing a phenomenal ride. And I think for me, really interesting the way that she has battled all race.
Yeah, and I've loved it because she's one of the new riders to MyWhoosh Elite Race Level Racing. And it has been really, really good to have her come into the MyWhoosh Championships and the Sunday Race Club very, very recently. I think she's going to be a really great addition going forward.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these newer riders that maybe have really made their mark here. And we've really got to know them on the MyWhoosh Championships on that Sunday Race Club that races each and every week on, guess when? Sunday.
Well, Kimberly Miller has been a regular on the Sunday Race Club for a significant period of time, and it's always great to watch her race and ride. She's in that category 3 bunch. They're at the 4.3 kilometre marker. They're coming up to that first sprint checkpoint at the 5.9k mark.
And Kimberly Miller with 2 top 10s on the stages in the middle of this race, stages 3 and 4. So great riding by her to push herself into that top 10 on the stage. Bora Bora came in as our defending champion. She bided her time. She waited for the mountains, and come the mountains, she absolutely pushed herself back into contention. Currently 8th overall. She was in 22nd place at the end of stage 1, but a real ascent on her way up. She's continued to move up until she's got herself up into 8th place. Let's move across into category 2, our penultimate race category. Great racing in what great racing in this. Now, our leader is Silvia Garea.
Yes.
At the top of the standings.
It's so close.
10 seconds separating her from Hakkinen, 12 to Kalman. They are our 3 contenders here, realistically. But would you discount Roach in this stage, given her sprint ability and the way that she can kick?
Well, and also, Mandana Mashandi, her teammate, is behind her by just 2 seconds.
Yes.
So, you could well see 2 teammates go down the road here or attempt to get away. And further back down this GC, it's close as well. When you start taking a look at this, it is really, really great racing here. Alice Lethbridge in 10th, Rhiannon Denton in 12th. Well, what is that? 21 seconds separating those 2 riders, or maybe even less than that.
Indeed. So that's the general classification overall. Now, with the verifications done and dusted and the checks, the initial checks put in place, stage win goes to our co-host on Inside the Race podcast,
Time
Hayley
trial
Simmons.
specialist wins a time trial.
Yep. It's Hayley Simmons, our stage winner, taking away top spot. We'll go through the rest of the riders in that stage in a short while. Category 2 just about to leave the pens. We see category 5 going for the sprint. McKay, she's back on sprint duties ahead of Carolus, Real and Lytton. But this now, let's see what happens. What is Lytton planning? Every time she lifts that mic to her mouth, I am just like, oh, what's going on? What's
Captain
going
on
to
the
happen?
road.
Where are we going? Where are we heading? What are we going to do? So McKay, Carolus, Real, Lytton and Vason, the 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the sprint. McKay taking those sprint points, though. That puts her on 50 points. Carros currently on 59 points in that sprint competition. Now, let's go across to Category 2. We're in with Joanna Kalman at the moment. Category 2 are about to head out on to race route. And this has been an absolute battle, day after day after day after day. Sylvia Garea took a win on stage 4 and on stage 5, but dropped down on stage 6 to take 4th place, but holding the lead. So fantastic to see. We're going to go in with Joanna Kalman there, and great to see.
There's a superhero next to her.
Indeed,
or is it a hot dog? Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's great to see
Oh,
MyWhoosh in here. It's great to see the fun that's being had by in the Kalman household there. They are regulars on the race club. And MyWhoosh, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how he goes.
If he'd like to race in that outfit later, it would be absolutely brilliant. It really, really would. Well, Joanna Kalman.
Don't tempt him.
I know. But Kalman part and parcel of that core crew. The team competition
Yes.
is also really, really tight here. Between the Watt team and the core team, 11 seconds in that competition.
And you can see having fun is important. Joanna Kalman, 3rd. Let's not take anything away just because we've got a hot dog in the room. She has been an absolutely, she's not been a hot dog. She's been a proper full on saucisson. She's been heading out, or a chorizo, which is super spicy because she's been that hot. She's 3rd overall in GC. She really has been consistent in her placing. 3rd in the time trial, 3rd on stage 5, 4th on stage 4, and on stage 2, a 6th on stage 3, 8th on stage 1. When we talk about consistency, you know, that's consistency at the highest level here, really battling it out. She's just behind Hannah Hakkinen by a whole whopping 2 seconds.
I know. The Masters competition here in Category 2. It has been a brilliant competition. I'll tell you, this has been really close as well. Sarah Roach leading the Masters competition, and congratulations to the rider from the Watt team. She's 2 minutes 45 seconds ahead of her own teammate, Stephanie Briggs. Cornelia Engström from the Swedish Fika Mafia in 3rd, but Roach is the rider in the jersey, and she's going to take that right to the line today.
Yep, I can't. It's going to take a major disaster, I think, for Roach to lose that. And the Watt team will be hoping that doesn't happen, just from a team competition perspective as well.
Now, the sprint competition and the Queen of the Mountains competition. The Queen of the Mountains competition is done and dusted. Sylvia Garea, 93 points to Vanessa Murray's 40. That one is over, and the polka dots are not going to change hands. The sprint competition, Anna Russell, right on fire, has been having a fabulous competition. She currently is sitting on 63 points. Dorency Gonzalez-Rua, who has at the beginning of this championships came out for those sprint points, is 10 points back. Technically, on paper, it is possible for Gonzalez-Rua to overturn that. There are 15 points available today, but it does mean other riders have got to get in between Gonzalez-Rua and Russell. All Russell has to do to win the sprint competition is sit on Gonzalez-Rua's wheel, if that's possible.
Yeah, and if Russell wins one sprint,
job done.
It is job done, because if it does go to count back, it will go to count back on the overall. And because of that, I think that is going to mean we're going to see that being all about getting the first sprint points. But Dorency Gonzalez-Rua, good to see Dorency smiling as always. We get to see her sprinting week after week. If you have appreciated Dorency Gonzalez-Rua, absolute poker face when she is sprinting, the fact that she doesn't look any different full sprint, although we have seen Dorency actually after the sprint breathing hard. You know, this is unusual. I do warn you. Do come and join us. She's one of our regular stars on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We see her in action each and every week in the Category 2 race. Very rarely she actually misses a week, but I think the last time was when she'd had a little bit of a cuddle with the floor.
Yes, and regularly riding and racing outside as well. So, Natalie Yaramillo also on your screens at the moment. And yes, it is cold in places around the world. And it's not just hot and sunny like it is in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Southern Hemisphere, it's a little bit chilly. Yaramillo on your screen at the moment. She's been fabulous as well.
Yes.
She's been another rider who never disappoints. She is always there or thereabouts, working really hard for her team, the core group powered by Spritz. And that is fabulous to see. Milene Proust, her teammate, is sat behind her on GC, and those two having a great, great race.
Yeah, definitely, and it shows that they are so close together, really, in terms of the overall, and that core powered by Sprit squad have been a really cohesive unit on the way through. Now, in with Vanessa Murray. Good to see Vanessa, of our regular faces over the course of the championship. The 6th place on stage number 2. Her best result, but she's had a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th, the 3 top 10s so far. And her time trial, a 7th place in that time trial, and just sitting outside the top 10. So great results in the top 10 on the day. But I think she's a force for the future.
She's 35 seconds off of 9th place at the moment, sat in 12th, which tells you 9th, 10th,
Yes.
11th and 12th are all very, very close together out there. And obviously the top 10 on GC taking away prizes overall. So we could see a little battle amongst those four. Mally Steyer in 9th, Alice Leshbridge in 10th, Rhiannon Denton in 11th, and Vanessa Murray in 12th.
Now, just going in with Karen Michelle de Pavia, one of our regular sprint riders. We've seen her progression. She has moved.
Yeah.
She really has rocketed her way up through the categories. And I think for me, she's almost paid that price here in this competition, because she's up in category 2. And I'm going to say this about category 2 now. Don't think there's anything second rate about being in category 2. Category 2 is at the level where they are able to race. I mean, this is your Pro Conti team level. If you're talking World Tour, you are talking the top riders. And I said this on the podcast. If you think we've got maybe max 30 riders in category 1, the top 20 riders here are in the top 50 riders in the world.
Nationally.
Not nationally, in the world.
Nationally, these are the riders right at the top of the tree.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. 100%. And you go up against any of these riders on a normal day, you're going to get an absolute beating. And the only people who can beat them are the top 25, 30 riders in the world. It really does show just how hard that level is. And this is the big race. It is the MyWhoosh Championship. We're in with Kirsty Hebersmith. Good to go in with Kirsty. I don't know if we've been in with Kirsty so far this championship. If we have, my apologies. In fact, we have, because I recognise the bike.
Well, the bottle is there from the MyWhoosh Championships in 2025. She's about to finish the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. That's consistency, 2 years in a row. Absolutely brilliant to see. She's right on the front of the bunch at the 4.3 kilometre marker. Hayley Simmons, her countrywoman, sat on her wheel. Rhiannon Denton is in the mix as well. Gonzalez, Rua, Hakkinen, Russell, everybody paying close attention. Just look how wide that pack is across the road at the moment. As they're heading towards that first sprint checkpoint, we're heading down into the pen, because this is category 1, the last group of riders away today.
Race leader, world champion, Kate McCarthy, 7 hours, 11 minutes and 46 seconds of racing so far. And after that time, leading the race by 2 minutes 16 from Gabby Guerra, and then Francesca Tomasi in 3rd. She sits at 6 minutes 10 seconds. Then it gets close.
It does.
Because we've got 10 seconds between Tomasi and Alberg. You've got less than a minute back to Kolchinsky. Kolchinsky's only 25 seconds, less than 25 seconds ahead of Passio. It's not all over yet, depending on how this is raced. There have been times in this race where in between the key action points, it has been quite steady and tactical. Are we going to see a different race today? McCarthy taking the stage win yesterday on that time trial from Gabby Guerra by 52 seconds. Camilla Alberg, I think she said herself, she took the best prize for the best pain face pulled by her the entire championships yesterday on her social media. Doing an amazing job. The sprints and the climbs, well, the climb went on the overall race, but Kelsey J. Van Shaw, I mean, that sprint competition, amazing day yesterday.
It was 6 points separate Van Shaw from Soderstrom. Soderstrom currently leading in the green skin suit. That's going to be a battle that will play out today. And the Queen of the Mountains, Kate McCarthy, has that wrapped up. 123 points to Gabby Guerra's 100. Just going back to the GC very quickly, 9th, 8th, 9th and 10th out there, just 24 seconds in Category 1 and just 0.7 of a second between 8th and 9th. Battles everywhere. Battles in Category 2. Gonzalez Rua versus Anna Russell there. And Dorothy just sorting herself out, and McLeod, Murray and Heber Smith on your screen. In that Category 2 sprint, well, it was Gonzalez Rua this time. She takes the 5 points, but Anna Russell takes 4. Well, technically, if Anna Russell scores no points in the rest of the competition, Gonzalez Rua could take it. But how likely is that to happen?
Likely? No. It's a possibility. I think for me, it's so everyone's so aware of where the positions are now. I think that's what's really going to cause the issue for the chase by Gonzalez Rua. I think it's about everybody knowing where those positions are, knowing what the score is, and being able to see where each other are on the road. And it's so well coordinated in these teams. They're such a well drilled units, but you're up against another well drilled unit.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think there's very few errors being made by these teams now. There's lots of great communication, and I think that really counts. We're in with Kate McCarthy, our world champion. We had the pleasure of talking with Kate and the men's world champion as well, Jason Osborne, on the show. Now, we did have a really great chat with him in the week on the podcast, and do have a listen back. It's really interesting what they were saying at that stage in the race about the racing and moving forward. McCarthy has been untouchable after the first stage win by Gallegos. We then saw McCarthy come out to play, and McCarthy really, I think for me, has shown just why she is undoubtedly the number one rider in the world. But Gabby Guerra has also shown equally that she is the number 2 rider in the world at the moment.
Yes, substantially. You know, the gap between McCarthy and Guerra, 2 minutes 16 on GC, but the gap between Guerra and Tomasi, nearly 4 minutes. Mika Soderstrom on your screen at the moment, the Swedish champion, Swedish time trial champion this year as well. She's got a fabulous Palmares out on the road too. Road race national champ, time trial national champ, esports national champ. She is an absolute force to be reckoned with, but she's going to the wire with Kelsey Jade Van Shaw in this sprint competition here in Category 1. 59 points Mika Soderstrom has at the moment to Van Shaw's 53, a 6-point gap. 15 points available out there today, but there's going to have to be some riders in between the two of them to cement that competition.
The Watt sisters, the teammates of Kelsey J. Van Shaw, I think, needing to pick up the pace. Now, Kate McCarthy, one more day left, one more stage left for McCarthy. We've nearly covered the 2K. There's just over 48 kilometres left for McCarthy to hold on to the gold skin suit of race leader with the world champ stripes in the background there.
I know, and I'm loving how the background today is just classic. It's the rainbow and the rainbow bands in the background, just signifying the world champion. She's on form. She's on some amazing form. In the team competition, for me, this is absolutely fascinating because after 6 stages of the MyWhoosh Championships, the FemCycle Collab Endorphins are leading the team competition in the Category 1 women's race from the Sweat Sensations by 26 seconds. Ablock International, the world champions team, are 44 seconds back in 3rd place. Tomasi, part and parcel of that FCC Endorphins squad, they're going to be defending that team competition today because 44 seconds across 3 riders is not a huge amount, but it does mean there's going to have to be gaps in the peloton on what you would expect to be a sprinter's stage today.
Yes, although Tomasi has shown she's got a quick kick
on it.
She has got a good kick. Tomasi has actually been showing up there and fighting. I think she's actually been quite impressive in terms of that kick. You don't expect great climbers necessarily to be the greatest of sprinters. And Tomasi has scored points on one stage in that sprint competition. So
Yeah.
she's there or thereabouts. But I think for me, this is about for Tomasi being careful. I mean, I think she's going to come out of this thinking, "Yep, done a great job." I think she, and I think I'm taking a little bit of this from what she said when she came and chatted on the Inside the Race podcast. I think she's looking for how to make that next level up whilst still being a full-time doctor.
She is a full-time GP, but she did also say that her target this year is the World Championships, not the MyWhoosh Championships. Sophie Schiavone on your screen, the French-Italian rider, split down the middle. Whenever you chat to her, it's absolutely fabulous, and but she is part and parcel of the pack at the moment. Now, in the Masters jersey is Kristen Kolczynski. Kristen Kolczynski is also lying 5th on GC. It's a fabulous performance from the American rider. She is 8 minutes clear in that Masters competition. And she said to us when she came on the podcast earlier on in the week that was her target. But 5th on GC is also a great finish, and it's close out there.
Yep, Kolczynski 6th in that time trial. But the time in that time trial that she put in was absolutely phenomenal. She was really battling away there. She had a battle with riders around her. Now, one rider who will have, I hope, have enjoyed her racing here today, Nicole Mayer in with us. Mayer holding a top 10 position here in the championships, has been super consistent. She's been top 10 on 2 occasions as well. So a rider who has really been, she's really, I think for me, has shown she is in the top 10 in the world at the moment. I think you can justifiably say after the end of the stage race that right now at the end of the stage race, if you're in the top 10, you're top 10 in the world. There are riders capable of being in the top 10 who are not in the top 10 here, but you can't argue with that at the moment because this is the biggest stage competition. It's the biggest distance. It's got the biggest climbs, and it's got some incredible competition. And I think for all of our riders in Category 1, they have got to be so proud of what they've done here today. And one rider I think that really applies to is Heather Shanks. Shanks just moving up from Category 2 to Category 1. A baptism of fire for Heather Shanks. Absolutely
Heather,
brutal.
We are so proud of you. I don't know. I hope you are proud of yourself because it has been a real baptism out there, and you have absolutely done Scotland proud.
Yep. Done herself proud, done Scotland, and done, I think, Category 2 riders who come up after will look at this and go, do you know what? It's not impossible to come into Category 1, to come and race against in amongst the best 30 riders in the world, which is what the field size generally is on a Sunday Race Club or on the MyWhoosh Championship. You're up against the 30 best riders who could take into that start line. Do you know what? Category 2 can do it, and it shows the level of Category 2, how good the top of Category 2 is,
and how strong it's making the riders that they can then transition to Cat 1 and just keep progressing.
Yeah.
It's like a bubble in Category 2, and they just keep popping up and moving on and popping up and moving on and continuing to get stronger.
Really, really impressive stuff. Very much so. We're just in with Amanda Paulson at the moment. Paulson, again, pretty consistent, moving up moving up a few places. I think her nemesis stage, probably stage 2, when we came up the climb in Hedera Island. Making our way up to the top of the climb and over the top. There's some big breaks there as the general classification favourites started to come out to play, and the climbers came out to play on that climb up on the roadway in the sky before dropping back down again on that Hedera Ascend climb. And I think that caught a number of riders the wrong side of gaps, and it was quite instrumental, I think, also in our sprints competition, with Kelsey J. Van Shaw losing the lead in that sprints competition at that same point. So I think we're going to see some very interesting moves being made there. Category 1, best riders in the world, racing in my opinion, the best race in the world, because it's our stage race. It's the MyWhoosh Championships. 900
metres till the first sprint of the day, and expect Van Shaw and Soderstrom to go head-to-head here for those points. And just watching the pack roll, they're rolling steadily. here, currently at around zone 2, zone 3, wide across the road, the pack all together. Positioning key here, Soderstrom on your screen, Maya, Tomasi, Alba, Gunda, Caramello. Anna Caramello has some great attacks during this championships, and she's another rider that sort of goes underneath the radar a little bit because she's put in some fabulous moves over the last 7 stages. So brilliant to see her and watch her as well. They are lining up behind. This is going to get spicy in a minute. There's 500 meters to go.
So Tania Lotto, who has been fighting in those positions, in that battle, in that sprint competition, just taking the lead here. Watch for the sprint, watch for the teammates looking to take away points as well. Soderstrom holding the second wheel. Passio just going to the front now. So does Shanks and Vittori, but I expect them to get swept away. McCarthy is on the move as well here, looking to push up, I think, looking to see what she can do here in terms of getting in the points, but it's Van Shaw who's leading this out. Soderstrom's coming in second place, so Van Shaw's got the speed initially, but the pace is coming from Soderstrom. Soderstrom is going to time it to perfection, and look at McCarthy go over the top there. McCarthy came out to play as well. She might have the overall pretty much wrapped up, but my goodness me, she always wants to race.
Well, and she tried to take some points away from Van Shaw and strengthens her teammate Soderstrom's position there, but Van Shaw just pipping McCarthy. McCarthy's run just that snag too late. So Mika Soderstrom taking 5 points, Van Shaw taking 4, McCarthy takes 3, Alberg takes 2, Gallegos takes 1. All 32 riders in that leading group as we go through that point. But the sprint competition, well, just one more point stretching between those 2 riders. It's going to make it interesting.
6 points, is it the difference? I'm just doing some very quick maths in my head. Always dangerous, as anybody will
particularly
well know.
On day 7 of a stage race.
Very much so. As anybody who has listened to the end of the new podcast will know, it might have disintegrated into somewhat tired gibberish towards the end.
It takes it out to 7 points now between Soderstrom and Van Shaw, with 10 points still available. But they are after the Leeward climb. So the riders have got to get up and over that climb with the front of the pack. And then the final checkpoint after the Bahrain Hills.
Let's see how this plays out as the racing continues. Our riders have been giving us some amazing shots into the pain cave, and we get to see some amazing shots behind. Now, we're going cross-category at the moment, and we have got, this is a selection of how well is my bike hung on the wall. And I have to say, these are 5 fine examples of bike art. A great bike is art. And we did indeed see these riders and their bikes on screen through the championships. And in the background, you can see some amazing bikes there. Gina Van Rossum is ready. Oh my goodness, she's on there. That's
She's
water.
drinking water.
Please
out
tell
of a
me
champagne
that's water.
glass.
I love it.
It's
that's
the glass the way to go. That counts.
Is it the glass that counts? Okay.
Always.
We will have to see if that's the case maybe later as we get to the end of the race. The riders at the moment with those bikes on in the background.
Maybe she's not drinking water.
Don't try
I'm
this.
concerned. Do not try this at home.
Don't try this at home. Definitely the riders in gear. The bikes are on focus, though, and you can see all these riders with those bikes hung up. They've been riding a different one on the way through here in the competition. As you can see, they're all in action. But for me, it shows you that the bike is more than just something you ride. It's more than something that is functional. It's a piece of art. It is freedom. It gives you the means to improve your mood, your health. If you win prizes on the MyWhoosh Championship, improve your wealth as well. It really is an amazing piece of machinery that is absolutely life-changing for so many people in third world countries. It can give us great sport. It is an incredible invention.
It's life-changing. Around the world in terms of the friendships it creates, the communities it creates. And at the moment we're watching Hannah Pekakova, dial it on the front here in category 4. She's going through that sprint banner at the 26.5 kilometre marker. Pekakova, Fu and De Grazia on a bike, making friends, doing the business, staying fit. And there you go, picking up points. She takes the 5 points to Fu, to De Grazia, Dowling and Prado. The category 4 race at the 26.8 kilometre marker. They are now over halfway through stage 7 on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026.
So Pekakova and Fu taking those points at the top of the sprints competition, just making the way in through. Arias in the category 6, up with the leaders at the front.
Yeah, and category 6, they are the furthest up the road. You can see a significant way now into this course. They're on the Bahrain Hills. They're called the Bahrain Hills because there are multiple of them. You come up and out, up climb number 1, climb number 2, climb number 3, and at the top of climb number 4 is where the checkpoint is. The descents and the transitions between those climbs also part of the segment. While at the 35.5 kilometre marker, there's 500 metres of climbing still to go. You can see the gradient on the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's set around just over 4%. The group's still wide across the road here in category 6. Well, at the aquarium sprint, it was 16 riders in the leading group. Jessica Hamilton picked up those points. Jessica Hamilton has gone, the last 2 days are mine in terms of the sprint competition in category 6. Fabulous to see. I'm hoping she's in this bunch to be able to challenge for the last sprint checkpoint. But the pack rolling strongly. Monica Hadjuk is in the pack here in category 6. She's took the first climb, the Liwa climb today. So Matt, your spot saying that Monica Hadjuk was getting better and better. Well, she's performing on the final day too.
I think I said in the very first day, if not in our preview shows, that Monica Hadjuk was a rider that I expected to get better as the stages went on. And that she was a rider to watch and would ride herself in. And I think she's done that, and she showed that. Nina Pierce is the same, actually, to be honest. Although she's been right up there, she has ridden herself in that sprint, that kick for the line, critical. Hadjuk there, absolutely dialing it. Look at it. You know, yeah. She wants to race. She's come out to race today, and I think that is really showing here as she goes over the top of the hills. Hadjuk taking the 5 points, Arias taking the 4, Pierce taking the 3. Shelbar taking 2 and Hoyos taking 1. And that means I'm just going to try and do some quick maths here. Hadjuk's going to take away the prize for the most points on the day, isn't she?
Yeah, she is indeed. Yeah. That's it. The climbs are done. So Hadjuk winning the climbing competition on the final day of the MyWhoosh Championships. Nice work. Well, Tennille Otto on the front of the pack at the moment in category 1, coming up to the 10 kilometre marker. Interesting stretch on the bunch here. Otto, Gothlander and Susnik going down the road.
Indeed, and you can just see the rest of the riders all quickly responding here. That every little bump here in the road counts, I think, in terms of being able to make the race hard. You've got to, no one part of this race route is hard enough to break this bunch, but you start adding them together and adding that cumulative fatigue, as we are on day 7. Yes, it's going to be offset by the fact that this is the last day, and tomorrow is a day where these riders don't need to perform on the bike. But
oh wow,
I think it's going to be really key now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They've done it.
At the moment.
So far, Jen Reel, Brittany Litton, 2 up time trial now for these riders. They are clear of the bunch by 14 seconds. Brittany Litton in the golden leaders jersey. Jen Reel currently lying 3rd on GC. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was a 32-second gap back to Jen Reel. On GC in 3rd place. That's the time gap they need to get. They are just over the halfway marker, or well, pretty much bang on the halfway marker, actually. And they've got 13 seconds. They're going to need to keep pushing. The pack, well, it's all about what they do behind. And at the moment, they're fairly wide across the road. 1 or 2 riders just starting to push on. Bauer is the rider who's going to lose out because she's lying 2nd on GC. What can she and her team do about this? Because they're the ones who need to respond.
Yeah, her team, Sophie Mayenhout, Julia Walkenhurst, Angel Hadlock, and Amy Bradley at the start of this race. But when we look at those riders, who's got the power, the pace, who has got anything left to pull? You're probably talking Hadlock there. Is the rider potentially with the strength and the experience to pull for Bauer? And they need to do this as a team, because otherwise Bauer could be disappearing out of the top two into the top three. If there was a move made by somebody else to get into this, I think that maybe then would change it. But change the way that the chase is coming here. But at the moment, you look at that group behind here. Bradley is in there as a teammate of Bauer, but we're not seeing it on the front.
No,
we're not seeing
we're not.
that hard chase, and I think this is dangerous times for this bunch. There is a little bit of a move now starting to go on the front. There's a little bit of a wind up going on the front of this group, but it's not a cohesive chase,
No,
and that's not going to work
but
when you've got two riders like we've got at the front.
Everybody in that group is going to be looking to the Full Send Collective, because it's Bauer's position that needs protecting. It's their job to protect it. Why would anybody else get in the mix?
Only if they want the stage win. And that is the thing. If you want that stage win, you could be giving away the stage win here. And that is where you've got these two conflicting agendas, because if that time gap goes big enough to give Bauer, to push Bauer down and to give Real second place, then you're looking at a position where the top two places on stage are going. And remember, we've got prizes top three on stage, plus obviously the fact you've taken that. I think it's going to be interesting how that plays out. Carolus now doing the right thing here. Go across, make it a group of three rather than a group of four. You put yourself in with the stage.
She's coming for points. She's coming out for points in the sprint competition. That's what she's doing. Helen McKay and her have been battling. This is the last opportunity for McKay to pick up points. McKay and Carolus, well,
but if
Carolus really just needs these points. McKay, I think 2 points won't be enough to close it down, particularly with Lytton and Real down the road. So this is Carolus' final hurrah, basically. And there you go. I think that means Carolus has now just cemented that sprint competition.
She could, though, have kept going, look how far in front the two leaders are, and see if she can get in, make it a group of three, because if the other two are looking at the GC, coming into the finish, you get a group of three. What's Carolus got to lose? She could be in with the stage win there. But
well, I'll tell you what
Carolus
has got to lose is the fact that what may then happen, because the FCC Sweaty and We Know It team are 26, 30 seconds separated in the team competition from Cycle District 3A. If Cycle District 3A thought there was going to be a attack on their team position, then they may well start to chase, and it could really be a very different story. Category 5 is a different story. They're at the 36-kilometre marker. They're coming to the top of the final climb of the day, the Bahrain Hills.
And Becker versus Samuel, your battle on screen. We just saw Brooke Samuel going for it on that climb, looking to take away those climb points as they came into the Bahrain Hills checkpoint in that Category 5 race. A real battle there and a real fight as they came in towards the line. We've got the Bahrain Hills coming in over the top. Becker taking 5, Brooke taking 4. They were clear of the group by 6 seconds at that point. Loxley, Kansara Jones, and Giuliano chasing as they come in. So great little battle going on in this as well.
Yeah, and Becker are just cementing her climbing competition in Category 5. She's going to take that win today. She's going to wear that polka dot jersey across the line and forever be in the record books as the winner of the polka dots for 2026.
A nice pause, I think, to underline that statement, because it is history being made here today. It's once you take that win, you are the winner. And that's the name that gets remembered. When we look back in our stats, when we're talking about people on the Sunday Race Club, when we talk about people in those UCI qualifiers and semi-finals for the UCI World Championships, we're looking at what people have done. Becker, winner. of the points when she was moving up through in Category 5. That's
12
what counts.
riders in that leading group in Category 5. As a little bit further down the road at the Abu Dhabi Sprint is the Category 6 leading group. And Hallow Obeid has just gone through and picked up 5 points in the sprint competition. Why not? Nina Pierce goes through in 2, Dominic Chalbois in 3, Navres Hoyas in 4, and Zabala in 5. 14 riders in the leading group. Everybody, I'm just taking a look, who needs to be there, I think, is there. And wow, interesting racing.
It is, because overall on the day, so today's stage point scorer in the points competition, we did have Hamilton down for this. She scored 10 points, but Nina Pierce has scored 12 because Hamilton did not score in the last sprint. She's 2 minutes 30 down. The hills, the Bahrain Hills, have done for her challenge here today. She took the first 2 sprints with a win. Pierce was in second place on both of those. Pierce was in second place to Hallow Obeid on the sprint we just saw. So that is job done and all over. And now the riders making the way to the finishing line. We'll see who's going to take away that overall. We have got to reach the 49.9 kilometre mark. So as you can see, we've got 8.8 kilometres to go.
We have indeed. And Category 4 punching on one of these small bridges out here at the moment, coming up for the 33 kilometre marker. They've got 3k to go until they get to the polka dot banner. Oh, it's bad. The polka dot banner in that Bahrain Hills, the climb. And you can see here how high they are above the city. But there are a good group of riders here. This is a big pack still in Category 4, you know. Through the Aquarium Sprint, 23 riders were in the leading group. And I'm just taking a little look back on the top right-hand corner of the screen. I don't think anybody's been dropped. I think this is a 23 rider group in Category 4, punching its way to the final climb banner in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026.
And you can see Gina Di Grazia there really dialing it on the front, pushing hard on those pedals to make everybody work for it. Closed down by Catherine Montoya as they come up towards the top of the climb. So at the moment, this is about that push over the top of this section at 33.2k. We're going to drop down and then we're going to come back up again. So the riders are looking at the moment like this group is together. Shannon Martinuski looking like she's got control of this. Remember, Martinuski leading over all. She's been battling Dowling all race. I wouldn't put it past Nina Dowling to put in a move somewhere on the run into the finish. But I think the way that Martinuski is riding at the moment is it's an uphill challenge, quite literally. I think it's going to be from about 45k into our finale until we go into that final drop down. One rider who I never cease to be impressed with is Germain Prado. Germain put in a ride yesterday in that time trial, and I've got to say, absolutely phenomenal performance by her in that time trial. For those that don't know, a very proud mum, quite rightly so, on her way back into form. And I tell you something, she is a multi-time national champion, and form is coming. Class is permanent. You put the form and the class together, and you've got Germain Prado getting better and better and better. And I think she's shown that in this race, and it's resulted in a 4th place in the overall championship here today in Category 4. Absolutely brilliant job.
Yes, it really, really is. And haggling on your screen now, and she's the rider we're in with. The riders rotating through this bunch. Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4 at the moment on this segment. And it is a segment. They are transitioning between the climbs here before they get to that polka dot banner. The group here rolling on the road. In Category 4, you know, the climbing competition cemented before we came into today with Martinuski taking 110 points to Dowling 73. That was really interesting because neither of those riders really starting to battle in that competition until we started to get into the big climbing stages. But actually, it was Martinuski's work on stage 2 where she came out and took some points that actually changed the nature of who took first and who took second. You can see the difference here. Category 4, they're at the 34.8 kilometre marker. Category 1 currently riding at zone 2 at the 17 kilometre marker. They're about to drop down into the dip before the Leeward climb. They're about to come into the first climb checkpoint. Category 4 about to exit the final climb checkpoint.
A really good indicator of where our riders are on the road. We're just watching our riders in Category 1 come down in towards that Leeward Desert climb, that double kick upwards. They've already raced this during the course of the championships, this climb, the Leeward climb, making your way up the climb checkpoint at the top of the first main part of the climb. It then levels and then kicks again. So it's going to be interesting how the riders take this on. Knowing how this bunch has done it before doesn't necessarily mean you're going to know how they're going to do it again. That's on the left-hand side of your screen, our last riders to leave the pens. The first riders to leave the pens were Category 6, and Hala Abeid is on a mission.
She is.
This is brilliant.
She is on a mission, and she's been putting in some great performances today, Hala Abeid. On the Leeward climb, she wasn't up there, but she was indeed moving through and moving strongly, and she's moving strongly now into the Ferrari showroom at the 44 kilometre mark. This is a move, I think, to get a break and go for the win.
6th place on stage 5, which was our big climb, brought her back up through the standings somewhat, pushing her up to 11th place overall, but just too much time lost early on in our stage. So the riders up away, and in this case, Hala Abeid clear by 24 seconds from Bremner Jones, along with the rest of that bunch who are chasing at the moment, as we're going to go across into Category 4 at the 35.8 kilometre marker, 200 meters to go into our sprint at the moment. So this is the run for the line in Category 4 as they go up in towards this banner. It's our polka dot banner. They're kicking in for the sprint to take away those climb points here. I tell you something, Monica Rapaz is rapacious today in her pursuit of points here. Okay, she's going to go in over that line. She takes away the 5 points. She's going to take away the climbs. She's won both the Leeward climb and the Bahrain Hills. And that means that her next target, probably, I would have thought, is going to be the stage win at the finish. Dowling coming through for second, Pekakova for third, Albin for fourth, and Idzik for fifth place, taking 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point. A critical part of the race route. She's got the gap. She's got some distance. Can she take it to the line? This is going to be key as they make their way in towards our finish at the moment. Hala Abeid leading out at the front of the race. Meanwhile, behind, you can see in our Category 5 race, it's a leading group that is all together, the same in 4, the same in 3, as they come around the right-hand turn. So at the moment, they're making their way in through the Yas Marina Formula 1 circuit on their way in around. You can just see coming into this right-hand bend. This is, if I remember correctly, this is the reverse way round that we've done this already this week.
Yes.
So we came into the circuit.
The other way round.
Right, and we're now coming in and turned left and then gone around the circuit. So we're going clockwise and not anti-clockwise around the race circuit. You can come and ride it. I don't know which way. I don't know whether they reverse it during the...
Who knows?
A lot of race circuits will reverse their circuit on different days in the week. So you get basically 2 circuits for the price of 1 in a week.
Well, at the moment, Category 4, very, very steady state on the right-hand side of your screen. They're coming towards the 40-kilometre marker. That's where the Abu Dhabi sprint is. The group lining up for that a little bit further back down the road. The Category 3 pack are tapping towards the top of the climbs. Category 3 in that Bahrain climb. Last time we were with them, Lytton and Reel were down the road. Doesn't look like they are anymore.
Just taking a double check. No, definitely not. We're going into the run here with 35.7k. We're just on that sort of run in towards the circuit here. And you can just say, we're just watching these riders all coming back together. I mean, I'm not surprised they didn't get to keep that lead at all, because I think it was too dangerous a move to go.
Yeah, at the aquarium sprint, so at the 26.5 kilometre marker, just shy of 10k ago, they had an 11-second gap. 11 seconds
another move,
is not
sorry,
great,
Emma.
But we are seeing a push on the front here, and the push on the front into the climbs is Diana Corrales at the moment, and she's going for the polka dot banner. Real and Londano are pushing as well here, and nice moves in the Category 3 bunch.
Yep, all about getting those points in that climbs competition on the day, because remember, those climbs are absolutely critical in terms of making sure you get enough points to take away the overall. I think on the day, by my reckoning, it's close. Gem Real by 1 point from Diana Corrales, who we saw go hard there to take away the 5 points, but it's going to be 8 points overall for Real, 7 for Corrales, 5 for Lytton in the overall. You can see the individual splits.
The sprint, I think, is going to be interesting here in Category 3, because at the 40.4 kilometre marker, it's the last sprint of the day. Currently 3 riders on 7 points. So there's 3 riders tied. Whoever gets the most points out of those 3 riders in the sprint will win the sprint competition today. Sarah Corrales, Jen Real and Brittany Lytton.
And speaking of that sprint, this is why we've joined Hannah Pekakova, who has just gone through the Abu Dhabi sprint. As she goes over the line, there you can just see pushing on ahead of Shiki Fu, Pekakova from Fu, and Pekakova taking the points total on the day. 3 wins on the day, 3 second places for Fu in that competition. And I think that really in some ways it sums up the racing across the stages, because although we've seen it flip from one rider to another, and in fact be tied in terms of points taken in that sprint competition between the two, Pekakova just coming out on top. It's close, but I think that's a fair reflection there.
Yeah, and Pekakova taking the sprint competition on the day, and she takes the sprint competition overall. That green skin suit will go with her to the line today. Congratulations to her. Absolutely brilliant. Well, the line is the only thing now between the Category 4 bunch and, well, the end of the MyWhoosh Championship. So Category 4 on their way. Category 6, well, they're about to come into the last 1,000 metres, and Nina Pierce is picking up the pace.
So here we go. Nina Pierce looking to take another stage win. What can she do here today? Can she take this out? The Category 6 riders starting to really wind this up now. Pierce, the gold jersey, being passed here by Joanna Warren. They're in pursuit of Hala Obeid. We're at 49 kilometers covered for Obeid, with 1k out for the chasers. Less than 900 meters to go for Obeid. So this is a pure pursuit now. Obeid still has the gap. The time will be coming down with the pace that is coming now from Joanna Warren, trying to get that gap back down again. Obeid continues to push. In fact, lifts the pace here. This is pure pursuit. It's track type almost in the way it's playing out here. 1 versus 1. It is rider versus rider here on the very final meters of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. Nina Pierce in pursuit behind Warren. Obeid is holding this. Hala Obeid has waited and waited, and today, in our last stage of the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 6, with a final finish line in sight, Hala Obeid is going to sprint to victory here today. The MyWhoosh Championship final stage win in Category 6 goes to Hala Obeid. The sprint has unfolded behind. They're mobbing each other as they come to the line. Agadello on your screens in person. It's going to take away that 3rd place. Shalbar coming hard on the line, as did Pierce, as did Brennan. Nina Pierce takes the overall victory in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026 in Category 6. She's on your screens, at the top of the screens. Congratulations to our MyWhoosh champion, Nina Pierce.
Oh no, absolutely amazing. The first race is complete. The category 6-pack are in and over the line for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. Nina Pierce topping the table in the category 6-pack. That has been a phenomenal competition. And Pierce takes the win by 14 seconds from Maria Zabala overall. Wow.
Yep. Category 5 on their way in towards the line. There's still a little distance out. Let's run through and remember, please remember today, I'm going to say this at more than one occasion, all of our results at the moment are live and provisional. They are not final results until every part of that very extensive verification process is done and all of the results are confirmed. But we're dealing in real time, we're dealing with real life, and at the moment in real life, in person, these riders are now starting to think, what can they do to take away the win in category 5? Category 6, let's give you the top 10 overall in that GC as we run in. This is unconfirmed. Remember, this is live as we speak. Charbois will be taking away 10th place. Arias will be taking 9th. Smithson 8th. Bremner 7th. Jones 6th. Your top 5, Cynthia Hoyas will be taking away 5th place. Joanna Warren will be taking 4th. Juliana Agadello will be taking 3rd, with Maria Zabala taking 2nd. And the MyWhoosh champion for 2026 in category 6 is going to be Nina Pierce of the FCC Cadence crew.
Well, category 5 are going to be the next group to finish. You can see them on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a push on the front. Actually, it's Anne-Marie Guiney going for a long run here. She's 2.5K from the finish line, and she's leading this out right now. Category 1 are in the aquarium at the moment. They've just come through the aquarium sprint. They're heading towards the Bahrain Hills, and the group are all still together. They're just over halfway now on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We'll go back in with them shortly because we drop in with the category 3-pack as they're running towards the final sprint of the day, and then the last 9.5 kilometers, and Sarah Carolus is just going out to cement that championship green skin suit. Carolus picks up the points at the Abu Dhabi sprint. She cements that lead. That is one sprint competition under the belt for Sarah Carolus. Fabulous racing for her. Angel Hadlock leading the pack through behind. The category 3 race, you know, we had a really big push at the start. We've had some attacks along the way. We've now got 21 riders in that leading group. They've now got 9.5 kilometers of this race to play out. Lytton and Reel, not surprisingly, on the front of the pack behind, because Carolus has now just settled into tapping a rhythm.
Yeah, Carolus, we've seen going on the chase after moves. We've seen her coming back, but look at this. I think we've seen a counter-attack by Lytton and Reel on this little rise out, and they're making this hard. They are making everybody work for this. Bauer is having to close again on her own, and that is the rider who is being attacked by Lytton and Reel. The two riders on the same team versus Bauer, and Bauer is having to respond, and this is what they've got to hope in terms of Lytton and Reel, that they keep throwing the attacks down and that the constant counter attack, the constant chasing is being done by Bauer time and time again. 2 versus 1 should be an unequal fight, but this is the end of the stage race, and that is a whole different kettle of fish, a whole different ball game. Take your pick how you want to say it, because it's a very different thing, sprinting and chasing, when you are running into the end of a stage race with that accumulated fatigue, with all of those meters of ascent and all of those kilometers. Category 5 on the way in towards our finish here today. We have 1,000 meters left to go for these riders.
I'm loving the cheering in the background in Amy Lox's room at the
moment. To go. You can see the shouts are going to come out here. Loxley is looking at this. She's on her way in. Is she going to be able to take it? It's being led out by Seslak at the front of this race. But remember, Alzette is no slouch when it comes into a sprint. Neither is Becker. Kansara Jones is on the move. Tomkinson's looking for a late run to the line. Schultz has been sprinting like an absolute demon on the intermediate sprints and has not taken away a stage win yet. This is the run for the line. Who's got the timing right? Loxley on your screen, top of the screen in the mix here. Alzette, and the view at the moment. The gold jersey leading this out on the run into the line. Seslak comes over the top. Seslak puts in the power. Becker has gone first, though, and she's going into the lead with time running out. But now comes Skirska. Skirska goes. Skirska gets the timing right. Has Becker got another kick? Surely not. This is going to be Skirska's. Becker is coming. Is it too little, too late? It is. Skirska takes away the win in the final stage here today on the MyWhoosh Championship for 2026 in Category 5. What a ride. And Isabel Alzette goes over the line in the gold jersey in that sprint. What a ride by her. Congratulations to her. Skirska taking away the stage win. Her best to date was a 10th place on stage 1. Today, she took the win in the stage.
Wow. And the time gaps held. So Isabel Alzette taking that overall GC, subject obviously to verifications. Beckeret finishing in second, 3.4 seconds back. Last year, the closest time out on GC, the win was by a 10-second margin. This year in Category 5, 3.4 seconds and 7 seconds back to third.
We'll give you the top 10 in Category 5 in a moment. We're just going to dive in with Ashley Passio, who is on the move at 8 watts per kilo. Yep, you heard me right. 8 watts per kilo on this riser at the moment at the 30-kilometer mark. This is the climb out, the start of the Bahrain Hills here in Arabia on MyWhoosh. Of course, and roads that you can ride if you download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Being chased down, though, not absolutely flat out chase behind. I think they're content at the moment with a few seconds gap. They're not panicking at the moment, but Passio, a dangerous rider to let go up the road.
Yeah, she is. And she's also, really strong on GC. So coming into today's stage, she was sat on GC I'm just doing a double check, but making sure I get it right, in 6th place. 24 seconds back from Kristen Kolczynski in 5th.
Counter-attack goes on the front. The chase is now on. It is the gold jersey of McCarthy who has gone hard on the front here to close down Passio. And she's gapped Guerra, Alberg, Meyer, Kolczynski, et al. Guerra now the one to respond here. So Passio on the move. I think we're seeing team tactics playing out here a little in terms of that chase here. Passio making the move, going on the front now. You can see Sweat Sensations rider Guerra chasing down Ablock rider McCarthy. McCarthy wants Passio's wheel. That would be a dangerous duo. That is definitely not a train to miss leaving the station, and Guerra is really aware of that. Out of the saddle, kicking towards the group on the front. We will bring in those top 5 in Category 5. Sorry, top 10 in Category 5 in a short while. We're just going to see what happens here. It's looking like we may be seeing a major race move developing, though, in Category 1 on our last stage of the racing. So McCarthy on your screens at the moment overtakes Passio, nullifies the move. Passio has to try and respond now. Is she going to come on to the wheels? Is she going to continue to push? She is. So McCarthy and Passio come together. Guerra at the moment is still 2 seconds off. Will we see the world champion now continue to kick as Alberg gives you an indication of the pace that is required here in this chasing group? Camilla Arberg, you're in the pain cave with her on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see her avatar working to close the gap down. Guerra at 4 seconds. Passio McCarthy at 5 seconds up the road. And the chase is on to Massey, the teammate of Alberg, sitting on her wheels. Van Heuling holding station behind. Mayer is in the mix. So is Kolczynski, the Masters leader, as McCarthy dials it on the front again. McCarthy is not done yet. McCarthy looking to go clear and open the gap here. Guerra is trying to respond, but at the moment, Guerra's at 4.5 watts per kilo, and McCarthy is kicking at 7. Guerra is having to think about how she brings back McCarthy, and that hesitation could be dangerous. At the moment, McCarthy at 4 seconds up the road. Are we going to see McCarthy open up a gap here on Guerra, the Sweat Sensations rider in second place? Passio has now been dropped by Guerra, and he's heading back, if she's not careful, to the bunch. But McCarthy now on this climb, and you can see it in front, has opened the gap up. A quick reminder, we do have a climb checkpoint at the top for points, but I think there's a bigger agenda at stake here.
And I think that agenda has got to be the team competition. Ablot International currently lying in third place. That is Kate McCarthy's team. They're 44 seconds back in that team competition. They are, well, Sweat Sensations, Guerra's team at 26 seconds back from the FCC Endorphins, who are currently leading this competition. There is not a lot in it at all, and every second counts in the time trial yesterday, but every second is going to count today.
So how much time do Ablot International have to make up on Sweat Sensations? I'm going to get you to do the master. My brain is mush. Yeah, after 7 days of racing, plus the Sunday Race Club, plus Mountain Bike Eliminator, plus however many podcasts that we've recorded, and I've then edited.
18 seconds.
Nothing left. Is that all?
18 seconds
18
would move
seconds.
them into second place. 44 seconds obviously moves them into first. But obviously we've got 3 riders that count in this competition.
So the backing up riders have to stay.
The backing up riders have got to stay in contention. They've got to stay in the bunch. They've got to stay finishing. You've got to get those riders over the line. Ablot International, the riders, we've got Kate McCarthy, Hermansen, Kolczynski and Soderstrom. They've got to back it up. In the Sweat Sensations, Guerra has Bruni, Fuhr and Meyer who need to back it up.
Look who's immediately behind Guerra on the road. Fuhr and Bruni, the riders behind.
And Gallegos, Koisten, Van Heuling, Olberg and Tomasi are the ones who need to defend, because they are leading that team competition at the moment. Let's just jump in with Category 4, because they're going to be the next group of riders to finish this race here. They've got 1,000 metres to go.
So Category 4 on the run to the line. They've got 1,000 metres to go. This group just coming back together again. Category 5 riders, we've not forgotten you. It's just really busy today. Sorry. We've just seen a little bit of a regroup. Let's see if there's a counter attack coming over the top here as we start to go into our last 700 meters. Pamplona just pushing the pedals, rolls it through. Looking at Martinuski, we know that she's absolutely been loving taking stage wins. Pekakova has got a big kick in the sprint. Rapaz, definitely not a rider to discount. You can't discount Dowling when it comes to this run to line, and De Grazia could pull something special out. They can see the gantry here. Hyde is going to lead this in. Can Hyde hold it to the line? Idzik is behind. She's not had a stage win yet. We're going to see if Idzik can go over the top, but Claudia Hyde has got the power down. She's opened up the gap, and is this Hyde's to take? It is. It's going to be Claudia Hyde's pretty much soloing to victory here on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championship for 2026. Claudia Hyde goes through with the stage win. We are going to see where that overall sits in the race finish as they come in. We're waiting for the update. The update comes. Shanna Martinuski taking away the win overall in Category 4. So let's run through. Emma, can we run through the top 10 of Category 4, then Category 5? Because we haven't done either of those.
You mean overall on GC
overall
or
on
the
yeah,
stage
overall on
today?
GC, yeah.
So on the stage, it's Hyde, Trigler, Idzik, Dowling and Pekakova. On the GC, Category 4, provisional GC, Martinuski in 1 minute, 2 seconds clear of Nina Dowling in 2, Hannah Pekakova in 3, 4 minutes back. Then German Prado in 4, Rosura Haglin in 5, Camilla Pamplona in 6th, Monica Rapaz in 7th, Gina De Grazia in 8th, Monica Falana in 9th, and Seba Al Ray coming through in 10th.
So just a quick update for you in the Category 1 race. So McCarthy at the moment, 14 seconds clear of the bunch. That's
Yes.
the time gap.
Guerra
That's your
is
time
back
gap.
in the group.
Yep, she got caught back by that group. She capitulated and has gone back to the group, and she's being aided by her teammates there. That is going to be Bruni along with Fua. Now,
They're coming to the top of the polka dot banner. They're about to come through the checkpoint, and it's going to be really interesting to get a time gap at that point.
but the mountains competition is signed, sealed,
Yeah.
and delivered.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is all about overall and team.
Okay, whilst we see McCarthy go through that checkpoint, let's bring you that top 10 in the category 5. We've been promised it for a little while, or I have. Louisa Schultz overall taking 10th place. Anne-Marie Guiney taking 9th. Maria Wilhelm taking 8th in the category 5 overall GC. We've got the 7th place for Katie Kansara Jones, with the 6th place for Agnesa Seslak. 5th place, Jackie Giuliano. 4th place, Amy Loxley. Your top 3 podium places. 3rd place for Victoria Schull in category 5. A 2nd place for Natalia Beckerer in category 5. The MyWhoosh champion for 2026 in category 5, Isabel Alze. Let's go back to the racing.
Well, I can tell you at the moment in Category 1, I've just nipped onto the team competition. At the moment, Ablock International have made 17 seconds on the FCC Endorphins and the Sweat Sensations. The Sweat Sensations have got to start moving here, or else they are going to lose the points.
It doesn't, and guess who's on the attack?
Lytton and Real.
It is. It could be a TV show. This Lytton and Real. It's like 2 detectives, but this time they're out and hunting. What are they chasing? They're chasing the stage victory. They've got the overall surely wrapped up now, because you've got an attack going off the front here. The lead being taken at the moment by Lytton Real in her wheels. Carolus at the moment at 2 seconds, as is Carolus. So Corrales and Carolus all chasing. So is Perry. So is Pluta. They're all in the mix behind, but can they pull this back? The young rider leader and going to be winner in our young riders competition, Angie Londano, is on your screen. She's the rider leading the chase at the moment. Londano, I think, has got plenty left in that tank at the moment. She's just backed off and letting others take up the chase. Vasson, Pluta, Corrales and Perry have gone over the top as Londano down on the drops, waiting to sprint. You've got to get your timing right. This is down to the wire. Listen and Real still hold the front of the race. Emma's going to be watching, I think, through her fingers at the moment. It's going to be so close. This is going to be close in the run. Manfrom, Beltram, Perry, they're rotating on the front of the bunch. They can't leave this too late. Here they come. The bunch is on the move. What has Lytton got? She's on the right-hand side of your screen. The bunch is going to mob them, but will they have enough? Lytton has led out Real. Can Real take it to the line? Can Real deliver? She's been handed the sprint. Is she going to take it? Londano is coming on her side, but Londano is not going to match her. It's going to be Carolus going to take the win from Londano. Real could not hold the pace in the final few meters there. That came into that final run for the line. Sarah Carolus going over the line in 1. Londano into Tuoma going over the line in 3. Pluta in 4. Real in 5. Perry in 6. Sprint carnage at the end of the race in category 3. It was going to be close. You could see that on the run for the line. Our overall winner, though, it's got to be Brittany Lytton. Tell me it's Brittany Lytton.
It is indeed. The Riot on the Storm crew couldn't do the business on the final stage. It was just one ask too many. But they do indeed take the top spot on GC. Brittany Lytton defending that today in absolute style. Jojo Bauer doing a brilliant job out there to hold on to that second place, 20 seconds back. And Jen Real holding on to the Masters jersey and 3rd spot. Eva Essler doing a brilliant job in 4th. Georgia Perry in 5. Melissa Tuma will finish in 6th. Lorena Beltran in 7. Barbara Bulwara, the defending champion, will finish in 8th this year. Monica Pluta in 9th. And Angel Hadlock in 10th.
And remember, all these results are provisional and live at the moment. You can see them on the MyWhoosh website. That is www.mywhoosh.com. Go to results on the main menu and then pick whichever event you're wanting to see those results. They are official when they are stamped with that official seal of approval only. Up till then, they are provisional, and that is the same is true on mywhooshinfo.com for all of the splits, the different points where people scored them. So much information on there. there. Jakovicek doing an amazing job with the MyWhoosh info site.
Category 2, rolling at the 44.8 kilometre marker. At the final sprint of the day, the Abu Dhabi sprint, it was Katrin Nielsen who picked up the points. And in fact, Katrin Nielsen picks up the most points on today's stage in category 2. So she's going to take away today's sprint competition. They're now running towards the finish line. At that sprint, there were 20 riders in the leading group in contention. And that's where we are on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, Kate McCarthy is holding that gap at around 14 seconds to the group. And we're waiting for them to come through that Abu Dhabi sprint. McCarthy is around 300 metres off the line, and we'll get a really solid time check at that point.
And I think it's very, very telling who
chasing
is
behind
in that chasing group behind. You got Maya in there, but Fua absolutely dialing it there. I think for that Sensations team, I think that is really telling. Bruni's in that mix as well. So Maya on Sweat Sensations, Guerra on Sweat Sensations, Bruni on Sweat Sensations, and Fua on Sweat Sensations. It's a bit like 4 versus 1 at the moment. It's the 4 Sweat Sensations versus the power of McCarthy.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because the FCC Endorphins don't need to do any defence because the Sweat Sensation is their team that actually is in difficulty first.
Yeah. Yep, and we just see the move there, that final little kick for the line there by Kelsey J. Van Shaw, just mopping up the points behind McCarthy. McCarthy taking 5 points, Van Shaw taking 4, Alberg taking 3, Tomasi taking 2, and Gallegos taking 1.
Yeah, Van Shaw is going to win the sprint competition today, but she's not going to win the sprint competition overall.
Just watching these riders, I'm looking at the pace that's going down. I'm looking at who's helping who here today. Today would be a day where you'd be looking to call in favours in that chase. And I'm not sure there's any favours left after 7 days of racing.
Well, can I just say, it's only down to 11 seconds now. We've just seen the Category 3 pack mob the 2 riders who had broken away. Can Kate McCarthy hold this to the line is my question.
You want a yes/no answer? Or
no, I don't really want an answer. It's sort of quite rhetorical, really.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's too tenuous at the moment to tell. We are in with Francesca Tomasi. Revelation of the autumn and winter of 2025. A rider who had a fantastic battle with her current teammate, Camilla Alberg, when they were riding nations for the World Championship title, taking away medals. As we go in with a rider who has repeated sprints, probably for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It is Lisa Hermansen, the rider who we know, if it's a tough race with multiple punches and multiple kicks, is likely to be in that mix. Could well be a rider to watch for our stage victory today. Has a habit of pulling it out every now and then and delivering a big finish. Could be the day. Liz Van Heuling is on the form. We've seen her come back to the fore. Yeah,
could be one to watch at the finish.
Yeah, definitely. I certainly never discount Liz Van Heuling coming into the sprint. And I think really on some... We used to see Liz Van Heuling as the rider to beat a few years ago. She's back. She's not back at the very top, but she is back looking like she's back on form.
Oh, yes, completely and utterly. The first couple of stages of the MyWhoosh Championship, she was right up there in the sprint. She really, really was, and it was fabulous to see. She's got... I was about to say she's got timing. You know, she's got her timing brilliant in terms of those final sprints. She knows when to go, she knows when to wait, and she has been showing us that execution of those sprints. Mika Soderstrom, it's been getting warmer out there, so Mika Soderstrom, she's in that green skin suit. She's taking away that sprint competition. It was a really close battle. 4 points in the end separated Mika Soderstrom from Kelsey Jade Van Shaw in that overall sprint competition. But Mika Soderstrom does the business. She won the sprint competition in Category 1 last year. She defends that sprint title this year for 2026.
And the mountains competition, we say, going to McCarthy 123 points, Guerra 100 points, Tomasi 77 points in third place. We're in with category 2 though, and we are in the Yas Marina. We're about to come into our tight right hand turn to head back around. We're just over 2 kilometers from race finish. We're in with Joanna Kalman, the rider sitting in third place in the overall category at the moment. What is it going to take to stop a sprinter winning today? You've got to go hard and you've got to be able to go long. And I think a lot of hesitation from behind, maybe.
Well, I think it's really interesting because Gonzalez Rua has been dropped from the group. She's not in the mix. Anna Russell is here. Katrin Nielsen is here. There are a number of other riders in the mix here who have got a great turn of speed on them. As we've seen with the other sprint finishes, it's all about timing. You can't go too early. You can't go too late. You've got to get it right.
You have the overall coming in looking pretty secure. I don't think we're going to see any major changes in there. Sylvia Garea and that golden skin suit just tucked into the group that's come around this tight right-hand turn. They are going to start to think about this finish. We are still 1.5 kilometers. I can't imagine anybody thinks they can make this happen with a long attack, but we're just coming into, this is that little rise and then fall as you run into our finish coming up. And I think this is that last chance for that little kick clear. The pace picking up Simmons, the stage winner from the time trial yesterday on the front of this group. She's in the mix. Sopers is here. She's got a phenomenal kick on her as well. She may be looking to be able to take away that stage victory. Heather Smith in here. Briggs in the mix. Hakkinen in here. None of these riders, I think, on the front at the moment are going to be able to pull off a victory from the front. They need to wait and see what happens as they come into this right-hand turn. The speed picks up nearly 60 kilometers an hour, 58, 59 kilometers an hour, 60. We hit that 60k an hour bracket as we come down and we approach the 49.2k marker. We are now coming in towards that 500 meter to go point very shortly indeed. He hit it. So now we take the right hand turn. We line up for the finish. Simmons is leading this out at the moment from Roach. She's going for the big long pull towards the finish. Lethbridge goes over the top leading this out. She's gone for a long one at 7 watts per kilo. Denton is in a slipstream. She's going to go over the top of Lethbridge. She picks up the pace and moves to the left-hand side. Denton going for the final kick here. Left-hand side of your screen. Sopers comes on the right-hand side. Sarah Roach is coming. The Masters leader looking to answer the kick of Sopers. It's going to be Sopers who takes the stage win here today. Emily Sopers shows us that that kick yet again will pay off when it comes to our sprint finishes. Sopers taking a sprint win. That makes 4 stage wins for Sopers in action out on course. 2 second places in our sprints.
Yeah, and taking the first stage and the last. So Emily Sopers in category 2 doing a fabulous job. I can tell you the big news is that Kate McCarthy has been pulled back into the group. So the breakaway, the gap, the 14 seconds, it went to 11. It's now back to nothing. Kate McCarthy back in the pack. And we're going to see a sprint, I think, for the finish line here today in category 1. In category 2, should we just run through the top 10, Matt?
Yes, let's start with 10th place. Are we going to try and do this top of the pop style?
Fine by me.
Take it in turns. If I start off with number 10, in 10, Alice Lethbridge of the FCC United Cadence Crew.
In 9, Mally Steyer.
In 8, Stephanie Briggs.
In 7, Hayley Simmons.
In 6, Stephanie Sanchez.
In 5, Mandana Mashandi.
In 4, Sarah Roach.
In 3, Joanna Kalman.
In 2, Hannah Hakkinen.
And taking top spot and the gold jersey and the GC overall, Sylvia Garea of the core squad. Well, talking about taking the gold jersey and the top spot, this is the top spot run for the line. They're at 45.1k. They're still 4.8k away from the finish line. And Kristen Kulczynski is the rider trying it out on the front at the moment. We're in with Catherine Fuhr, and Fuhr up and out the saddle, really punching on those pedals, part and parcel of that Sweat Sensations crew. They're watching the pace. Alberg to Massey, they're also watching the pace. Guerra, Coinston, Gallegos, McCarthy. But the push MyWhoosh on the front at the moment is McCarthy's teammate Kulczynski here on this short, sharp rise.
So this run to the line, it's a long way out. This is the pull up into the Yas Marina Stadium at the moment. And it looks like this group is almost all together. The pace, though, coming in has put Peter Van Hoe's chances and to Victoria's. They've been dropped. Bruni having to battle to get back into the wheels. Can Elise Gallegos top and tail the race that we've just seen Sobers do? Taking stage one. Can she take stage 7? End of the stage. The 5 stages in between, not necessarily going her way, but what will happen now on the run to the line? Koiston is in here. Passio in here. Mayer. Soderstrom is in here. Van Shaw has been kicking strongly. She could be the threat here. Any one of these riders can take it. It's a whole different way to take out a sprint when you know your legs are suffering after so many days of competition.
Well, I'll tell you, the teams will want the win on the final stage today, so expect some teams to be leading out other riders at the moment. Kulczynski now towards the front of the group, but they're now wide across the road. Van Shaw, Gallegos, McCarthy, Van Hooling is here, Tomasi is here, 15 riders. 15 riders. Catherine Fuhr right to the back of the Catherine Fuhr's got a phenomenal kick on her. I've seen her go at 16 watts per kilo on the Sunday Race Cup. She's got a real hard stomp when she wants to turn the speed, but serve a lot of other riders in here. Van Shaw and Soderstrom have been going head-to-head in the sprint competition. Both those teams will be working to get their sprinters to the line. That line coming... Well, we've got 3.3k, 3.2k now to the line. We're in with Fuhr. She is one to watch today. I know she'd love a stage win. The final stage to take that out would be absolutely fabulous for Catherine Fuhr today.
Can Fuhr do it? We'll have to wait to find out. Passio, the first cycling esports world champion on the front of this group at the moment, leading them in, but they are wide across the road. Nobody wants to pick up the pace early. Everybody is waiting. You can see the tension as they wait for the move to go. Who wants to make this long? Who's going to blink first? How late dare they leave it? We are way too early at the moment to be heading in at pace, but this is going to be key. So round the right-hand turn, 47.1k. You can see it in the faces of the riders we go in on camera. They cannot afford to blink at the moment. They know that one move off the front will see the bunch accelerate. And if they are busy doing anything else other than focused on the race, they will be off the back. And that is a position no one wants to be in. What can Guerra do today? No more rehearsals, no more. This is not training. This is not getting in the case. This is what you have been racing for. This is the MyWhoosh Championship. This is the final stage. These are the final honours at stake. This is the last race field to come to our finish. And we are now heading into the last kilometre and a half here today. Who can take this out? Can any of these riders score a final victory? If the pace goes off much more, we could see the riders behind coming back to this group. We are at, are you ready for this? Sub 30k an hour regularly at the moment. We're at 29, 30k an hour.
Am I just witnessing Mika Soderstrom tightening her shoes?
Yep. Literally tightening up shoes, the classic sprint indication, and no surprises there at all. I'd be screwing the turbo trainer down to the floor. I would be tightening up the shoes, and I would be getting ready to go here.
Well, Mika Soderstrom moving towards the front of the bunch here. Passio on the front. Hermansen is there. Mayer, Fuhr, Guerra, Bruni, Kulczynski are all in the mix. This is almost crawling pace at the moment as they come to 1.9 kilometres left of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We've got Soderstrom, McCarthy, Guerra, Tomasi and Allberg on your screen, and I think we're going to stay with them right to the finish line today.
McCarthy champion-elect in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. The sleeve blowing in the background behind her on her World Championship jersey, the UCI World Championships that take place in December this year will be where we see McCarthy going for her third title win. Can she make it 3 out of 3? Well, she's got to finish today's race off first before she turns her attentions to that championship. And still, the waiting game continues. The pace, though, from 30k an hour to 40k an hour.
Yeah, it's starting to lift. Maya now comes to the front, and she's not in sprint mode, but she's definitely lifted the pace. They're trying to get the pace up here to give the sprinters a great run into the line. Passio is there, Guerra is there. I think Maya and Guerra are going to be leading out Fua at the moment, because Fua's got a phenomenal turn of speed, but the other teams are now starting to line up their sprinters as well. They're coming to the 1,000 meters to go here for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. They're coming to the 1,000 meters for the final stage. This is going to be the run for the line, and there's a big pack of riders in here with teams, with sprinters. This is going to be a sprinters stage today here for stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. And who is going to take the title? Who is going to take the sprint win here on this run to the line in category 1?
We come round that turn. I make that 16 riders in the run to the line here. But really now, the later it goes, the more the big sprint power is going to come to the fore. Those with the snap and the kick. The pace goes up again. We're over 50 kilometers an hour. We're heading for 55. We top 55, led out at the very front of this race by Nicole Mayer, who takes the speed up and holds it at 54 kilometers an hour. Liz Van Heuling and Alberg going. Alberg goes over the top of Van Heuling in the charge for the line. Right-hand side of your screen in person. She's leading this out, but Soderstrom is coming the rider on the left. Soderstrom comes over the top. Mika Soderstrom is going to hold it to the line just as Catherine Fua came on a charge. That surely is going to be Soderstrom's by the tightest of margins. She takes the stage win, final stage win, to the sprint queen, Mika Soderstrom. The overall championship title going to Kate McCarthy.
Wow, what a final sprint. We said Soderstrom, we said Fua, we said they'd both be in there, and 0.037 of a second separates those two riders on the line. Soderstrom tightening up those shoes obviously paid off today, and the run was timed to perfection. I think 2 more meters on the road, and Catherine Fua may well have had that. Kate McCarthy putting in a phenomenal sprint to pick up 3rd place today on the stage, and Camilla Alberg, she led that out. It was outstanding. 16 riders coming through that line together. It was absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant racing. What a way to finish off the championship here on stage 7. We have seen everything we could ask for, I think, in the women's racing across all of our race categories. We have seen amazing climbing. We have seen absolutely inspirational riders battling to the finish in those race fields, from the front to the back of the race pack. We've seen sprints aplenty. We have seen teamwork coming into play. We've seen that in attacking and in defending team positions, and all of that we then saw all encapsulated in the final stage in all categories. I think we need to run down all of our categorizations here today and try and do some kind of justice to our riders. Now, do remember, all of these results are provisional until confirmed in both the stage and the overall. Stage winner in category 6, Hala Abay, taking that win from Juliana Gadella, with Vegemite Vixen's rider Bridget Brown chasing the riders from Cycling District Omega and Cherry Pies.
It was a fabulous push after that final sprint checkpoint from Hala Abay to go clear, and she held it. That long run attack really paid off for her today, and she takes the final stage in category 6. You can see the top 10 there. The pack came in together behind, but they just couldn't close down Abade.
I think that's going to be the biggest time gap we maybe see all day, 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Although we will have to see. Now let's move to the overall classification. You can see our champion in the MyWhoosh Championships, the rider with the fastest time after all of that racing, 10 hours, 50 minutes, 16.670 of a second. It is Nina Pierce of the Fem Cycle Collab Cadence crew. Congratulations to our champion for this year.
Yes, and in the team competition, it was the Vegemite Vixens who took the team win in Category 6. 10 minutes, 58 seconds clear of Cycle District Alpha and 37 minutes clear of Cycle District Omega. Those top three teams in Category 6 for 2026.
After 11 hours nearly of racing in Category 6, 17-second winning gap for our leader. Let's move to Category 5. We'll go to our stage jet today. First of all, Skirska. Absolutely phenomenal sprint from her, taking that sprint win in the end by 0.030 of a second. You can see how close that was there in that run to the line in Category 5.
Yeah, and everybody who needed to be there on GC was there, because let's just remind ourselves it was only a 2-second gap on GC in the top two. So they were all in the pack, all watching each other, all in the right place at the right time. But Skirska definitely had sparks under her wheels today.
She certainly did. Another Fem Cycle Collab race victory. Let's go to our race overall. The champion here today, taking away the win. Incredible win by one of our young riders. Isabel Alza of the Pedal Dancers takes away the championship title here for 2026. 10 hours, 7 minutes, 11.178 seconds to take that win in the competition overall.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. And just look how close it was. The top four riders separated by 37 seconds. And then you go a little bit further back on GC. The Pedal Dancers, Alzat's team taking the team win as well. 10 minutes ahead of Aeronova and 14 minutes ahead of the FCC Pedal Artists, who take third place in that team competition.
Let's move from Category 5 to Category 4. Our stage win in Category 4 going to Claudia Hyde. Another close finish, less than a second separating the top three. Hyde taking the win here today for the house arrest team.
Yeah, and it was a brilliant, brilliant race from her. It really, really was to take that final stage today. You can see how close it was behind, right the way down. You know, what is that? That's less than 2 seconds, the top eight. And Sebra Ray in there in 8th place today. Again, Hannah-Pekka Kova had a great race today. She did exactly what she needed to do, where she needed to do it to cement that sprint competition. And the rest of the riders in there. In the overall, you know, it was really interesting in Category 4 because Shannon Martinuski, we saw her in the climbs, we saw her in the time trial. That's where she dominated and made the difference.
So your overall winner of Category 4, your champion at the MyWhoosh Championships, riding for the FCC What Work Squad, Shannon Martinuski, with a time of 9 hours, 47 minutes, 58.540 seconds.
And Martinuski leading the FCC What Works crew home for the team win as well. Nina Dowling in second. House Arrest also finishing in second. So the second team, they were 11 minutes 38 back. But the team competition was really close in Category 4. The Cafeteras were 15 minutes 16 seconds back in third, and Rebel Union 16 minutes 8 seconds back in fourth. So there's been a lot of racing out there for those team positions.
Let's move up to our next category, coming in to our finish in the stage. Sarah Carola sprinting away to take away that win, coming over the top of Angie Londano ahead of Melissa Tuma on stage 7 and finishing off their race in the Yas Marina.
Yeah, and, you know, Jen Reel and Brittany Litton tried to do it again. They really did. They made the action today. They tried to break it all up. It didn't work, and it came down to a big sprint. Carola's just taking Londano and Tuma. Pluta putting in a great final flourish there as well. All four of those riders under the second on the line. It was that fast and furious. Didn't really do much difference at all to the overall standings in Category 3. Brittany Litton takes the win. Riot on the Storm. Litton and Reel, those two riders on that team, doing an outstanding job. And Bauer from the Full Send Collective managing to get in between the two.
So Brittany Litton is your MyWhoosh champion for 2026 in Category 3. taking away the race in a time of 9 hours, 15 minutes, 10.640 seconds.
Yeah, Ryan on the Storm take the team competition by 21 minutes from the Full Send Collective. Colombian Peak Power back in third in 31 minutes.
Let's move to category 2. Another fantastic finish, as always, from all of our riders across all of our categories. And Emily Soapers pipping Sarah Roche over the line, 0.221 of a second, separating Soapers from Roche. Sanchez in the mix as well. A very fast run into the line for our race finish, but Soapers first and last stage and a few in between.
I know, brilliant championships Soapers has had, and the timing of those finishes, those final sprint flurries, absolutely to perfection. What a fast race, you know, what an absolutely brilliant finish there. 10 riders just over the second as they came into the sprint. It was so cagey out there, and boom, it just went across the line.
And Sarah Roche taking away that Masters competition. In terms of our overall competition, though, coming into this, we saw Sylvia Garea leading from Hannah Hakkinen and Joanna Kalman, Sarah Roche in fourth place. The positions pretty much unchanged after our time trial, with everybody who was in contention contesting the race finish in stage 7.
But just look how close it was on GC. 1 minute 14 back to 5th place. It was absolutely fabulous.
And your winner and your champion for 2026 in the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 2, Sylvia Garea of the Core Squad. Her race-winning time, 8 hours, coming in and 36 minutes. Now, let's move to our final race category. This is Category 1. Let's do the race on the day, which is our stage 7, the last stand, the final run to the line. And as you can see, Mika Soderstrom taking away a race win in that final sprint. I called her the sprint queen for a reason, because she just today showed just why you cannot discount her coming into a finish. And I think in any discipline, she's a rider to be reckoned with. But today, her timing was absolutely perfect. Catherine Fu, second place, 0.037 of a second behind. And the world champion, Kate McCarthy, as per normal, sprinting and competitive to the end. But a real battle there in the team competition today, Emma.
Oh, it was fabulous out there. They were indeed battling for the team competition, because the GC was just... Well, the GC competition in Category 1, it was fabulous, and fabulous in the team competition too. The FCC Endorphins, the Sweat Sensations and Our Block International have battled right the way through this championships, and the FCC Endorphins have come out top team.
Our top individual rider taking away the championship today is no doubt for Our Block International, with a time of 8 hours, 29 minutes, 34.833 seconds. The MyWhoosh champion, our fastest rider on the road, bar none, with all of the times added together, champion Kate McCarthy.
Just outstanding, defending that title from 2025. She will take away this year the overall GC and the climbing competition, as she did last year as well. Just fabulous racing. I love a stage race, and we've had another absolutely brilliant one in the women's this year.
We have. I want to say a massive thank you, first of all, to everybody who has helped our riders along the way, because it's not an individual effort. Everybody around our riders have been really helping them out in a big way. A massive thank you to everybody who has raced, because you have done an amazing job. And a massive thank you to you for watching our women's racing, where the best in the world have battled it out across all 7 stages. You can watch them back on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. And don't forget, hit subscribe to be notified when we go live, because you can be catching up with the Sunday Race Club, which will be coming out on Sunday as always. Don't forget, download the app on iOS, on Android and on Windows, and make sure you jump on board to our Tier 1 racing, the Cycling Esport League. So much racing to be had. Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, along with Hayley Simmons, as we'll be unpicking the action in the Inside the Race podcast that we'll be recording a little bit later on after our men's race, which is coming up next. So get yourselves refueled, rehydrated, and ready for the final run to the line. Our 6 men's race categories are going to be underway shortly. We will be with them until we get to that final finish line of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. I hope you'll be with us. Until then, from Emma, myself, and all the team, we'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello and welcome back. Hello and welcome. If you're just joining us for the very last race, the men's race of the MyWhoosh Championship. Where have you been? Oh my goodness me, you've missed some amazing racing, but I'm sure we've got a real taste for you to maybe go look back and maybe inspire you to have a look at the story that has built into our last stage for the men's race in the MyWhoosh Championship for 2026. It is our final stage, stage 7. It's a relatively flat route for the men, albeit a long one today. Emma Martin, my co-host here with me, Matt Payne, has made a prediction on the times. Not quite the same prediction that we did in the podcast of the times for the category 1 winning times. You'll have to watch the podcast to find out about those. But Emma was spot on today with the timing, so we'll see how long the men's is. But it's going to be long.
It is. It's going to be a great day out there. Nearly 80 kilometres of racing to finish off what has been a fabulous 6 stages so far. The final stage, stage 7, really is going to be a great one out there. The men have got over 360 kilometres of racing under their wheels already. One last stage to go, and there's a wide number of races within this race up for grabs today. The GC is still open in some of those competitions. The sprint competitions are still open. And in some places, the team competition is really, really close. We saw some moves in the women's race and we saw a lot of defensive action out there as well today. Are we going to see the same in the men's?
If you want a prediction from me, I think we're going to see Category 6 go out like lunatics. We're going to see Joao Machado on the front of Category 5 going out of the pen in front of everybody else, probably wearing something on his head that's very different. But it's kind of business as usual for a lot of the riders, but equally, it's last chance, Lou. Yeah, this is the last stand.
It is. It is the last stand, and it's also the last stage. So it's the last opportunity to take a win on the MyWhoosh Championships. And for example, in Category 6, everything is pretty much sewn up. So it is really about the stage win out there today. And I think Category 6 could be riding around having a little bit of a celebration and then start to rally towards the finish today. In some of the other categories, like I mentioned, the other competitions are still wide open. So it could race very, very differently.
Well, let's see who's going to be racing, who's going to be riding to get to that finishing line. It is the last push to the line for many of our riders who've done an amazing job out there. They might not be battling for the very front of the race, but they've been battling nonetheless. And this is the time for them to find out how they are going to finish in today's MyWhoosh Championship Stage 7. So welcome to stage 7, the final stage of the 2026 MyWhoosh Championship. 7 great stages of varying types and terrains, different parkour from the hills and the climbs, the mountains through the flatlands. We are now back on familiar territory for MyWhoosh. We're into Arabia, which is going to see the battle unfold for the final positions. And remember, of course, you've got to get over the finishing line of the competition to collect those prizes.
Well, the course today is a really interesting one. So we're looking at a 79.2 kilometre course for the men. And one of the things that's really interesting to say about this course, the first 22 kilometres are the same as the women's 22 kilometres, and the latter 26 kilometres is the same as the women's race. What it is there's a section in the middle. They turn a different direction and you can see that there. They go out on another little leg, they go around a loop, and then they come back onto what was the women's course. So it's exactly the same run to the finish line as the women's, but out there are some differences. There are a number of sprint checkpoints along the way, 5 of them, so 25 points up for play out there in the sprint competition. And in a lot of the categories, that's going to be really instrumental today. So do keep your eyes peeled for them. 2 climbs in the climbing competition, just 10 points available. I don't think, she says, just double checking her notes, there's any category out there today in which the climbing competition is not finished. Those 10 points are not going to be instrumental. So it is going to be about who wants to go for those today and take away the climbing competition on the stage. The overall climbs on the stage race now complete.
And this, in some ways, is very reminiscent of a stage we saw the UAE Men's Road Tour and the Women's Tour as well. The run out to Al Wathba into the desert it's a very traditional run out, and I think for me, that those stages ended in sort of a crescendo with an elite group of sprinters sprinting into the finish.
And I think,
I think it was Del Toro who took the win, which showed just maybe a portent of what was to come. And I think of a sprinter and somebody who's been on at the front already. I think we're going to see somebody who's already shown. I don't think we're going to see a surprise at the front. Do you?
Well, I think we're going to see sprint finishes today. We could well see riders trying to attack. We did see a long run breakaway succeed in one of the women's categories, but only one.
Yes.
You know, that is a foretold story. Normally when we're on these courses in the Sunday Race Club, it is indeed a pack sprint for the finish. It is a case of who is in that pack, though. And for me, particularly in category 1, between second and third and fourth, it's very, very tight on GC. There are some riders out there for whose seconds do count, but this type of course really is, you know, you'd look at it and you go, well, actually, it's for the sprinters and it's the celebration stage. Whether that plays out today is a very different matter.
Yes, I think you can make it very hard and give the sprinters a hard time, particularly on these climbs. The Liwa climb is notorious for breaking people up, but it's going to be tough along with the Bahrain Hill. I agree with you, Emma. It's going to come down for a sprint. Let's look through our riders racing in our categories. We're in category 6, and it's Santeri Quickstrom who will go into today's stage wearing the gold jersey as leader of the overall competition. Ahead of that, Emil Ivanov, the rider in second place. Ivanov really coming to the fore in the mountains, as did third place Michael Rademacher, the defending champion. But really now, this is Quickstrom's to lose. It's going to be something major to take him out of the competition.
Oh, I think this is set. I think our 1, 2, 3 is already decided. Michael Rademacher in third place, last year's winner, the defending champion, has done a great job in the mountains to try and defend that, but lying in third place, 2 minutes back on GC. I'm not saying never, but it is a really, really interesting one out there. What's also interesting is the team competition. Level Kevlar, ahead of BMC 6, 1 minute 8 seconds the gap. It's been really, really close racing out there.
Yeah, I mean, and the one thing I would say is we may see Jonathan Vega thinking about what he can do. He's nearest to the top 3, and it is only a matter of seconds. Our riders have been out and racing for a long time. Our riders are battling it out in category 6. Congratulations to everybody who's going to make it through all 7 stages. Asker El Abdio, congratulations, sir. 18 hours, 41 minutes of riding complete, racing on the MyWhoosh Championship so far. And I am hoping you are going to have a good race into the finish. After that, I think we're going to be topping the 20-hour mark of racing, and that shows you just how tough it is. And good to see Nathan Craik still battling away on his way in towards our finish. We did report on his battles with Simon Llewellyn earlier on, and there is a great blog being written, and you can find the links on the Facebook pages for the MyWhoosh Indoor Cycling by Nathan Craik with a link to that. And it has been my breakfast reading most mornings, as long as it arrives before breakfast. It hasn't always, I have to say, but I don't blame him because he's done an amazing job out there. So all of our riders. Let's run through the stage winner. It was Santeri Quickstrom, the rider who took the time in the time trial. He is our leader, and he was our stage winner yesterday ahead of Jonathan Vega, who battled to the line 1 minute 32 seconds down on Quickstrom, with Emil Ivanov in third, setting in place those GC positions. In the sprint competition, Eduardo Sugai raced through, and maybe talk about those sprints, that sprint competition, in a short while. Quickstrom also mopping up on his way to the overall win on the stage, the most mountain points, but Quickstrom taking the stage win and going into our race lead. He's a rider who today has it all in front of him. He has those final 79.2 kilometers to cover, the last 428 meters of ascent to go up, and then he should, barring a major incident, be in the championship position. Who will be our champion? Will Quickstrom hold on? It's time to find out. The first of our race fields away here on MyWhoosh, on the championships for 2026. The final stage, the final race is underway. 6 race starts. Category 6 off first, 10 minutes then to category 5, 10 to category 4, and Robert Cronje, in traditional category 6 style, is ripping up the road. He's tearing up the boardwalk. He is leading out the race. Cronje on your screens at the moment in person, looking to take this and make it hard from the flag drop to the finish.
Yeah, he is indeed. And great racing and great riding all week from everybody here. But straight on the front of the pack at the 500-metre marker, Robert Cronje there, Vassanen there, Quickstrom watching and marking the moves. It's all about defending that title today. Calderon, Cruz, Fio, Montoya, all at the front. The category 6 pack, can I just say, the fastest riders out of the pen. It's like a Wild West out there.
It is, and we will see whether or not they need to corral the wagons a little bit later on, or whether they can just go pioneering across the plains. We will be talking more about that GC, I'm sure, as we run into the finish. Emma, can we talk about the sprints yesterday in category 6? Because
yes,
that was really interesting. We didn't get a chance to do it, and apologies if you were sprinting in the time trial. There is only so much time in this world, and so much we can say whilst covering the general classification, which was so critical yesterday in that time trial across all 6 categories. So the sprint competition yesterday, for those of you that weren't watching, or maybe you've just got the fatigue setting in a bit like we have in the studio, it was fastest through the segment rather than first across the line. And so yesterday was really, really key.
Yeah, it was. And it was really interesting because a number of riders who weren't in contention for those points went for those sprints. Ola Warren in the MyWhoosh jersey. That is the Belgium challenge, I think, from earlier on this year. So nice jersey as he is in the pack and on in the pain cave. The push is on again coming into the Ferrari showroom at the moment, and it's great to see the pack here all pushing on together. Ola Warren in that top 10 at the moment. Warren, in that sprint competition overall, he's the rider in the green jersey. He's got 62 points to Quickstrom's 37. He's going to ride really well. The GCC jersey sat on the shoulders of Matt Smith, and there he is on your screens at the moment. He's leading that competition by 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Chapeau, sir. There he is on the bike.
Excellent.
First time we've seen Matt in the MyWhoosh Championships. Brilliant job. Absolutely fabulous. Congratulations. Final stage today, and then the job will be complete.
And I got to say, brilliantly done for Matt and all of the team. He's absolutely battled this out. He said to me, I talked to him actually earlier on in the week, and he said his legs were killing him after stage 1 and 2. I'm hoping they've ridden in. This was, I think, a baptism of redemption after a lot of traveling and a lot of working. This was a chance to get some Ks in. He's done that, and the GCC Championship title laying with him now. I think this is going to be his.
Can I say he's also done a sterling job in the Masters competition?
Yes.
Because he's currently lying third there, 3 minutes 52 back on that competition. Wojciech Skierski's in second, 3 minutes 17. Been close out there. Orlando Montoya, the rider wearing the jersey with the blue sleeves, that's the Masters jersey out there, and he's done a fabulous job. And I say that because at the start of this competition there were 46 riders in that Masters
Yep.
competition. It is no mean feat out there at all to be at the top of the table in that competition.
Yeah, Montoya 7th overall in the overall GC, but leading in that Masters competition. Matt Smithson, just out of interest, in 11th place overall. So
great
doing a
riding.
great job. Yeah.
Well, Lucas Barrier is the rider in the Young Riders competition. He's been having a really good race out there. He's in those white sleeves. He's just on the back of this group at the moment. You can see there the gap at 64 riders, 65 riders in the leading group, and then a small gap back to the group behind. Barrier, part and parcel of this group. He's been racing for 11 hours, 24 minutes so far. Another probably 2 hours to go on to that today.
And his best position, he's got a top 25 in the stage before last, which was not an easy stage in the slightest. It was our big mountain climbing stage. So on one of the toughest stages with the most ascent, he's going to be on there. Now, let's talk about Dylan Kennett.
Just to prove world champions eat cake, there is Kate McCarthy eating cake in the background.
Indeed, I'm loving the fact that there's a whole load of water bottles in front of Kate as well. It's nice to see that Dylan has managed to replace Ollie Jones as the pin-up on the wall with a world champion here that he really should be paying a little bit more respect to, maybe it could be said. I think interesting, Dylan. I noticed that in yesterday's stage, Dylan Kennett was going for the sprints, but Dylan, it's good to see you back on the bike, and I know you've done an amazing job out there of racing. He's also been DS in the women's team, and we've been keeping our eye on that as well. The community is absolutely amazing, whether you are the star of the discipline or a star of another.
Well, also, let me just say, Dylan Kennett, not the only person to be putting posters up in the Pain Cave. Keep your eyes peeled for other posters.
Oh, okay.
Pain Cave decoration does exist. Now, Daniel Cragg on the front of the pack at the moment here, one of the new riders to MyWhoosh and joining the MyWhoosh Championships. It's been fabulous to have him on our screens and fabulous to have him in the mix. And take a look at this. The first checkpoint at the 5.9 kilometre marker, they're 2K out. Nice move. He's waking everybody up in the pack behind.
And Quickstrom looking like he's in for that race. And we must remind ourselves and everybody that you've got to remember, although overall a lot of these the competitions are basically wrapped up by something major, what we are looking at, there are prizes today for today's top three, for taking the most sprint points. And
he
for
wants to
taking
go up.
Now, Jonathan Fagan wants to go. He's not on a podium position at the moment. He's top 4, not top 3.
He's 39 seconds back from Michael Rademacher, who's currently in 3rd place at the moment.
And I think whilst he might have managed to take the trip to the family holiday and then come back and manage to get racing as well, because it wasn't going to work at the family holiday, which is a mission in itself. This is mission impossible today. But I am very prepared to be proved wrong by the action that unfolds in front of us today. It won't be the first, and hopefully it won't be the last time I'm proved wrong in a race, putting words to the action. Let's go to category 5. I did say Junior Alberto Pence is a man to watch. He is indeed. He is ahead of the mathematician himself, Nicholas Spratt, in 2nd and Luke Kendall in 3rd. Pence leading the competition as we go into stage 7, because he is the rider with the lowest cumulative aggregate time, 10 hours, almost exactly, only 15 seconds over that 10-hour marker. And he's clear of Spratt by 35 seconds. So a bit like we've seen in some of the other competitions in the other categories, it is still close. It could change. It's going to take a major move to change it. And I think Spratt, Kendall, potentially Cadabona, potentially Pedder, potentially Loxley, top 6 may have a chance, but it's a very slim chance on the course today to change position.
I think the only thing that could potentially happen is Nicholas Spratt could go for a long one, and we know he's a very aggressive rider. He could have kept his powder dry a little bit yesterday and saved his legs for today. Well, Junior Pence took the win yesterday in that time trial. It was so close. How can it be that close in a time trial? But it was. And that was a great, great ride and a great, great race out there. The Category 5 riders still with a minute to go in the the pens were just going to drop over and into the sprint for the first checkpoint in Category 6. And Ola Warren is running onto the back of a wheel. You can see the archway just around the corner. He's going to need to push here to close this down, because at the moment, Damasolo is the rider pushing on, and the rider clear. I think Warren's not going to make it. He realises that and sits back down and waits another day. But take a look at that. There's riders coming up for the rest of the points as well, just wanting to get that time across the line. And Warren, well, not taking the first sprint.
Indeed, not taking the first sprint, so we'll wait for those points to be confirmed on our screens before we call that completely. And here they come. So it is Damasio who's taken top spot, followed by Warren Bedogni, then Choten, followed by Kvikstrom. They are the riders who get the 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points. Quick reminder for you that we have 5 sprints out on the course. That's a total of 25 points up for grabs. First 5-point score going to Damasio as Category 5 leave the pens here today with Junior Pens, our leading rider. There, no pun intended, believe me, as they head out on to race route. And we are in with Junior now. Congratulations, Junior, on your stage win yesterday in the time trial. Congratulations. I know you've got the MyWhoosh jersey on now.
Channeling the vibe for this year.
The gold jersey should be yours. Just one stage left to defend.
Well, Nicholas Spratt is the rider in the polka dots. He's been riding strongly in that King of the Mountains competition. He is 114 points to Gavescu's 64 as we go in with Machedo.
Indeed.
Same jersey.
Yes, João Machedo has given us the real him. On stage 7, we've gone for the real João Machedo, not the time trial Machedo, not motorbike Machedo,
not unicorn Machedo,
not unicorn Machedo, but João Machedo, the character that is here. He's got the sash there just pretty nicely. I'm sure he's trimmed it. He's a man of excellent, exquisite sartorial taste, certainly in terms of millinery.
And he's right on the front of the pack.
And no surprises to see him up near the front of the pack now.
So is Christian Korzanski, one of the riders who I would say normally we see climbing prowess. But right now he's on the front of the group here at the 1 kilometre marker. So 1K into the race, and Korzanski on the front of the pack, dialing this here at the moment, wanting to keep the pace high and get this really rolling.
Indeed, Christian Korzanski, the Falcon Condor Eagles squad. He's consistently climbed since stage 2. He's climbed up through the rankings, 5 places one day, 9 the next, 6 the day after that, 2 yesterday. So consistently climbing his way up. Let's go in with our Masters competition leader here, because we are in with, GCC leader. He's in here. I tell you something, he is absolutely springing his way, from bouncing his way into the finish here today. I love the fact that he's gone for the black jersey with the gold bar across. I think a touch of class there
to finish it off.
To finish off by a very classy rider.
Well, Luke Kendall on your screen. Oh, yes, look at that. He's got flamingos on his jersey. That is a cracker. I love that. Well, Luke Kendall also wearing the Masters jersey on screen. Well, his avatar is. He's leading that competition by 8 minutes, 13 seconds. Brilliant riding and racing from Luke Kendall, and going to be good to see how he goes. He's looking very happy about it all as well.
Well, he's right up there on GC, isn't he? He's top 3 at the moment. So we're going to just see how that plays out today. Will we see a win from him? He's had... Do you know, he's been knocking on the doors so many stages. He's had a second. He's had 3 third places, an 8th and a 13th.
But he's got defending to do. He's 9 seconds clear of Leonard Canabona in 4th place. He's just got to keep his eye on the ball today. In the youth competition, Juan Roas leading that competition. He is wearing those white sleeves. He is 19 minutes clear of Andre Gavescu. That's been a good competition as well.
It has indeed. So well done to Juan Rojas leading that competition out as they go through. Yeah,
the team competition. I'm just going to say hello to Luke Allpott, actually. Evening, Luke. Fabulous to have you
Evening,
here.
buddy.
Thank you so much for joining us this year on the MyWhoosh Championships. It's great to have you back. I hope we're going to see you on the Sunday Race Club as the year progresses. Keep on hydrating, keep on enjoying it, keep on that community alive, and keep on riding all the way to that finish line today. In the team competition in Category 5, Virtual Velocity have taken, well, they've got to have taken the win because they are 22 minutes clear of the Crank Masters. At the 29-minute mark is Road Brazil ZTBR, and BMC 5 Up are in 4th. Whoosh, you are here in 5th. Scott Coxon on your screen. Another newer rider to MyWhoosh and to the MyWhoosh Championships.
Yeah, great to see Scott. You can see him just tapping out the rhythm there on the bike. Did a great job throughout the course of this championships, and I think I'm hoping we're going to see lots of the riders who we've seen on our championships maybe for the first time, and I know there are a number of those making the way into the Sunday Race Club as well. Nikolai Savic on our screens, and a rider who's been battling up in the overall competition, currently in 13th position. Done a great job riding his way through the race. Been hovering around about sort of the top 15. Best position yesterday, so on the ascendancy as we go in with Rod Loxley, who's gone for a yellow jersey today down there. Rod today has got to get himself in over the line. A great riding by Rod, I've got to say. Really impressed by him. Over the course of this.
In that leading team, and 157 back on GC, currently sat in 6th place. So some great riding there as well.
Yep, definitely. And we'll see how he goes as we go through the stage, as we will with Junior Silva. Junior Silva, another of our regulars on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's good to see you. And the Brazilian there, proudly wearing the Brazilian jersey there. So
just outside the top 20 on GC. So a really strong performance.
And when you look at the time gaps, actually, there is the potential for him to move up, but not impossible, but tricky maybe today.
Yeah, and well, I'll tell you something.
But time gaps could go today.
They could. You just don't know what's going to happen today. And to be honest, enjoy the final day. Maxime Fabre on your screens at the moment, and the French rider in the mix, in the pack. Could be one looking forward to some sprints today.
Indeed, Maxime Fabre putting in a great ride. Another of our regulars on the Sunday Race Club. Best position so far, a 12th place. Can he break that top 10 in that final sprint?
Well, today is about conquest, challenge, camaraderie. It's also about consistency, congratulations and celebrations. Christophe Lasno on your screen at the moment, and there's going to be some celebrations going on. He's had a great championships, he really has. Lasno doing the business across the stages, and he's been riding well in terms of that sprint competition, picking up points out there. Tricky when Joel Warren and Roman Mazzaros have been going head to head, but Lasno getting into the mix.
Indeed, Lasno taking a 4th place on stage 3. So definitely one to watch should it come down to a sprint finish, which is the prediction today.
Oh, well, another push on the front, making sure the pace is strong. Matt Monroe, Lenador on your screens at the moment, and you can see the setup with the fan blowing. Another happy rider. It's the final day. We're all smiles everywhere. He's in his Philippines jersey. Great choice before and on the final stage today.
So let's move across now into our category for competition. What a battle we've had at the front of this race. Pano Alalucia taking the win in the time trial, moving into top spot overall, displacing Sinclair into 2nd place. It is close. There are 12 seconds separating 1st and 2nd place. The battle for 3rd and 4th is not over either. Burgo versus Pino. And that is only a matter of 34 seconds or so. So again, that could come down. And with the size of these bunches, you're going to lose 10, 15 seconds if you're at the front of the group and the back of the group. That's the difference because they are so big. Could watch out today for maybe some of our riders who haven't figured in the overall. People like Eben Swart, who we know can sprint. He could take advantage of the fact that he's not there in the overall. And the climbs today are all relatively short.
A stage win on the final day of the MyWhoosh Championships is nothing to be sniffed at all. There is something in stage one and there's something in the final stage that makes the legs golden. Well, Panu Alalusa is wearing that golden jersey at the moment down there in the start. It's a 12-second gap over Aidan Sinclair he has on GC. It was 18 seconds he took the win by yesterday. Dorian Bergan has been doing a great ride as well. He's 51 seconds back on GC. He is a rider that's been getting better and better, and that's going to be one to watch, I think, for the future.
Definitely. So category 4 down in the start pens, just under 3/4 of a minute to our race start. We're just going to dive in with category 5 because we've just gone through our sprint, first sprint of the day at 5.9 kilometers. That's the coastal sprint. And Emma, these sprint points are critical. Warren taking 5, Macedo taking 4, Lasdo taking 3, Santos taking 2, and Mazzaros taking 1. We've seen the battle unfold between Mazzaros and Warren. Lasdo now on the move, and I think on the attack. I think in some ways this is almost a pattern maybe for the day. People going for the sprint on the day, but then having to battle the overall.
Yeah, just 7 points separated Warren from Mazzaros at the start of the day. And I said 25 points available, so that could well run. Riding at the moment out the start pen are category 4. Juan Restrepo on the front as they swing out onto the course today. Marvin Angarita right up there as well. Now, Batty in the polka dots. He can't be touched in that competition, in that King of the Mountains competition. He's got 142 points to Aidan Sinclair's 115. Those two riders head-to-head in the mountains, but it was Niall Batty when the slopes really went up. Polka dots will stay on his shoulders. The sprint competition, Sinclair battling with Francis Pino. 3 points separate those two. That's going to be a different competition today because in category 4, the 5 segments really count. Andrew Rushmer on your screen at the moment in the blue sleeves, indicating he's leading the Masters competition, and he's leading that by 2 minutes.
Yep, big gap for Rushmer at the moment, and I think that should be secure on Rushmer's shoulder, sitting in 15th place overall. He's been putting in some great performances inside that top 20. Can he break top 15? Can he get top 10 today in that run for the line? I think the sprints today, that competition is going to be really interesting between Pino and Sinclair. I agree with you. I mean, that is going to run, I think, probably to the line. Interesting to see Marvin Angarita out of the pens early. He's a sprint winner from earlier in the championship as well, and you can't discount him in a finish. He could be a good pick today with the hills on the way in. He's good on the way out of a tough stage into a sprint.
Yeah, Francis Pino in the GCC jersey. He's clear of Clinton Cirillo by 6 minutes. So really great work from him today. The Masters jersey, we've already talked about Andrew Rushmer wearing that ahead of Nelson Schneider. The Young Riders jersey, well, interestingly, that's on the shoulders of Aidan Sinclair. He is 1 minute 12 seconds ahead of Matteo Pino. I was going to talk about the team competition because for me, there is Aidan Sinclair still in his warm-up jersey coming out of the pen. Expect that to come off later. Got some choices to make today, has Sinclair, over what his focus is going to be. The sprint competition, the overall. Is he happy with second place and going for the sprints, or is he going to put it all in the bag today and lay it on the line for the overall title?
You say decisions to make. He could let the road decide and see how the chips fall today and play it very dynamically.
Well, another chip to fall today is the team competition. Panu Analusa on your screens at the moment will be defending that golden jersey all the way to the line. He goes through that Ferrari showroom. One or two of those Ferraris, the same colour as the jersey he's wearing. Well, his avatar is wearing. Golden Ferrari, golden jersey. Nice. The team competition, Pedal Club are currently leading it. But when I say leading it, they're leading it by 10 seconds.
And their leading rider overall is just inside the top 10. That's Ryan Giuliano, who's just inside that top 10. So it shows you the strength of the team as a whole.
Yeah, they're leading it from the BMC Anzacs, 10 seconds the gap. Cycle District 4A are at 45 seconds. The top 3 teams, 45 seconds the gap in Category 4. It's going to be interesting to see whether anybody tries to overturn that today. Level Golden have also done a great job. They're only 2 minutes 35 back. And then it's a big gap back to Cafe de Colombia, who are at 20 minutes.
So the attack's going on the front from Hassan Sultan and Juan Restrepo. They've got the gap. Karanaki just looking to come across the gap with Eric Rimborg as they make their way up here. We're just in with Ryan Giuliano at the moment, just looking to make sure he stays in position. He won't want to lose any kind of position at all, leading a rider for that Pedal Club squad. Giuliano tucked in here and at the moment in a good place, but we've a long way to go. 2.6k covered. Our total race distance today, 79.2 kilometers. We go in with Arthur Carboni. He's the nearest rider to our screens. Arthur's been putting in some good rides today, particularly when it goes uphill. Hovering just outside the top 20 at the moment. He's only about 14 seconds off breaking the top 20. And some great rides from him inside the top 20 as well. Maybe a top 15 today, Arthur. Potential target for the last stage.
Well, and Andre Corbani, his dad in the background in category 6 and doing a good job there as well.
Indeed, don't forget the dads out there.
I love the fact that they've ridden the MyWhoosh Championships in 2 different categories side by side. Absolutely brilliant. And you can see all sorts of riders in the mix.
Now, great to go in with some of our riders that we maybe not been in with throughout the championships. In with Salia Species at the moment, just tapping that rhythm out on the bars, keeping an eye on the screen to the side there, looking to make sure he continues to push here. And we're going to see how he goes on today. Another of our riders who's been battling it out across all of these stages, been in 35th position overall. Been really consistent. In fact, he was 33rd on the stage yesterday. Let's go in with Eben's thoughts. Eben has been keeping us entertained when we've gone in with him with the smiles and with the sprints. He isn't our Lantern Rouge.
No, but he is a rider with a great turn of pace and could be eyeing up the finale today. Evans Fart towards the front of the group at the moment and pushing on in this mix. Francis Pino right at the front of the pack here at the 3.6 kilometre marker. The GCC rider does not want to back this off.
No, he's going hard here because he knows by making it hard here, Sinclair's going to have one eye on the overall because he's second place. And Pino, I think, is going to try and take it to him by going sprint after sprint after sprint. And that's the way to do it. Make it hard for everybody. One man who's got plenty of Yorkshire grit when it starts to get tough, and we know he's going to be able to dig in deep, is Graham Pearce, that Yorkshire flag proudly displayed in the background. The Yorkshire squad have already got some really good results, the riders from Yorkshire.
Don't make him smile. He's trying to race hard.
He is trying to race hard. You do know that at one Olympics, if Yorkshire was a nation, they would have actually been 7th in the Olympics.
Impressive, isn't it?
It is for a small county in the north of England. Yes, it's not by going, is it? In the Olympics, they would have been 7th nation at one point and beaten Australia that
I'll tell you something. Aidan Sinclair has made his choice. The jersey is off. He's pushing on here and he's going for this sprint and he's going long. He's going hard at the 5.9 kilometre marker. That's where the checkpoint is. Oh, he's got 1.4k to go. The gap's starting to extend, but Pino is chasing.
So Pino going on the offensive. Sinclair goes, anything you can do, I can do better. And he's gone off the front now. Here's the tactic for you. Go now, don't come back.
Well.
Go long, go big, or go home. And it might be that's the tactic here being employed. It's brave if it is. That's all I'm going to say. So we are going to dive across because we are still a little way off the start. We're going to dive in with category 3 who are waiting to go in our pens. Matteo Corrales, our leader in category 3 in our general classification from Michael Jacquila. The gap, a humongous 1.619 seconds.
I'll tell you something, someone's going to be glued to a wheel today.
That's like being 5 places back in a bunch sprint. Not even that.
Yeah, I know.
Not even that. That could be 1 place in a bunch sprint.
It is
just nothing.
Yeah, and it is going to go close to the wire today, I think, category 3. Corrales from Jaquila, Huel Horse, 1 minute 9 seconds back. But there are some great riders in here, and there's a lot of riders within 2 minutes. So when you think about 7 riders inside 2 minutes here, there's a lot of battles going on. And I'm just taking a little look. 8th and 9th, Wilson Villada, 2 minutes 7 seconds back, 0.2. Jakub Wojciech, 2 minutes 7 seconds back, 0.4. There could be shifts in the top 10 overall today.
I think there
very,
could well
very easily.
Very easily indeed. Now, David Watts taking the win, putting down the Watts. I must admit, I smiled when Haley said that on the podcast yesterday. I thought it was great. David Watts with the Watts taking the win in the stage as we go into a man with plenty of Watts at the moment. Sinclair has gone clear. He's got 4 seconds on the chasing riders, 9 seconds on the bunch. And it's now Hobson's choice about letting the road decide. The bunch is behind. I think looking at the numbers, you can't make a call whether he's carrying on or not. I think that's.
Oh, I think he's going to back off because it would be the sensible choice. The headwind out there on the sections will just make the pack roll faster. But we shall see. Sinclair from Pinot, from Thuth, from Snyder, and Pruitt.
That sprint competition going to run as a big pack in category 4 make the way up onto this bridge. We're going to dive into our race start in category 3 and press play after we'd pressed pause before with Ronan Racote. At the moment, we're going to see what he can do out on the course here today. The Frenchman taking to a race route, 27th overall. He's had a top 10 already. Stage 1, he was in 9th place in that sprint stage. So we'll see whether he can get another top 10 here today. Will Ronan be able to repeat that feat on our last stage? We have seen riders having good first and last stages of this race already. And I'm not giving any spoilers away about which race category that was in at all. You'll have to watch it back. Don't forget, you can pick up all of the action. If you've missed a stage, you can catch it back up again. Make sure you subscribe, follow, like, whatever you need to do on whichever platform you're on to the MyWhoosh feed to get notified when we go live, covering all of the Sunday race clubs, covering all of the MyWhoosh Championships, and of course the World Championships, the UCI, Union Cycliste Internationale, the governing body for cycle sport around the globe, the Cycling Esports World Championships, the latest document just been released about how riders can qualify.
I know.
Interestingly, out there, I think it's likely to be a subject in one of our very first podcasts as to what's in there and the implications thereof.
Yes. Oh. So MyWhoosh Kalman has taken the hot dog off of his shoulders and is now on the bike in the MyWhoosh jersey. He's right to the fore of the category 3 pack. Yes, so we saw MyWhoosh in the pain cave of Joanna Kalman earlier on. As decoration, I think is probably the only way to say it.
Yes, we're not talking about one of those dogs that go in a rucksack when you go out training, as Emma would like at some point.
We're talking like a fairground hot dog.
Yes.
He's not interested in that at the moment because he's focused on what's going on in the category 3
I don't
race.
think he's listening to us trying to put
They're
him off.
1.1 kilometres already underway, and the pace is high here because we've got a small group down the road at the moment. So 4-5 riders, 4 or 5 seconds down the road. Bellicos, Junyu Lin, Christopher Morgan, Van der Zandt and Rocker. That's a dangerous group, actually.
It is. But it's not far down the road. And I think that as we come into Ferrari World, you've just got to really rock it off the front.
You do. Category 3, the team competition is so tight. Suffer together on the top of the competition. The Level Vikings 51 seconds back. BMC 3 Elite 1 minute 56 back. It's been such a tight competition. Tamo Friedeck on your screen has also been having a fabulous race out there. That's also been a great one to watch.
It has. We've been in watching our riders, and Tamo amongst the many
he
riders.
Looks so happy. It's
brilliant.
I know,
mate. Stage 7. One more. This is it. This is your last stage. He's been going really, really well. He's had some really good stages. Top 15 today would be a good result, I think, for Tamo here today for the BMC 3 squad. That would give him his best result of the championship so far. Let's dive in with our GCC leader in category 3, and that is Dorvin K. Elosk. Well done, to Dobbin, leading that GCC competition at the moment.
Yeah, and it has been a great ride for him, and one of the riders I think who we see strong performances on the Sunday Race Club, and sometimes when you least expect it. Well, in the Masters competition, the blue sleeves are on Antti Poni's jersey. He's leading that competition after 9 hours, 28 minutes and 19 seconds of racing by 2 minutes 38 from Martin Condor. They've had a really great battle out there, and it is good to see, but Pony is the rider going into today in that Masters jersey. In the young riders jersey, that's been a fabulous competition out there as well. In category 3, and so close. It's just representative of all the other riding and racing out there because it has been fabulous everywhere and so close. Fabio Hjulhorst is the rider, the Peak Power Racing 3B squad rider who's leading that competition by 2 minutes 48 seconds from Sergio Osorio. Junyu Lin in third place, 3 minutes 31 back. That's just how close that young rider competition has been.
And Junyu Lin, don't forget, not all that long ago, was leading in the GC overall. So, you know, we are talking about contenders overall, as well as being up there battling in that young rider competition. Franklin Almeida on our screens, another of our regular riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, a regular rider on the championship, currently laying in third place in that Masters competition, Almeida, and tucked into the group. Jean Yannicki on here. We've regularly been in with Jean, who's either got the world's fastest washing machine and drying facilities, or he's got multiple jerseys at the same time because he's been consistent in his jersey choices.
Highly likely. Well, the sprint winner at the moment, well, should I say the sprint winner? The rider leading the sprint competition overall is Christopher Morgan from the Level Vikings. He's on 67 points, but Mason Rocker is in the mix on 59. So 8 points with 25 available today in the Category 3 competition. Jerry Pippinen on your screen at the moment, up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals, right to the fore of the Category 3 pack and doing a great job of being in the mix. The climbing competition is done, however.
With the winner,
Carlos Manarelli,
by
109 points to 90
from
Fabio Hjulhorst, the young rider.
Excellent.
I know. So at the 3.7 kilometre marker, the Category 3 pack are rolling, all of them out there at the moment, and it is great to see. The rest of the riders moving on and moving through in the competition and out there on the course. That too is great to see. The Liwa climb up and over the first climb segment of the day for the Category 6 pack. Toro, Vivoda, Quickstrom, Mamba and Fager, the riders going over in the top 5.
Now you can see we've got Luis Andrade, Ivo Schur, Rafael Buster, and Aruna Bakken in there. Now Bakken had a number of good races. He accelerated through the race field, moving up 11 places, 5, 3, 7 places, coming into the time trial. Didn't have the time trial I think he wanted yesterday, but still holding top 5 at the moment in the race overall, Bakken. So good position by him as we go in with the riders going on. Let's see how this race continues, and let's see how the battle continues out there at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen between here and our finish line as we go in to the finish in the Yas Marina circuit. And Ivo Schur nicely tucked into the script. One of the things I'm going to say about Category 3, and I want to get this out there, I think it's really, we have seen in the MyWhoosh Championship confirmation that the categories are just getting harder and harder and harder to race. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, they're more competitive. Patrick Karlstrom. Come on, Patrick, you can do this. Come on, buddy. One more to go. One more day to go. One more stage to go. Pat, we've been in with Patrick every single day, and he has done an amazing job. I'm just hunting for Patrick actually in the overall. Gio, when the field's this big, it does take me a while.
It's amazing. But can I also just say the Category 3 race, Category 3 in the men's, Category 3 in the women's, for me, the strength and depth of the Category 3 fields has been fantastic. It's like they're squeezed in the middle of all the other categories, and hence they end up being so tightly packed in terms of ability. And that has just like given us fabulous racing. Well, Mason Rocker at the moment is dialing it on the front, and Rocker, part and parcel of that competition in the sprints with Christopher Morgan. Rocker currently lying in second place. I think he's got first place on his mind.
So here we go. Mason Rocker looking for the points today. He's got the gap, but don't discount Rocker for continuing onwards here. I think that is, for me, the thing here. He eases off. Interesting. Look at that. Straight
and Christopher
off there.
Morgan, look at the sprint coming from him. He wants 4 points to Rocker's 5. Because if he keeps going that way, all he's got to do is finish second every time or in the points. Because at the moment now, Rocker moves his points up, but so does Morgan. It was, I'm just confirming, an 8-point gap going into today's stage. If it finishes like this every single time, it'll come down to a 3-point gap, but it won't change the positions.
I don't think I'd like to be sat there with the gap coming down that close. That would not be my idea of fun. Now, our defending champion from 2025 in Category 2, Mr. X100, has the lead, has the gold jersey, and by a good margin here. Is it insurmountable? No. Is it likely to go? Equally, no. Let's see how these riders play this today, because Mr. X100 leading 29 seconds from David Nitko, who took the win in the time trial, is on storming form, as you can see. He put 13 seconds into Mr. X100, who was in second place in the time trial, just from his teammate, half a second, not even that, 0.3 of a second, separating Mr. X100 from SS. SS taking the most climb points on the day, Julian Hertz taking the sprint points on the day.
Yeah, and Category 2 on the final countdown now, the final countdown to the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2027. We're in with Mohammed Al-Kais at the moment. The lights go green, away go Category 2. The battle commences out there on course. They've got 79.2 kilometres of racing today to decide this, and there are a number of battles out there that may well be played out.
I think so. I can't wait to see this unfold, because Category 2 is so ferocious. I think it's one of our race categories where no one ever goes into Category 2 thinking that it is not going to be literally shoulder to shoulder.
Well, shoulder to shoulder, it's going to be. X100 is wearing multiple jerseys today underneath that golden leaders jersey. One of them is the GCC. He's leading that competition from his compatriot SS by 1 minute 5 seconds. He's also wearing the Masters competition jersey, which he's leading from Peter Milostic by 39 seconds. There's a lot of defending jerseys and titles that are going to be going on out there today. Because David Nitko is 29 seconds back on GC. Peter Milostic is 39 seconds back on GC. And when I look a little bit further back through the top 10, there are some very, very tight battles out there in terms of positions. Mitchell Stewart is currently in 7th place, 2:19 back. Nikolai Damsgaard is in 8th, 2:32 back. Well, that is only, 13 seconds? So it is really, really interesting.
So we are up, we are away. We're in with one of our really strong young riders, Milan Termerton, who is up and racing. He's going to be in action today. He's leading in the youth competition. He's up, he's out, he's away. What is he going to do today? So let's see how he does today. On our youth competition, he's not on the front, though. It's Maciej Mendakowicz, who's the other end of the spectrum here, the other scale.
He is indeed, but he's pushing on and riding strongly. And Maciej Mendakowicz, one of the riders who we like going in with, because he is he's such a brave rider and he likes a hard race. And it really is good to see the work that he does and the strategic positioning that he puts himself in. Julian Hertz also riding strongly, but Well, let's just take a look here. Julian Hertz is in the mix, and he's currently lying second in that sprint competition, 10 points behind Vidal Mayer. He closed that down yesterday, but I'm not sure he's closed it down enough. There are 25 points on offer maximum today. But Vidal Mayer is such a strong rider and such a good racer. I don't think it should be too hard for him to take that jersey away. Jamie Cahill on your screen. Great racing from him over the championships.
It is indeed. Jamie Cahill. It's great to go into Jamie's pain cave time and time again. And he's one of our regular riders on the MyWhoosh Championships. Let's see how he goes on today. He's out onto race route. He's looking good at the moment. And Jamie's done a great job. Our riders in Category 2 have to be aware, though, that we could see moves. There are some really good breakaway specialists in Category 2 today. And I think when we hit those trigger points coming in towards the end, the Bahrain Hills, there's the potential. It's still a good distance to the finish. I think once we're going into the Yas Marina in the last 5K, that is going to be very different. You're too close to the finish there. But the Bahrain Hills may be too far away. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it is. 3 riders just off the front here, just hanging out, and you can see the pack doing the chasing, bringing them down. I'm going to go with a number of riders. David Nitko currently lying in second on GC. He's on your screen. Gal Yazbek has been putting in a great race as well. He's one of those riders who was in that youth competition. He's lying in second place, 2 minutes 51 back behind Milan Termerton. Nathan Guerra on your screen has been having an amazing championships and really been battling stage in, stage out. He's lying in 5th place on GC. And Miko Machedo on your screen as well.
Yep, Nathan Guerra's had a great championship, and I think had that time trial gone more his way, then he really would have found himself right up in the top 3. I think that time trial yesterday, it's a stage he's going to look back on, take those lessons and then move forward and look at when he goes in, I think maybe a different strategy. I think he gave it everything. I think he went for it. And I think that's the style of Nathan Guerra, is to go really hard for it. And maybe it just didn't pay off on the day. But do you know what? I would quite like to have a bad day and still be inside the top 5. That's good going for anybody out there. Now we're in with Simon Walter.
Master of the cooling.
He is indeed, and at the moment, Simon Walter just hovering around the front. Now, when we talk about fast finishing and coming into a race finish, going to be good. He's a rider who we think could be there.
He's 18th on GC at the moment, 9 minutes back, and it's been a great race and a great race for him and his team. He's part and parcel of the UAE clan team. In terms of that team competition, they are in top spot, 3 minutes 23 seconds ahead of the Goats. At 4 minutes 43, a team Balbina in 3rd. 7 minutes 46, the Peloton Phantoms. Those teams have had a real battle out here, and I tell you, there are some real close times still behind. So great racing across Category 2. And I think today is going to be another great day.
I think so. Category 2, great riders. Up and out of the pen, out and away, out on race route. We're in with Josh Power, the Ice Vest, there to keep him cool, to keep that core temperature down as he starts generating the heat, putting down the watts. And that's one of the key things for our riders, keeping themselves optimized. It's what you can do when you're indoors that you can't do when you are outdoors. Optimize your race performance because it's a controlled environment. Yes, things can change. Yes, things can move, but going to be a very interesting race, I think, today for all of our riders, because I think there's going to be a lot that they can't control. I think because it's one of those race routes where, because there's no monster climb, there's no obvious one place where it's going to go hard. I think every attack point, whether that is going to be a climb, a descent, whether it is a sprint, it's a sprint checkpoint, it's going to be a place where you could see the change in pace and you can see it break.
Well, the break is being caught here, and you can see the group coming across and the rest of the pack following. Take a look on the top right hand corner of the screen. The large group all coming back together again. Hoyas, Machedo, Troshanowski, Nuki, Hertz, Mendakowicz are all towards the front of this group. Milan Termerton, the young rider, I tell you, he's a rider who's just been getting better and better and better, and that is great to see.
Yeah, I do like Milan Termerton's efforts, the way that he's putting them in. I think he's definitely a rider for the future, sitting in 11th place overall. I think Turmerton has put in a really consistent race. His best days were the mountain stages. So he went really well on our mountain day, and then he did the same on the climb day. And I'm sort of differentiating the two because the mountain day was in Bhutan where we had the ascents and the descents. So it was hard climb and rest. The climbing day was just pure climbing when we were in Colombia to go, which was basically all uphill. Now, Nicolas Fournier has had a solid ride, I think, all the way through the race here today. He has, I think, he's been consistent. He's not been a rider who has been right at the top. The only day he had a bad day, there was day 2, and I think that cost him overall.
Yeah, and Nicolas Fournier, one of the coaches on MyWhoosh, so you can join his live coaching sessions. He's also a fabulous sprinter, part and parcel of that Windmill Eiffel squad, the bringing together of France and the Netherlands.
Now, as we run in towards our sprint at the 5.9 kilometre mark, Trojanowski has got the jump on the riders Gorjak, Mayer, Machado, Hertz, and Pardon Cooper. They've really got to move on the way up here, taking the way in underneath the banner here today. So as they go in underneath the line, you can see they have made the move. The points go 5 to Trojanowski, 4 to Mayer, 3 to Gorjak, 2 to Hertz, and 1 to Machado. The power, though, not necessarily coming right off all these riders as they go through. Is this going to instigate a break? We will have to wait to find out. Let's have a little bit of a run out from the line with category 1 in a few minutes time. Jason Osborne leading the race overall, the fastest time covering the distances of anybody, 8 hours 43 minutes 42 seconds, leading from Ollie Jones. Ollie Jones sitting in second place, 1 minute 13 down. The gap from Jones to Van Elst is not insurmountable.
Well, yesterday it was Osborne from Dont and Van Elst. Paradians took the points in the sprints. Osborne took the points in the climbs. For me, this Category 1 race is all about further down on GC. 1 minute 13 to Jones between Jones and Osborne. Then, wow, it starts getting really close. You start to see, what is that, 16 seconds between Jones and Van Elst in third. Then between Van Elst and Ruben Dont in fourth, it's 4 seconds. There's a bit more of a gap, 50 seconds back to Skierski, but then there's only 22 seconds back between Skierski and Fryatt. It is close out there. Pedersen and Kaminsky in 9th and 10th, separated by 30 seconds on GC. I can't really see this doing anything else than coming to a sprint today, but you just never know.
I can't see this being anything but a sprint. I agree with you there. I would love to say it's going to break clear, but the main rider that you would suspect would do that break clear is Jason Osborne. And we've seen him try. And he said on the podcast, he's tried to go and he's not gone clear. He's tried to put in a dig, they've answered it. He's not found a way to break and get a massive gap. A lot of that gap was made on the time trial that he put in. It's not been easy to shed the likes of Jones. And, when you've got riders of the class of like Neil Fryatt, Van Elst, Dont, Skierski, Milostic, Turek, Pedersen, Kaminsky, they're your top 10 in the overall, chasing and looking at what they're going to do. Okay, Van Elst is a teammate of Osborne. He's not going to chase, but neither Skierski. But equally, they are wanting to keep their positions defended, if not improve on them as well.
Yeah, do you know, and the team competition in Category 1 has been absolutely fabulous. The final boss is leading the charge, 26 hours, 14 minutes, 58 seconds of racing, ahead of the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys by 6 minutes, 14 now. Zero Ducks Racing, 14:47 back in third. ZDR2, 17:05. So that has been great. Neil Fryatt leading the Masters competition. He's wearing those blue sleeves out there today. He's putting in a fabulous performance, leading the Masters competition in 6th on GC.
As we make the move down the road, we said, will there be a break? Do we see a push? We are seeing a push on the front here at the moment. I think Kroll right up at the front there, just looking to open the gap. We're in with Michael Kaminsky at the moment, but the gap just opening on the front there, but going to be closed down quickly, I suspect, here. Pucker, Kroll, Paradians, and Plantero. Now, if Hayden Pucker goes down the road, you don't want to be leaving him too much room because he is a breakaway specialist. But I'll tell you something, by him going on the front, he's making everybody else work and he's saving energy for Jason Osborne. The perfect domestic job.
He is indeed, and Dan Shurik on the screen at the moment. You can see the communications going on amongst the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. He's part and parcel of that squad in second place. Ollie Jones leading that for them. But Dan Shurik himself currently sat in 8th place on GC. A great performance from him. He's 29 seconds down on Lyndon Milostic. If they get split in the packs, if Lyndon ended up in Group 2 on the road and Shurik in Group 1, that could change. Pavel Skirski in the Young Riders competition in the white sleeves in that Category 1 race. He has been battling with Lyndon Milostic of the Venga boys out there. He's 1 minute 19 seconds clear. Skirski is of Milostic. Look at that, 53 minutes of racing for Category 6 already complete.
Yes.
They're at the 33.6 kilometre marker. They are through sprint checkpoint number 2 and heading towards sprint checkpoint number 3.
They are indeed. So, 2/3 of the checkpoint, over 2/3 of the checkpoint done. 2/5 of the checkpoint done. In fact, 40% of the way of the points already allocated out in that sprint competition in Category 6. They're ahead of Category 5 at the moment. We're in with our breakaway riders here at the moment. Kevin Motmans and Marius Fossier, both with a view into the pain cave. Some serious pain cave aren't there in the pain cave of Marius Fossier. A little bit more on the walls than Kevin Motmans, but both riders, despite the difference in style, are very much united in this escape move at the moment. I think this is brilliant.
Yes, it is indeed. And the two riders up the road, it's only 6-7 seconds at the moment.
Come on, guys, keep pushing.
But they are continuing to push. They're coming up towards that Al Wathba sprint at the 30.1 kilometre marker. Nice moves here.
I think
you can see the banner in the distance.
I think it's a great move, and I think that the only problem for them is the power of so many riders in the pack. The draft are available there. It means that you get Gremsel here, you've got Neto, Gonsolin going, and then you see the kick from Warren coming up behind. Fossier and Motmans have to jump early here, and the problem is they've already put in an effort to go clear. Now, Warren is coming. Are they going to be able to pick up their pace to match it? I don't think they are. Warren is going to blast past them. He absolutely nails this on the way in towards the line. Nobody else has reacted. Joel Warren here, this really is a sprint of honor on the way in here in this sprint competition, but it's also a statement. It's a statement saying, you want this, come and get it.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody is going to be able to come and get it and take it off him. I think Joel Warren has just cemented his lead in that sprint competition, and he's going to take that to the line today. So Category 5 out and racing hard. Warren from Motmans, from Fossier, Lasno and Roy in that competition, picking up those points on sprint number 2. 3 sprints still to go in that Category 5 race. And if you take a look at the top, we've got groups on the road now, which is really interesting in Category 6 and in Category 5. Perhaps tells us a story of what might happen in some of the other categories as well.
And that is the danger, isn't it? When you see, say, a breakaway go, or then there's an acceleration for the sprint, get caught on the wrong side of a gap. If it's riders with tired legs that are in front of you, and they can't chase the speed, they can't chase the gap down, they can't hold the wheels, you can get caught the wrong side. And you might have had the strength to hold the wheel, but you were in the wrong place. And that's why everybody wants to be up near towards the front, less chance of being caught the wrong side of a gap. But, of course, the further towards the front you get, once you go on the front, you're in the wind and you are in trouble.
Category 1 on the front at the moment is Bjorn Andreasen. Do you know, we've not seen an attack from Bjorn Andreasen all MyWhoosh championships, and Andreasen now starting to move here. He's moving and moving strongly. They're coming towards the first sprint checkpoint of the competition here, of this stage. 5.9 kilometres kilometres into the stage, and Andreasen pushing on those pedals. Andreasen, part and parcel of the Zero Ducks racing. He's got Pedersen, Don and Freiland in his team, and they've been doing an amazing job. Ruben Dont currently in a great position on GC, but Andreasen now in the mix. They're back together again. Nobody leading this out. They've got 1 kilometre to go now until that first sprint checkpoint. Van Elst paying close attention. Kroll on the front. Osborne in there as well. Melostic Power. Fryatt, who's having a great turn of speed and is on some great form. So is Thrall. They're part and parcel of the ZDR2 squad. So some great racing and some great riding right the way across the Category 1 pack here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. Going with Marcin Wozniak at the moment, and you can see him there on the bike in the pain cave, in the pack as well, on this run towards the line. Thrall on the front, Wozniak into Kaplinski, Pucker, Osborne, Paradians. Harris is there as well. Great to talk to Josh Harris on the podcast. Really enjoyed that. Stefan, I do like catching up with him. Hayden Pucker on the front there, also been a guest on the podcast. Jan Jazbek, one of the young riders in this competition, the Slovenian rider. Great to see him on the screen at the moment. And in this competition in Category 1, it's been a hard race, I think, for Jazbek. He's 55 minutes down on GC, but it has been a great one for him, just coming up from Category 2 into Category 1 and really doing the business. Well, doing the business at the moment is Jasper Paradians. Paradians pushing and pushing strongly. He's popped out of the pack, and so is Ruben Dont. Paradians goes underneath in that green skin suit. Ruben Dont, I think, is going to go through in 2. Skierski and Pucker from the final bosses trying to boss this around at the moment and working really well. So Category 1 through the first sprint checkpoint of the day. 4 more sprints to go, 2 climbs. It's all, well, I was going to say it's all on the line today, but it's only on the line for the placings on GC. There's some very close and tight seconds between riders out there. The top spot may well be decided. Jason Osborne in 1, the world champion, 1 minute 13 clear of Ollie Jones coming into this today. Category 1 are out racing. Category 2, we've got another breakaway. Well, Machado and Marquez, look at this. The 2 riders pushing on here. Nice to see the moves going in. It's a 9-second gap at the moment.
So Machado and Marquez, we've got our Portuguese rider, I think, and our Brazilian rider there on the move. United in a common language there in Portuguese. It may well be that they are going to be able to make their move and stay clear. There may well be communication between the 2 riders. I think, Emma, are you hunting to see whether they're on the same team?
I was just taking a little look at the teams to have a look there. But in terms of that Cat 2 race, really interesting.
Yes. We are busy scrolling, covering all of these screens, multiple screens for Emma and myself here in the commentary studios as we try and keep up with the racing across all 6 categories in the men's and the women's. Lots to keep an eye on out on the roads of MyWhoosh. And don't forget, you could join the riders in the next MyWhoosh Championship. If we're going to have one, who knows? We are mere commentators, a mere cog in the machinery. So let's see how that plays out. I've got my fingers crossed for another championship, but let's get to the end of this one first.
They
Emma,
are
any
indeed.
news?
Yeah, they are indeed in the same team.
Are they
They're in the Cycle District 2A team.
Cycle District.
So Marquez
go.
and Machado, teammates going down the road. Absolutely loving that. The Cycle District 2A team. And let's just take a little look as to where they are in the team competition. The Cycle District 2A team are currently in, oh my gosh, this is why. Hold on to your hats, everybody. The Cycle District 2A team are currently in 6th position in the team competition. They are, let me just add that up, 1 minute, 31 behind 5th place.
Behind 5th place, wow. And they are only, what's that?
1 second.
They're nothing behind. They're 20. They're 20. They're 16. 19 seconds behind Aliofi.
I know it's really
Nothing.
close
It's
out
not a
there.
lot. Yeah, it's
It's
really,
really
tight,
close
isn't it?
out there. It is really
Yeah.
close out there, and this may be why we're seeing the moves down the road at the moment.
It's
So
good,
it's tight
good
in
move.
the
Well done, guys.
it's tight in
Yeah.
the teams competition, not just in the 1, 2, 3, but also in the other categories as well. So great to see the attacks going in, great to see the moves going in, and great to see the fact that the riders' legs are obviously feeling good enough to do it.
I am going to put a note of caution in terms of getting carried away with this attack in that it could be successful. I have to say, I think it's going to be very, very tough to do with so many people wanting to take away an individual win here. I mean, we just saw Phil Graves, the most experienced rider on MyWhoosh, having ridden the most number of Sunday race clubs. He's not, I think, going to be in the mix here today. Meanwhile, we're just going to dive in with Nick van der Zigard at the moment. If I can get my tongue around the all of our riders' names on the way through. The riders on their way down this straight, so you can just see the race playing out in front of you at the moment. So here we go. Clinton Dave Cirillo, category 4 on the race at the moment, just making the way down this straight, coming in towards the sprint line. Remember, our next sprint banner is in the distance. It's not quite in sight as they come in alongside the Al Wathba Lake at the moment, I think, as they make the way in here. So let's see. They're just going to push onwards here and aim for this line. So category 4 sprint competition, very close, remember, between Sinclair and Pino. Sinclair's on your screen. He's also battling in the overall with the overall leader, Panu Lucia, who's in the mix there. The front of the race starting to open up. Sinclair going for a long one here. Sinclair on 68 points at the moment. Pino on 64. This is going to be for the second of our sprints here today. What is going to happen as this run goes in? I don't think Francis Pino is going to be able to answer this, and it may well be that Francis Pino knows that he's going to need to wait, and he needed too many people between himself and Sinclair. Sinclair is showing that he's going to battle for all of these. Pino's coming in second place. He's going to minimize his points loss here. But unless Pino is playing this very cagey and he's relying on the last 3 sprints, the gap has opened up. And now it's at a point where you need bodies between Pino, who has to be in front of Sinclair, can't keep on coming in behind him. The gap will go too big eventually.
Yeah, it will do indeed. And the Category 4 pack coming back onto the wheels of Sinclair and Pino. Schneider is there as well. So the results, Aidan Sinclair takes 5 points. Francis Pino takes 4. Wilhelm Thuft takes 3. He's there or thereabouts every time. And so is Nelson Snyder. 2 points for him. And Arthur Corbani in the mix. Up the Leeward climb, I am going to go back to because we didn't manage to cover that climb segment in Cat 4. It was Arthur Corbani who took the points in that climb. So picking up the points out there today, maybe targeting the Bahrain climb as well to take the climb competition today. So the race is on out there. On this final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. Thuft, the rider we are in with on the nearby list. It's his stats and his information that you can see on the screen at the moment. They're bringing Sinclair back into the fold as the pack continues to roll. And I say the pack, the Category 4 pack at this point in the race, it is 43 riders.
43 riders together. We're back to big bunches. We went from yesterday where nobody could get any draft from anybody to now, if you're sitting in that group, you've got potentially 40 plus riders you can sit in the draft of in that group. One man who's very adept at surfing the draft. I wonder whether he can surf in real life. He's definitely good at surfing the draft. Maciej Mendakowicz tucked into the wheels there as we see this group of riders at the moment make their way in. They're at the 18.4 kilometer marker. They've got a little bit of a kicker coming up in the shape of the Leeward climb. It's 1 kilometer of pain that's going to take you up the climb, 1,000 meters horizontally, 48 meters vertically, and that translates as a 4 0.9%.
Can I just say, Machado and Marquez are still down the road. Phil Graves from the UAE clan team is now giving chase. He's 14 seconds back from that duo. The main group, which currently has got Daniel Mundell on the front and Novosad, is even further back than that. So this is a really interesting move at the moment. And Mundell now starting to push into the climb. Ivan Nuki, Graves' teammate on the UAE clan team, now coming to the fore on the climb as well.
Phil Graves, as we said, one of our really experienced riders, certainly in terms of participating in that Sunday race club. Currently 236 race clubs, 52 Sundays in a year. It shows you just how many times he has ridden on that Sunday race club. And it means he knows how this race is. Now, interestingly, Graves starts to chase down. Nuki comes onto the climb. Nuki goes over the top, and Nuki is a teammate of Phil Graves. Machado and Marquez days are numbered on the front here because I think Ivan Nuki is going. I think he's going for the most sprint climb points today overall. Ivan Nuki, now look at the pace coming out of Nuki on the way up here, 8.5 watts per kilo. He knows time's running out. Machado is starting to sprint. Nuki's coming onto the wheel. Machado has the pure power. He has the watts. Nuki's got the watts per kilo advantage. They're still on the slopes here. They're going to go side by side. Great sprint into the line. Yuki's going to take it. Machado doesn't take those points there. I tell you something, that was tight at the top as Pardon, Cooper, Marquez, and SS come through to mop up the rest of the points. Michel Machado, along with Ivan Nuki, thank you for a great sprint at that. That was brilliant. Real two very different riders. Machado with the power, Nuki with the power to wait. Absolutely brilliant. 5 points to Nuki, 4 to Machado, 3 to Pardon Cooper, 2 to Marquez, 1 to SS as we complete 50% of our climb checkpoints.
Well, and one more to go, and that's going to get interesting. Now, what's also interesting is that there are 40 riders in that leading group in Category 2 at the moment. Ivan Nuki just off the front, but he's sitting around Zone 2 at the moment, Zone 1, Zone 2, so he'll be brought back into the fold. And Mikel Machado wanting to keep the pace high on the front and calls to Ivan Nuki to do some work. But Nuki, I don't think is going to play Machado's game here. He's going to go back into the bunch. Interesting.
So, yes. It's I wouldn't go on. I love attacking racing. I love people who are prepared to have a go, but I have to say, I just do not see how you can go away at this point in the race and stay clear unless you took it wouldn't be going away. It'd be splitting the bunch into two. That is something that is potentially possible, but just to go clear, just so tough.
Well, it is on this course today because of it's just so flat. The pack will roll and roll strongly, and it'll roll faster than a solo rider out front, and it will make the catch. Splitting the pack in two is a different matter, particularly if you've got two equitable sized groups, because the packs would then roll separately, and then it would all be about who was in which group, which would make the impact on the overall. But at the moment, the 40 riders leading the Category 2 race continue to move on now towards the second sprint of the day. At the third sprint of the day, the Category 6 pack have been through it, and Mike Broadbent picks up the points from Ola Warren this time.
Nice one, Mike. Good sprint by Mike. One of the regulars. One of the regulars on the Cycling Esports League. And the Cycling Esports League coming to an end this week. Actually, today on Bastille Day on the 14th of July, but the new season will be out soon as we see Walter Clays out of the saddle, tapping on the pedals in the MyWhoosh jersey. Good to see Walter. We've not had too many views in with Walter Clays, but good to go in with him at this stage. We're still a little way out from that sprint.
Nice choices, because the majority of people choosing to wear the MyWhoosh Championships kit from 2025 on the final day of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026.
Yeah.
Butcher on your screens at the moment. Now, he's a rider with a turn of speed.
He is. He's definitely one that you're not going to discount coming into our finish here as the sprint starts to wind up on the front. Manarelli chasing Rocca, but it's Rocca who's on the front with Morgan. The two riders together once again. Remember, this is for that sprint competition overall. Rocca versus Mason is for the points. They're winding it up behind as much to not lose any ground. They've seen these two riders go clear and actually go take a whole load of points by getting a breakaway. Maxime Bernard is chasing hard here behind. So is Manarelli and Almeida. Rocca, though, holding this. Morgan, I don't think, has the answer to Rocca's power, but we've still got distance to the front here. And look at Morgan chasing so hard here for Rocca. Rocca is on the front. Morgan is coming at him. Oh, this is going to be really interesting as we go in towards the finish. Nobody goes between the two riders, and Manarelli is continuing to lead the bunch behind with Bernard and Almeida. Mason Rocca there working well, but
it is the issue that unless riders get between those two, it is going to be as it was as when we came into today. But Mason Rocca taking 5 points, Christopher Morgan taking 4, Manarelli taking 3, Bernard taking 2, and Almeida taking 1. In that competition, Rocca now on 69 points. But he's had 2 top spots today, so he could be just looking for the overall competition today. Christopher Morgan on 75 points, so it's 6 points separating them. There's 3 sprints to go. If it continues to go this way, the gap will close, and Rocca will take away the sprint competition today, but Morgan will take away the sprint competition of the championships. Well, Category 3 rolling here, and they are looking to bring back the riders up ahead. 49 riders in contention at the moment, 2 riders down the road. So that makes 47 in the bunch. Big groups.
47.
Big groups out there. It is really, really interesting and great riding and racing. But it is that type of course where we see big groups roll together, and roll together they are. Wilson Velada on your screen at the moment, and he's part and parcel of the pack, nicely ensconced in there. The power numbers in green, 3 chevrons by the side of that power number, indicating he's in the strongest draft that is available to him.
Yep, Wilson Velada just sits down on that bike there, just tapping out the rhythm. Good to see you, Wilson. And thank you, everybody who gives us a wave. We do wave back in the studio. I know you can't see it, but it feels so wrong not to wave back to people who wave to you. It's a bit like riding on the bike. If somebody gives you a wave on the bike, you should wave back.
Yes, definitely.
I'm a great believer in that. You should wave first, ideally.
Category 1, coming up to 17 kilometres of the race complete, and Matt just randomly waves at the peloton.
Did you wave back?
No, they don't.
They can't see me.
17 kilometres, and they're coming up towards the Liwa climb. They've gone through the first sprint. They're coming up to the first climb. The first climb checkpoint in the 19.7 kilometre marker. But if you look at the map on the top right-hand corner of your screen, the zone bar underneath will tell you that they are at a steady state recovery pace, zone 1 at the moment. As we go in with Lionel Vuyas in one of the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. He's currently sat 9th place in the pack.
Good to see Lionel. Look at him. 2 hands wave there from Lionel.
Yeah, indeed. And the pack rolling very, very steadily, enabling him to do that at the moment. Zone 1. I'm loving the fact that he was at 191 watts at zone 1. And for the mere mortals amongst us, we can just look at that and say, wow. Matthias Van He has been putting in a great competition. He really is and really has. He's on your screens at the moment and doing a great job out there and riding strongly for his team as well.
Yeah, he's really, we did talk about him on the Inside the Race podcast, actually. Not with him, but about him. And I think he's definitely, I was saying I expect him to be a real permanent fixture in here, and I think it's great to see that the way he's been riding. he's a rider who, as well, I don't think he's afraid to have a go, and he likes the punchy courses. So
He
again,
does.
a rider that could surprise people today, even though not necessarily, given that this is the world's best riders. It's a horse category of riders, that we see
He made
beyond
the top
category. It's
20. He
amazing.
made the World
Yeah,
Championship final last year, so top
it's where
20
he
in the world.
belongs.
It is
Yeah.
indeed absolutely brilliant. And that was a fantastic semi-final that he raced in. Rick Van Erck on your screens at the moment. He's the avatar we are in with in the pack as the pace starts to move on the front now on the run into the climb. This is a short, sharp, punchy climb. It's just 1 kilometre in length with an average gradient of just shy of 5%. And the move on the front has gone. So big move off the front of the pack at the moment as we go in with Rick Van Erck onto a climb. Yep, we get a quick wave, but he's got to put his hand back on the bars.
Yeah, get on with it, Rick. Come on.
This one is punchy and this one is short, and Rick Van Erck is right at the front of this. Rick Van Erck now starting to motor, and he's chasing Michael Knudsen. Knudsen is the rider who's gone for a flyer down the road, and Van Erck in hot pursuit.
He is. He's just out of the saddle here, 80 revs per minute, tapping out 800 watts here. Gives you an indication of just how quick these riders are going. He's got the power down. He's gone past Knudsen. Osborne is behind, and Osborne is having to kick now as Van Erck goes at 10 watts per kilo. Will Van Erck be able to take away the most mountain climbing points on the way? Come on, Rick. It's not far to that summit. He's just got to keep on pushing now. He's got the world champion behind him. The world champion doesn't need to prove anything here today, but will he go after Van Erck? Van Erck has gone on the front. He's gone early. That banner is round the bend. He's got to keep on kicking. We're looking to see when the response comes. Osborne starts to lift the pace. The pursuit is on. Osborne is coming at 10 watts per kilo behind him. Van Erck is at 600 watts. He's got to find another gear here. Come on, Rick. You've got to keep on kicking. Osborne is coming. The line is on its way. Will it come soon enough? Is Rick Van Erck going to hold on for the points? He's kicking to the line. Van Erck is going to beat the world champion over the line. He punches the air in delight. Job done once, Rick. You've just got to do it once more.
I realised recently when I found out that Rick had 4 sons, that's why he lives on his bike in the attic.
Yes, 4 sons.
Yes. So Rick Van Erck doing the business on the first climb, taking 5 points in the climbing competition on the day against a fast chasing Jason Osborne. What a move from Rick Van Erck. That was a decision made and a decision executed. Jason Osborne comes over the top and just carries on tapping. Zach Nair is there as well. But what a move, what a climb, the Liwa climb. Do you know what? You can have some fun on the final day of a stage race as well. And Rick Van Erck takes the 5 points, Osborne the 4, Dont the 3, Jones the 2, and Pedersen 1. 29 riders in the leading group.
And Van Erck at the moment glued to the back wheel of Osborne for a reason. He does not want to let that guy go. But that injection of pace by Van Erck that's seen Osborne come onto his wheel, we are starting to see this group has been smashed to pieces, actually, by that move by Van Erck and Osborne. A massive, massive kick, massive push over the top there by the two of them for the points. Milostic is scrambling for the wheels. Pucker is behind here. I can't imagine he's necessarily going to be chasing. However, look at that. The damage has been done, and we're going to need to take a look at the composition of that group to see how that plays out.
Yeah, indeed we are, and it is indeed going to play out, and it's going to be really interesting today. So category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, and we've got a push here. Lyndon Milostic is pushing because he wants to close the gap down to Osborne and Van Erck. He doesn't want to lose the front end of this race today. He's also pushing because this is the final climb up and out and over from the top of the Liwa Desert. You drop over, drop down, and then there's a small climb back up again, and then you move towards that Al Wathbert sprint. The pack all coming back together, sort of. It will be in a minute because now Mikhail Kaminsky is coming over to the group, and the power now off of Osborne. The group is going to come back together again. Kaminsky resplendent in that Alpha Jaw kit, part and parcel of that Alpha Jaw team who are lying in second place at the moment.
Yes. And Alpha Jaw are not going to want to let too many moves go. I think they're wanting to hold those positions on their way down. So just making the way down in Michel Masik Mandekowicz, just leading in the category 2 race, making his way clear of that bunch. He's got 13 seconds now to Gorshank and Trojanowski, Cahill, Co. The bunch behind at 13 seconds. Now, we saw Maciej Mendakowicz do this in the MyWhoosh Championships last year. I think it was on the last stage in the run to the finish. He took away victory. As we go in with Dylan Kennett at the moment. Kennett at the moment leading in the Category 6 race. He's gone for a breakaway. Now, Category 6 are the nearest riders to our finishing line. But I think Kennett here, not just going on the into the lead just because we are heading out and onto the final stage of this course. But actually, there is a sprint point up ahead, remember, as well. So sprint point of 55.8 kilometers. And I think maybe just thinking, let's see what's happening in this group. Let's put a push in. Kennett goes. Warren is chasing. Smithson is behind the GCC leader, behind the sprint leader. They're all left at the moment as Kennett starts to tap that rhythm out in front. He's got power, but can he make it count here today? Let's see how that is as the race plays out, as they continue to push onwards.
Well, Maciej Mendakowicz in Category 2, part and parcel of that Team Balbina squad. Peter Milostic, the team leader in there, currently lying in third place overall in GC, 10 seconds down on Nitko. Marcin Trojanowski now doing the chasing and closing the gap down. And the banner just ahead here. And they're coming up to this sprint banner here at the 30-kilometre marker. Mendakowicz is going to go through and underneath, and this is a push from behind. Vidal Mayer is lining up. Trojanowski is the rider in front, and Mayer doing the business. But Trojanowski and Mendakowicz really pushing here. Mendakowicz, the breakaway, is going to take him through in one.
Yep. Trojanowski, I think, is going to be in two here. He's got the kick. He's got the pace. I think it's going to bring him back to Mendakowicz here. Mayer is going to come through in third place. Nitko then battling with Hertz for the minor places.
Trojanowski in the battle in the first sprint of the day took 5 points from Vidal Mayer. This is about the sprint competition on the day. And Trojanowski clearly choosing to go for that. So two riders now at the front, three giving chase, a couple of seconds back to the group. Really interesting. So still the 40 riders in Category 2, but it's all playing around as we keep going through these sprints. So to confirm, Mendakowicz took 5 points, Trojanowski took 4, Mayer took 3, Hertz took 2. Those two, of course, in the competition for the sprints overall. And Gorshank takes 1 point that time. Vidal Mayer now, I think, pretty much secure in that sprinter's jersey for the MyWhoosh Championships. Well, just taking a look at your screen at the moment, these are Category 6 riders. The Category 6 race is playing. They've been out for an hour and 24 minutes so far on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. Mike Broadbent gulping in the air at the moment on the screen. Jonathan Fager, the look of concentration on his face as he tries to move himself up on GC on the final day. Pavel Tvardy at the top of the screen giving us all a wave. We're all waving back, and Cronje is there, Pierre is there, Kennett is there, everybody on the screen, and Zimael and Grady's on the screen too.
Great to see the view into the pain cave. I am going to say this again. Thank you, everybody who's done that. We do regularly feature riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, as well as all the way through the championship. And that window, and it really does help you get a real feel for the racing, the feel, the pace, the strength, the energy that's required as these riders push their way in. Gacek Zimael, rider who really has, for me, excelled this time around. We've really seen him come into his own, I think, and I have to say I've really enjoyed watching him race.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, and the peloton now starting to come towards the thick and fast end of the course. At the 55.8 kilometre marker in about 1,200 metres is the sprint number 4, the Aquarium sprint. They then come off of that and straight into the Bahrain Hills, then through the Abu Dhabi sprint, and then it's a 9.5 kilometre run to the finish line. So this race really starting to come into the final stages now of the MyWhoosh Championships here in stage 7. This is Category 6, and well, they are about to come in to the final 25 kilometres of racing.
Doing a great job. Doing a great job, I've got to say. This, you think about all the added, how I can't even begin to think about how many pedal strokes that is in what is a relatively short space of time. That is, that is a serious amount of pedal strokes. And these guys are still there racing it out. They're in front of Category 5, who are chasing. And at the moment, at the 49.9K mark, just coming up to the top of this ascent that comes out to the 50K marker, you can just see the top of this climb. It's not categorized. And I would argue it's pretty much as tough as the leeward climb as well. The leading group in Category 5 continuing to push at the moment, but the bunch are behind. So at the moment, Fossiad on the front, just working to try and keep that gap at the moment to those riders behind, to put them under pressure, to really start to damage the legs, to really test the legs of the riders. But as they come up over the top, I think we're going to see a push as we go into the sprint. Dylan Kennis up against Mike Broadbent there. Warren coming hard on the heels as well there. That was very close indeed.
So Kennett had already gone through 10 seconds earlier to the bubble mat. That was
Warren
versus Broadbent yet again. And Broadbent for the second time in a row getting the better of Ola Warren. So Dylan Kennett picking up 5 points. Broadbent picking up 4. Warren picking up 2. Warren.
Should rewind.
Warren picking up 3.
Fager
picking up 2. Yeah, I think we do. If anybody's got a coffee and would like to bring it in, that would be absolutely fabulous. But I'm not sure there's anybody within coffee range. 32 riders in the leading group of Category 6. And in terms of the overall sprint competition today, Ola Warren has 16 points and Mike Broadbent has 12. There's 4 points in it. I'm not sure. Mike Broadbent, I tell you, he's giving it a final flourish, which is absolutely brilliant to see. There he is on your screens at the moment. I'm not sure he can overhaul Ola Warren unless he can drop him.
But we've got big climb to come. We've got the Bahrain Hills, and that is going to change things because they're a sprinty type climb. They're an interval type climb. You've got a rise. You've then got a level. You kick again. You drop. You kick again. You drop even further. You kick back up again, almost as high as the high point. That is going to definitely take its toll. And it could well be we're going to see the damage being done there that makes all of the difference.
Yes, and the damage being done is actually on the front of this at the moment because Dylan Kennett has decided it's flat today. So he's going to ride away. On the individual time trial, he blew Big Style. He sent me a message saying I really blew up badly and was right towards the back of the peloton. But today it's a different story. We're in the flatlands today and Kennett has decided he wants to go out on the front now. 2 riders deciding they want to join him. Jonathan Fager on your screen, a real look of concentration on his face as he tries to bridge the gap now to Dylan Kennett. Emil Ivanov in the polka dots wanting to go with him as well because they're going into that Bahrain Hill section. Are they going to sneak clear off the front of the peloton? That's a really good question. Kvikström, the yellow jersey, coming up to the 4, but it's rolling steadily. I'm not sure they're interested in chasing.
No. I think I think they're going to see what happens on the climbs. I think it's very easy to think that Dylan Kennett can't climb because he used to be a trackie. It's a bit like saying triathletes can't corner. It's not true. Of course they can. But it's that same sort of preconception. Trackies don't do hills, but they can.
There's banks on a velodrome.
I mean, when was Dylan Kennett a track world champion? How long ago was that? It's a long time ago. It's not like it was just yesterday. He's not done any other riding since. It doesn't quite work like that. Can you remember?
Can I remember?
In fact, I think I can.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well, you tell me and I'll tell you if you're correct.
I think it was probably about 10, 11 years ago.
You think it's probably 10, 11 years ago?
Yeah, ballpark.
I think 11 years is correct.
Okay. I'll let you confirm that. But that's, since then, but even had he just come off the track, he still can climb. It's like saying, Chris Hoy can't go up a hill. Well, we know he can. He's just not necessarily a pure climber. He's still going to be able to chuck down thousands of watts, which is going to help. Okay.
2015. Okay. 11 years ago.
Yeah, there you go. Although it would have been probably a winter championship. So I might be out by a little bit.
I'm not thinking I'm going to be pedantic, but at the moment, at the 29.1 kilometre marker, the Category 1 racer heading into Al Waspa. They're heading to sprint number 2. And there's a push on the front. Dane, Pucker, Harris and Paradeans. Kaminsky, Osborne, Power doing the chasing, but these 4 riders just clear of the bunch. Take a look at that. I tell you, there's also a rider dropped off the back of the bunch at the moment. So 4 riders off the front, 1 rider off the back, a sandwiched group in the middle. They've got Jasper Paradeans with them, the sprint leader. He's gone with them. Now, Jason Osborne decides he's going to cross the divide.
Osborne on the way across. This is what's going to happen, though, isn't it? If you see a gap go up the road, you see a group go up the road, you're going to see Osborne coming across towards it. But then if he goes on to the front and dials it with them, then you know that it's about the mix here. Is this a lead out maybe for Pucker to start to go for this sprint? You can see the kick here. Josh Harris is in this group as well.
Mind you.
Yeah, Paradeans has got that snap, the pure power of Pucker. I don't think he's going to have the answer for Paradeans' snap and kick at the moment. Paradeans has got that. He's going to take the maximum points here. The sprint winner is going to take away the sprint points here on that sprint as he come through. It's what damage has it done to the legs of those riders who went for it? How much damage is being done behind? Paradeans with the 5 points, Pucker with 4, Osborne with 3, Dane with 2, and Harris with 1. Those points will be added to the points garnered so far. Who can do anything about this? Can anybody do anything about this now as we start to see the squeeze going on the front from Osborne? Now, back in Category 2, we're in with Peter Milostic at the moment. The man who had a great race mid-race moved himself up into a podium position. He's a rider who was really flying. We know he's an opportunistic rider as well. Coming in towards the end of the race, he's a rider who could go for a breakaway. Bindakowicz, Milostic, you know, the two of them together, it wouldn't be a surprise as we see a move going here from Miguel Filo. And at the moment, this is the run. I think he's going for an early run for the points here because he's gone hard. Warren is coming up behind him, but Filo at the moment has got the gap. We have got to get to the 55.8 kilometre marker, so we've still got 500 metres to go. As they come around this turn, they've got a straight and then another 90-degree turn, this time to the right-hand side. Warren is running on. Kubiak is behind. Joel Warren wanting to make this his.
Yeah, he is indeed. Joel Warren wants a perfect set of scores today in the sprint competition. The question is, can he? Theo is out in front and Warren now starting to run onto his wheel. Going to look and see if he gets into that draft before the banner. There's still a little way to go, but it's not far. They're going to swing around the corner. There is the banner. I think Joel Warren's probably run out of road here, and Theo goes underneath in one. Warren into Miguel Theo taking the 5 points. Warren going to have to be happy with 4 today. Kubiak coming out of the bunch to go under in 3. Motmans is there as well, just going underneath the banner. There we go. The rest of the pack roll behind. Really nice race. Really nice racing today. The group down to 24 riders now. So the Category 5 pack, I say 24, as another group come through the back, and you can see the tail on the group. And that's an interesting one. So Theo takes 5, Warren takes 4, Kubiak takes 3. Taking away 2 points in 4th place. I was about to say 4 points, but I would have been wrong. Mikulek and then Savic taking 1.
So more points in the bank, more being added in. So this is going to be in. Just seen the comment from Maxime Fabre on the chat. Oh, so many riders wearing last year's championships jerseys. It's so cool. It is very, very cool indeed. And don't forget, a lot of those people getting the championships jersey because they finished the race in from the MyWhoosh team. The MyWhoosh looking after all of our riders who complete the racing, doing an amazing job of getting those bags out to people. We have seen them on camera.
We have indeed. Now, this is really interesting because this is a fabulous place to attack on the course here. So we've got the aquarium sprint, then you drop into the section before the Bahrain Hills. Miguel Fio doing a brilliant job off the front here. Pfeiffer starting to run in with Vizsla behind and Thornton. The rest of the pack now going, oh, hold on a minute, we've just realised what's happening. So closing down on the wheel.
So our riders closing on the wheel, the riders making the way out and around this race through the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships, stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. This course, the Arabian Flat course here, 79.2 kilometers long, 428 meters of ascent, 2 category 4 climbs with 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points respectively, giving a maximum total climb points of 10 points, 5 sprints, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point for the sprints for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, giving a maximum of 25 points in that sprints competition. Our riders now are in the lead of each of our race categories well into the race route. Remember, category 6 were the first to leave the pens. They set off 10 minutes in front of category 5, 10 minutes in front of category 4, who were 10 minutes in front of category 3, who were 10 minutes in front of category 2, and 10 minutes in front of category 1. And that means that at the moment, our leaders on the road are still category 6. Category 5 are closing in at the moment, as are category 4, who are top right-hand side of your screen, who are now coming onto our big screen. They are still some 3K away from the front from the next sprint point. But interestingly, Kirchner, Ungara, and Alalucia on the attack, on the move here.
Look at the move.
Yeah, and this now, if Alalucia's on the move, you've got to look for Sinclair. What's happened to him, or where are they at the moment? Ungara at the moment leading.
He's coming through the pack.
Yeah, he's having to respond to this. He cannot let Alalucia go. Alalucia has ridden a super smart race. He's come to the fore when it's mattered. He's looking very, very cool, calm, and collected at the moment. He's going to be looking to defend that jersey, and maybe the best form of offense for him is to go on the offensive and start to break this up, really take the battle to everybody else. He's the gold jersey wearer. He is the rider who has earned the right. He's consistently been up there. He's been putting in those performances day after day after day. He's made sure all of his equipment reads correctly. He's gone through the weighing procedures. He's gone through the verification procedures, and he has put down the performances after all of his training, all the riding. And at the moment, he's the rider leading category 4 overall, and he's the rider with the gap to the bunch of 2 seconds, and he's making the legs hurt. Riders going off the back, and that's all because it is our leader. Now, look at this. This is great. We got João Machado, Junior Alberto Pez, Mathias Kalman, and Christian Montoya. It is the MyWhoosh Jersey Club on your screens at the moment. Our avatar on screen is Mathias Kalman. They're not teammates, but they're by a common bond, and that bond is that they were racing those MyWhoosh Championships and have the same jersey. It is fantastic to see. Thank you very, very much, gents. I hope you feel you've done the jersey proud. We think you have.
Well, we do indeed. And Mathias Kalman pushing up into the top 20 in the pack at the moment in this category 3 race. And he continues to move. They are coming up towards the 50-kilometer marker. He's coming towards the start of the aquarium sprint section. And I say section because for 15 kilometers out there, the segments come thick and fast. We go through the aquarium sprint, we descend. We then come on to the Bahrain Hill section. That then takes place. That finishes at the 65.3 kilometer marker. And then a short period from there, we move into the Abu Dhabi sprint. Then it's the long run for the line. I need to be very specific in my words and try and make my brain work. But at the moment, the category 5 riders are trying to make their legs work because the riders are moving and moving strongly. And you can see the packs getting caught. So category 5 moving through some of the category 6 race. I'll tell you something, there's a push on in the category 4 race because they are coming too. Neil Ungara, Henry Yeast, Bartos Falana, they are about to catch João Machado. Machado, who was just previously on your screen, is about to see the category 4 pack come past.
So the category 4 back are on a charge at the moment. They are absolutely flying. Can they make it stick here today? It's certainly good. I tell you, this is a huge group. It's way, way too big. They need to break this down. I'm not sure that they can do it. That's the problem they've got. So we'll see if they can do that. Can they get there? We will find out. Time to see how these riders go. Diego Oliveira on the front, Bergin behind, then Alalucia, Snyder, Rasumaki, Pino, Sinclair. We're getting towards when things are getting spicy in terms of running for the sprint line, but will that trigger a move coming into the Bahrain Hills where somebody could maybe break clear? Are we going to see an attack on the golden jersey? We're seeing a move for the sprint here coming from Aidan Sinclair. He's coming up on the shoulder here of Pino. Pino, sprinter challenger, has just been swept aside, I think, here, and this could well be sprint jerseys decided on points. We're only going to have one more sprint left once we go out the other side of the Bahrain Hills.
Well, that's true, and we're on the way in and coming through this sprint banner right now at the 55.9 kilometre marker, category 4, and it's Aidan Sinclair in that green skin suit who goes underneath the banner in 1. He's wearing the Young Riders jersey underneath it, so white sleeves and green sleeves, but at the moment he picks up those 5 points in that competition. He's clear now. He has got a huge buffer on Francis Pino. It doesn't matter whether he picks up any points in the last sprint at all. That sprint competition is completely sewn up, and Aidan Sinclair now is the winner of the sprints competition in category 4. Well, just to confirm those points, Sinclair took 5, Pino took 4, Corbani took 3, Rusumaki took 2, and Falana took 1. The group 30 right.
Wow. So these riders up and out on this section post of the after the sprint. This is now going to be really, really key. So we are going to see, keep an eye on our riders. Don't go anywhere at all. Well, just taking a little bit of a look, we just used that opportunity there just to dive through the categories. We're going to go in category 1, and in category 1 at the moment, Hayden Pucker pulling the pace up here, making it hard. Osborne is with him here. Jones is having to come onto the wheels because he doesn't want to lose any ground to anybody behind him. He's second overall. Pedersen starting to make sure he's in position. Paradines is in here. They're at the 38.6 kilometer mark. So we're a little way out from our next sprint checkpoint. And I think we're just seeing the attrition here, which is really being caused in pursuit of maybe team competition.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, 28 riders in the leading group as they went through the Al Waspa sprint. They're now moving on. They're coming up towards the Palm Grove sprint, and the pack is really pushing at the front. The call for the movement from Osborne to Pucker, and come on, let's get this rolling. Ricardo Panizza on your screen, you can see him up and out the saddle, needing to close the gap down. Tom Thrall's putting in a massive dig to get back into the pack. I've just seen 11 watts per kilo from Thrall to get back into the group and not to go off of the back of the group.
It's so difficult, isn't it? You don't want to expend more energy than you need to, but equally at the moment, I think everybody is thinking we're now coming towards that moment. You've seen the pressure build, and now we're seeing move after move going off the front. We're seeing kick after kick coming off the front of this group, and they are absolutely flying at the moment. And I think for me, this is one of these key things. We're doing 57 kilometers an hour, or the avatars are, even though our riders are stationary in their pain case, and that pressure is building. What's going to happen? Will it go pop, or will they all realize they're not going to break it? They're not going to snap it. They're not going to make people lose ground here. Category 1 at the moment, the last group out of the pens, chasing all the rest of the riders in front. Category 2 at the moment, Hoyos chasing Mendakowicz at the minute on the right-hand side of your screen. Breakaway specialist Carlos Manarelli in Category 4, continuing to push on as well. Category 1, another bit of pressure being applied. The ratchet is being pulled. It's a bit like just increasing the pressure a little bit and hold, Andreasen and Plantero on the front. Paradians moving up into the wheels. So is Fryatt, so is Van Elst and Churek and Skierski.
Well, big push here in Category 2, and I'm just trying to work out how much of a gap Maciej Mendakowicz has got, because I think he's a long way down the road. X100, the leader in the golden jersey, tightly in the group. Mendakowicz, not a challenger on GC, but a rider who is obviously wanting to ride for the overall win today. I'm just taking a little look as to where Maciej Mendakowicz is on GC. He's currently sat in 31st as we go in with the Category 2 crew, including Mendakowicz. You can see him there on your screen at the moment. Boulanger on the top, Van Elst, Category 1, along with Rick Van Aert, Category 1. 2 Category 1 riders joining our Category 2 riders. But Mendakowicz, Machado, Guerra, Fournier and Walter, the middle line here, all in the mix and in the bunch, apart from Mendakowicz, who's off the front.
So Mendakowicz with the gap, just tapping that rhythm down. Everybody else looking to close the gap, trying to bring him back up to the front, bring him back into the fold, as they make their way up here. It's a tough ask because we know he's good on the way to accelerate up here and get these points and to hoover up the points for them to try and go to the finish. Remember, the checkpoint, the final checkpoint for the sprint at 69.7K. The final climb checkpoint at 65.3K, and all of our races riding into the Yas Marina Formula One circuit based in Abu Dhabi. That is at they're going to take them in at about 70. It's about 75K into today's race route. You go onto circuit, but you do almost a whole lap as you go round, and you're going to finish at 79.2K if you're out there racing. That's the distance you've got to cover. A monumentally long stage to finish today's race off, racing off in the championship.
Well, Category 1 through the Palm Grove sprint now, and Jasper Paradian's picking up the points again. But 4 riders now gone from that leading group since the sprint 10 kilometres ago. So the group in Category 1 getting smaller. Category 2 at that point, Mendakowicz was 36 seconds clear. And they are, well, they're another 5K down the road now. I'm ringing warning bells in my head at the moment, because Mendakowicz, part and parcel of Team Balbina, 3rd team on Team GC in Category 2, 1 minute 20 behind the 2nd team on GC in Category 2. It's going to be an interesting one. Well, this is also an interesting one because Category 1, boom! Jason Osborne has gone at the 42.8 kilometre marker. They're coming towards the climbs before the aquarium sprint, and then they'll be going into the Bahrain Hill section. This has got to be the section of climb, or the section of course, really. You've got around 15 kilometres where it's at its most hilliest. If you can call a 80k parkour with only 420 metres of climbing hilly.
Yes, because of where it's concentrated. So we just saw the points going out in Category 1 before that attack by Jason Osborne. Category 6 coming through the Abu Dhabi sprint, which is our final sprint of the day. Murato taking the 5 points, Warren taking the 4, Quickstrom taking the 3, Fager taking 2, and Evanoff taking 1. Warren still on the front with Murato. The gap, you can see a couple of seconds back between Warren and Quickstrom at that moment in time, and it's still a couple of seconds as Warren continues to push on the front of the Category 6 race, as we see Manarelli still leading by what looks to be 15 or so seconds from the rest of the Category 3 race. So at the moment, We've got lone leaders only just in that category. 6 races. Murato goes back into the fold of the bunch, which is coming up behind Warren's back wheel at the moment, but bigger gap elsewhere. Now, we are just going to take a look at Ola Warren at the moment. He's up on your screens.
And he's working hard on the front at the moment because, well, just because he is. And they're down to 20 riders in that leading group now. At the Bahrain Hills, they've lost riders since then. Jonathan Fager went up and over and took that hill section. Let's just remind ourselves that the last sprint, there were 32 riders in the leading group. So they have lost a number of riders in contention out of that group. Warren, Sarro, Quickstrom, the golden jersey, is in the group and has made the juncture, has made the selection. James Melville in there as well. Torsten Holtz in the mix. Good sized group now. They're going to be coming towards the finish line. They've got around 8.5 kilometres to go.
So 8.5k to go for them to get to the line as category 1 is really being shaken up here. It's attack after attack after attack. And Osborne this time with Pucker together. I think this is a team attack on the move. We keep seeing this. Osborne, is he taking Pucker clear? Is this to see what they can do together? I think this is a really good move by the Final Bosses squad here. They've gone up on the attack. They have gone on the offensive here. You've got Osborne in the front. You've got Pucker behind. And they've shed Fryer. They've shed Thrall. They've shed Shurek. And you can see it's panic stations behind. They have to answer this attack behind. If Pucker and Osborne can keep pushing, then you're going to see this gap open out. They're taking it in turns here at the moment. They're sat at just under 6 watts per kilo. Osborne, I think, has got the long range power. Hayden has as well, but Osborne climbs better. Osborne, I'm not sure, needs the time. But is this a move to try and push Pucker up through the standings?
Well, that would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? And, the team play and teammates are all there in terms of working here. Just taking a little look back to see how close it is. And it is close, back there. There's 3 riders in a very small space of time. Around 21 seconds separates 3 places above Hayden Pucker and himself.
Wow.
So that's an interesting one as well. Category 2 is really interesting out there at the moment because Maciej Mendakowicz is down the road. And if I'm right, Dorvid Nitko has given chase. I'm not quite sure if Dorvid Nitko is back in the bunch, but it is all on. An X100 may soon have things to defend. The team competition, I think, that between 2nd and 3rd place could fall. And I think Nitko is the one that X100 needs to watch because he's 29 seconds back on GC. Jason Osborne and Hayden Pucker now starting to ride away from the pack. This is great. The Master and the Apprentice needs to get on that wheel.
He does indeed. Category 1, left-hand side of your screens with Osborne and Pucker. Right-hand side, Maciej Mendakowicz, the rider who is leading this out at the moment. It's provoking a little bit of a response behind, but Mendakowicz himself is not going to challenge the overall. They can let him go, in theory. He's 21 minutes 36 down.
But he's in the team that is currently lying in 3rd position overall, 1 minute 20 seconds down from the team lying in 2nd position overall. It could be really, really close, and that's what the riders need to watch.
It is Vidal Mayer of the Goats. You can see working hard. Nitko, Bennett, Graves in there, Bird, and
because it's the Goats lying in 2nd place.
Yes, and that's why you're seeing that push coming from Nitko and Co at the moment. Full march to Maciej Mendakowicz.
And Team Balbina.
Yeah, Team Balbina on the move, as you said, Emma. It's provoking a response behind it. I think it's going to be causing all sorts of consternation in the group behind.
Yeah, I agree. And it's absolutely brilliant work and brilliant strategy from the Team Balbina to put Maciej Mendakowicz down the road. They knew the man for the job and they've sent him. Well, that's going to be an interesting finale. Another interesting finale is going to be this Category 6 finish. They're at the 73-kilometre mark. They've got 6.2k of racing to go. 20 riders on the road together at the moment. The other category categories behind. We've got a 2-up breakaway here in category 1. Pucker and Osborne, the two teammates on the final bosses, and Pucker on the front, Osborne in 2, which means Pucker closed that gap down, and the duo are now together.
Going to see how that goes. Really interested in this move here in category 1.
And we've had Hayden Pucker and Jason Osborne on the podcast. Both of them fabulous riders to talk to. Hayden Pucker, I mean, honestly, he's putting in a fabulous week of racing.
He has. He's put in an amazing week of racing, and I think he should take heart from that. It shows, he is where he belongs. This is his territory. Not every day is going to suit every rider. Even Jason Osborne has things he's not as good at as he is at others. I think all our riders need to remember that this is what they are in the best in the world. They're competing against the best of the world. And I think you're seeing here two of the very best in the world here really taking the racing to everyone else. They've got 22 seconds now, Osborne and Pucker. And Pucker's been working selflessly for Osborne throughout the race. Are we seeing here Osborne going, right, let's go? They're leading the team standings. This is only doing them good. Osborne's leading in the individual overall, but can they take away the stage win? Are we going to see that? And how much of a gap can they open here? Pucker could move up. He's still a reasonable distance down those standings. He's not going to trouble the very top of the tree, but I tell you, he could push himself. It's possible to push himself into the prize money as we see Patrick Karlstrom out of the saddle in this group in category 3. Category 3 have already reached a 61-kilometer marker. They go over the first of these 3 spikes that are the bridges coming in towards our next climb checkpoint in the Bahrain Hills.
Yeah, Manarelli is down the road. So category 3, we've got one rider down the road, and then we've got this group chasing at the moment. So fabulous job and fabulous work being done.
So the riders are making their way up over the top of the bridges, making the way now and around the Bahrain Hills at the moment. And they're going to see what can they do on the way out and round. This is going to be key. Now, in terms of the run to the finish, remember, our finish at 79.2 kilometers. After all of these kilometers race, you've got to stay in this group. You don't want to lose time on the last few stages. Category 3 group back together on the hills. Just a quick reminder for you, if you are watching and you're thinking, I fancy going at this, we've lots of great racing all through the week. Every Monday, we've got our Tier 1 racing. We've got the quads racing. You need a heart rate monitor to be able to race it with a smart turbo trainer, but a heart rate monitor as well. Quads racing on Mondays. Tuesdays, the Cycling Esports League. Season 4 just coming to an end today, and then the new season will kick off very shortly indeed. Wednesday is Tier 1 racing with the Rampage racing, and that is on a Monday. We have plenty of missions for you to do. You might want to put one of those in on the Thursday. So the Vive la France mission kicking off with stage 1 from the 14th to the 24th of July. With that, France will be open to everybody today. The new French World on MyWhoosh from today, Bastille Day. The national holiday, except in the studios here. The Friday's racing is Masters Racing. So if you're one of our older competitors, Masters Racing on a Friday, course racing back on the Saturday, and of course Sunday, it's Sunday Race Club. But of course, you do have that step up in the regulations once you go to Sunday Race Club, basically the same as, if not the same, almost identical as the racing on the MyWhoosh Championship. So category 3, we just saw Manarelli on the move. Here we've got Maciej Mendakowicz getting closed down by Marcin Drojanowski, who's gone off the front of this group to collect points, but he's collecting them after Mendakowicz, who's 1 minute up the road. That is the gap that's there. But Drojanowski now starting to push on the front of this group. He's looking for points here today as they come around this right-hand turn. It's 55.7K. It's 100 meters to that sprint competition here in category 2. And that last sprint is going to be critical. Maciej Mendakowicz has taken the 5 points. Is Trojanoski going to hold on to take away the 4? He was second overall. He's going to get 4. I think if he has done that, he's going to take away the leading points on the day. He does. So Marcin Trojanoski pips Mendakowicz for the overall sprint points on the day. It's 16 points to Trojanoski, 15 to Mendakowicz, and it's 13 points for Mayer, but we have one more sprint to go. And remember, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point. So that is going to come down to Marcin Trojanoski, Maciej Mendakowicz, and Vidal Mayer. They're the only riders who can take the prize for today's haul of sprint points. And at the moment, Mendakowicz is up the road. The gap is 1 point. Trojanoski needs to bring back Mendakowicz because of that result. At the moment, Trojanoski is leading by 1 point. Mendakowicz is up the road, and that would change because they would be tied on points if Trojanoski takes the bunch run to the line next time, and Mendakowicz is off the front. And at which point, if they were tied at the end of the sprints, then it comes down to overall on GC. So our riders up and heading away in pursuit of Mendakowicz on the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of your screen. We're going to see our first race finish very shortly indeed. Category 6. The leaders are into the Yas Marina circuit. They're in between the barriers that see Formula One cars and cyclists using it throughout the year in Abu Dhabi. In person here on MyWhoosh, it's cyclists only. And you know what? Our riders are racing their way around it. So they're running down to the tight right-hand turn. Once they've gone round that, they have to get themselves lined up and worked out for the sprint. Category 6 looking good at the moment. When they came through our last checkpoint, there were 20 riders in the leading group of category 6.
There were indeed 20 riders, and one of those just pushing on to the back of the bunch. They've got 2 kilometres left of racing here today on the MyWhoosh Championships. This is stage 7 of 7. 7 stages over 8 days. 436 kilometres of racing under the wheels of the men out here today as we watch the finishes in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. This group of Category 6 riders are going to be the first group to finish in the men's race.
So the riders are moving in towards the turn. They've got a sharp right-hand turn to come. Leading group on the road. Corva leading. Saro keeps on rotating to the front. We keep seeing Rademacher there, even off there. Quickstrom there. They're the top 3 overall in that Category 6 race. They are looking for those points and positions. They're not going to change the overall standings now. Vega's not going to be able to break into the top 3. The road has run out. They have literally the circuit left here at Yas Marina to bring themselves into the line to finish their racing. And at the moment, we can see the pace just shy of 40 kilometers an hour, going up, slowly creeping. The moves start to be made as we see a push on the front. It's not going to be decisive yet, but it's taken us over the 40 kilometer an hour mark. Eric Vovoda leading out even off at the moment, but he gets mobbed by Kraus as well. So hard to hold the wheels here. Will it be Ola Warren's day to take away a win? Will Dylan Kennett be able to use his track skills? Can Fager come through for a victory here today? The overall contenders are here. There are no time bonuses on the line. It's not going to make any difference for the overall, but this now is about getting it right, getting that stage win. We come around the turn. We have less than a kilometre to go, and now we start to see the wind-up begin.
Oh, 600 metres to go here on the Category 6 men's race of the MyWhoosh Championships. This is the final stage. This is the final run for the line, and Dylan Kennett is in the mix with Ola Warren. Fager starts to launch at 13 watts per kilo. He's going to come fast through the bunch. Keep your eyes peeled for Fager on your screen. Ola Warren is up there as well. It's Fager, it's Warren, it's Kennett, it's Rademacher. Kennett kicks at 18 watts per kilo and goes up and over the top. Dylan Kennett is going to take this today. He's going to take the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships with a massive sprint. Jonathan Fager is going to come through for second, and Michael Rademacher, I think, is going to take third place today in that finale. That was superb.
It was. I tell you something, I was watching Dylan Kennett as he came in. The power going through that bike as he came towards the line, as he put that kick. Once he knew he had it, he saw him go down over the bars. The bike shook. That's how much he was literally shaking. He couldn't control his body down to lean on the handlebars. But that is what makes you a good sprinter, putting the power down when you need it. Big kick coming into the line. Let's get those results confirmed.
Yes, Dylan Kennett in 1, Jonathan Fager in 2, Michael Rademacher in 3, Ola Warren coming through for 4th, and Rune Nielsen coming through the pack for 5th place today. 18 riders finishing in that sprint.
Brilliant racing all the way into the finish in Category 6 there. So our riders continue to push in. 18 riders in the end in that leading group, through 2 being distanced off the back of the pack. Vladimir Torre along with Peter Vejhardel just losing ground in that last run in towards the line. But Kennett takes, I think that's his second stage, if I'm not much mistaken, on the way through. So great sprinting by a former track champion. No surprises to see he knows the skills, but it's good to see him coming back to his best. The days in the mountains are gone, and he's back and sprinting. Although he didn't do bad in the hills.
Dylan Kennett comes back onto the Sunday race club, but we're going to see him get better and better. Villa Petta on your screen. He's a rider we've been seeing get better and better as well. It's been great to watch him. He's in the mix in this final run for the line. They're at the 76.3 kilometre marker. They're just under 3K out from the finish line today, and we go in with Leonard Cadabona at the moment. He's wearing that GCC jersey in that peloton, that leader of that competition. He's going to want to come in and get that jersey across the line today. Junior Penn's in the gold jersey. Oh, do you think he might want a final flourish?
Well, you wouldn't put it past him. You saw Santeri Quickstrom in Category 6. He ended up 7th over the line, but he was right in the sprint. The overall winner of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026 in Category 6 was up there contesting the sprint. He didn't want to lose any time, but also he wanted that win, and I think we're going to see the same again. The problem, I think, for all of our race categories is if you're coming into the finish, this sprint is going to be tough. Maxime Fabre is going to have completed the MyWhoosh Championships. Will he finish it with a win in the sprint? He's a good sprinter, but I tell you something.
The push is on at the front. This is going early here, and it's Nick Spratt now. No surprises. Spratt going for a long run range here, putting in the power and putting it down now, trying to break the group. Junior Penn's know he could be trouble, and Villa Petta is in the mix as well. I think the pace is going to come off of this, and the group's going to come back together.
Yep. I think the speed just dropping at the moment, 37 kilometers an hour. It's going to 36. It's just going to come down, but we're not that. We're far enough out. You could see a counter attack here. You could see another attack go before that final sprint. And there is that possibility as this bunch starts to swell here. 1 or 2 riders just lifting the pace a little bit here. Luke Kendall in the mix. Remember, Kendall moving up on the general classification overall into 3rd place overnight. So he has got a position to defend as well. This run is going to be key towards line. We're in with Kevin Motmans. Will Motmans be able to do anything in the run to the line? He's on your screens at the moment. We're going to take that right-hand turn very shortly, and then we're going to start lining up for the finish here. Now you can see it's been a tough day. It's been a tough week for a lot of our riders, but this kick will be key. Who is going to take it? Loxley just wipes his face. He knows he's putting a good race. Can he finish it off with a good finish here today? He won't want to lose any time coming in towards the line either, because remember, those team classifications are still very, very close. You can lose a lot of time just being at the wrong end of the bunch and at the wrong point on the road. As we start to see the speed pick up, we've gone from 36 kilometers now. We're up to 40k an hour. We are around the turn and we are on 1,000. No, we're not. It's going to be a little bit more than that. It's nearly at 1,000 meters to go. Another couple hundred meters.
Yeah, we're nearly at the 1 kilometre mark to go here for the Category 5 men on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. They too, 436 kilometres of racing over 8 days across 7 stages. And it's on at the moment on the front of this pack. The push is on and it's Miguel Fio off at the front. Alex Narovny is the rider doing the chasing, and Joel Warren wants the wheels. Warren wants the wheels because he's got that turn of speed. He's got that sprint. Pulgarin, Cadabona, Gremsil, Thornton, all lining up behind, and so is Luke Kendall. Keep your eyes peeled because this is going to be a great finale here. We are coming in tight and coming in hot because we've got 500 meters to go, and Narovny's on the front here. Can anybody come onto the back of Narovny's wheel? Toppy Tato is there as well. Tato's got a turn of speed. Petter's got a turn of speed. Fabra can sprint when he wants. Joel Warren now kicks at 12 watts per kilo. Has he left it too late? Narovny's on the front. Tito's there. Warren's coming through the pack now. You can see Warren coming in that sprinter's jersey. He's coming up and over the top. Cadabona is coming as well. Cadabona and Warren. Warren, Cadabona, Narovny. Cadabona is coming too. Oh my goodness me. I think Joel Warren hangs on for that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't.
It was so close. I think that was Warren on the line there, but it came down. Catabona's their speed coming in, and you can see as the speed is scrubbed off. That was incredibly close. Incredible race finish here today. It goes in the end
to Luke Kendall.
Kendall came through lastminute.com
and
there.
when I
it's
tell
so
you
close.
It's 0.04 of a second and then 0.01 of a second to third place, and another, well, just it's fractions of seconds all the way down. So in one, Luke Kendall takes the win today in Category 5 ahead of Johannes Mule, ahead of Leonard Cadabona, and ahead of Joel Warren. That was some racing. It really, really was. And if I tell you where the second marker was, the top 8 riders were inside a second.
They were indeed. So Kendall, Mule, Cadabona, Warren, Fossey, your top 5. When it comes to our overall, you can your top 10 in the overall classification. Remember, all these results are provisional. It's a 10th place for Roy, a 9th place for Kuntz, a 8th place for Lekva, 7th for Arcilla, 6th for Loxley, 5th for Petter, 4th for Cadabona. Your top 3, though, here today in Category 5. It's Kendall, Spratt and Junior Alberto Pence taking away the championship.
Well, the push is on already in Category 4 as they're coming in towards the finish line today. Steinholm is on the front of the pack and just starting to push away. The chase now starts to come from behind, but it's not really a light yet. Moretti, Velez, Bergin, Restrepo, Bullo, Pino, all in that group at the moment. Marvin Angarita is also there, and we've seen his turn of speed. They've got around 3 kilometers of racing still to go in Category 5. In Category 3, there's a big push on the pack at the moment, and Yannicki is there really working hard. So Yannicki moving strongly at the moment, and Chickles is with him as the 3 riders try and go clear of the group. They've got around 25 seconds at the moment on the bunch. They're at the 72-kilometer marker. Oh, it's going to be a tight run. I don't know whether those 3 can stay clear, but you just don't know what can happen in the final stages. In Category 2, Maciej Mendakowicz is still clear, but the bunch are closing in, I think. And in Category 1, at the 61.8 kilometre marker, Jason Osborne is now clear on the road. He went clear with his teammate Hayden Pucker. Pucker a little bit further back behind now on a solo ride, but he's clear of the group behind. So Jason Osborne getting the work from his teammate Hayden Pucker to go clear of the pack in category 1 and go clear of his teammate Pucker right now as he too works his way towards the finish line. But he's got around 15-16 kilometres of racing still left. Steinholm doesn't. Steinholm is off the front of the category 4 pack. They are coming up to 2 kilometres to go.
2,000 meters, the run for the line at the moment. Can he do it? It's a long way to go. You can just see the category 4 riders coming onto the wheels of the category 5. Our riders can draft each other, and that might start to take its effect. If riders go for the breakaway, they've got riders to bridge to. They've got a little bit of help on the way up through this race field at the moment, and you can see Henry East now is off in pursuit. We go in with East. He's chasing home at the moment. He's got a gap to Arago, and that gap is not insubstantial. It's 5-6 seconds at the moment, but you can see the group behind, and it's that classic age-old thing. You think you've got a good gap, but once that bunch gets going, the express train gets rolling, it just builds and builds and builds until you are covering the ground at a phenomenal speed. Now starts to come the kick. Will Angarita take another sprint win here? He's taken one stage win, difficult to do, but Ungara, as you say, Amber, here, coming across very quickly.
Yeah, Neil Ungara coming across very quickly right now. We've got Sinclair, Alalusa, Arago and East on your screens at the moment. Steinholm rode clear of the group. Henry Yeast closed the gap. Neil Ungara then closed it as well. And now the rest of the pack coming quickly. But Ungara continues to drive. He's gone up and over the top of the group. The group come back into the pack. But Neil Ungara still down the road at the 77.9 kilometre marker. Oh, there's around 1,400 metres to go. Very, very shortly, there's going to be 1K to go in the race. Now Juan Restrepo comes onto the wheel of Ungara. Great move from Juan Restrepo here. The rest of the pack really start to motor. Alalusa in the golden jersey on the front of the group.
Alalusa making sure he doesn't lose any time at all here to Sinclair, who's also in this front group, leading in the sprint and the young riders competition. But the gold jersey of Alalusa is making sure nothing is going to go. They're into this descent. It gives you a real ski ramp descent down. It propels you at speed. It lets you get the kick. And Restrepo is going for this all the way from this ramp down, but he's got a long way to go. Can he do it? Behind him, the gap is 3 seconds to the main part of the bunch, 2 seconds to Ungara. Right-hand turn comes. They'll sight the finishing line, but who's got the kick?
Well, 400 metres to go, and Restrepo is 3 seconds clear at the moment. Ungara now starting to wind it up. So is Angarita. Angarita starts to come at pace. Juan Restrepo used the descent and the momentum to drive himself towards the finish line. He thinks he's got it, but they're coming in fast from behind. It's a big sprint between Bergin, Velos, Oliveira and Angarita, but Juan Restrepo is going to come underneath the banner in one. The long range attack work today. Oliveira, Pina, Alalusa, Bergin, Velas and Angarita all coming through together. Panu Analusa taking the win overall on the MyWhoosh Championships as one happy rider.
It is indeed. You can see what it meant to Panu Alalusa. He got the applause, as did Restrepo there from Sinclair. Sinclair gave the round of applause. He knew he wasn't going to close the gap down to Restrepo for the win, and he knew that the overall win in the championships for 2026 going to Panu Alalusa. Let's bring you first of all that confirmed stage result, Emma. Juan Restrepo coming over the line, nothing between him and the riders behind. The time gap's very, very small indeed. Restrepo in 1, Oliveira in 2, Pino in 3, Alalusa in 4, Velez in 5, Berger in 6, Angarita in 7, Ungara in 8, Cirillo in 9, Bulo in 10 as they came over the line at the finish. They're your top 10 here today. The riders still continue to come in through, losing a little bit of time now, but it could change things further down the standings. The overall, though, top 10 overall, East in 10, Bulo in 9, Giuliano in 8, Perdoncini in 7, Russimaki in 6, Velez in 5, Pino in 4, Dominic Bergen confirmed in 3, Aidan Sinclair in 2. the MyWhoosh champion in category 4 for 2026, Panuela Lucia of the Cycling District 4A team.
Yes, category 3 starting to come to other at the 76-kilometre marker. They have coming up to 3K to go on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 riders clear of the bunch at the moment by around 11 seconds. Your Nikki Coolhurst, Chickles and Christensen, 4 riders clear at the moment. The young riders jersey, Hulhorst in there with the 3 blue jerseys of category 3. The pack starting to motor behind. Look at the stretch on the group behind. And there's a big push going on here. In the overall competition, let's just remind ourselves the gap between Corrales and Jaquila, 1 second on GC. The golden jersey has got to watch where he finishes in this sprint. Could be really, really interesting, but you don't want to lose it in the final seconds when you've worked so hard to take that golden jersey. So Corrales and Jaquila separated by 1 second on GC. Hulhorst lying in third. He's in the leading group at the moment. It's at 30 seconds. It's not enough for him to move up positions. He's at 1 minute and 9 seconds on GC in third place, but it is going to close the gap down slightly unless this pack get motoring. It's over 100 meters now separating these 2 groups on the road, and I think, well, it could be enough.
It could be enough for the stage win, but
Yes.
What's it going to do to the overall? Hulhorst 109 behind Corrales, 108 behind Jaquila. So the group behind can't hesitate too much, and the danger for both Jaquila and Corrales is that if they push on to close the gap down to Hulhorst and the leaders too much now, they're in danger of losing contact in the sprint. We're coming into that rise and then that drop down that lines our riders up for the run in towards the finish. Yes, Nikki, Chickles, Hulhorst and Christensen, the riders who are off the front. We're in with I think Jean Nikki in that leading group at the moment, and that gap is there. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is, but is it enough to hold off the rest of the riders? Maybe. Is it enough for the overall? Definitely not. But that battle will be fought out behind between Corrales and Jaquila. They'll be watching each other like hawks at the moment. They cannot afford to let a gap go. They will need to sprint for the finish because of that 1 second only gap coming into today. The riders on the front, they just want that stage win. I think at the moment, Hulhorst aware that he's not going to get that minute back. He's not going to move up in position, but what he's after is that win. As we see Skierski now going off in pursuit. So Skierski just going up the road. Hernandez and Bushter just looking to answer, lifting their pace up as well. They come round that right-hand turn. We're at 77.8 now, very shortly, 77.9K at the moment. Remember, we finish at 79.2K. Hulhorst is on the front with Yannicki, with Chickles, with Mortensen. The gap is 12 seconds, and this is going to come down to who wants this the most here. The yellow jersey is in. This is the top of the climb. They're going into the descent on the run for the line.
Yeah, they are indeed. And the pace is picking up because they want the momentum off that descent to take them through in terms of the pace to the line. Everything can change when you can pick up momentum. And at the moment, that's why the push is on this group right now. They're 900 meters from the line, a little bit further up the road. There's still a 7-second gap, and Chickles on the front here. Hulhorst on his wheel. Christensen is there with Yannicki, and they're really starting to motor, but they're also starting to motor from behind, bringing the gap down. I don't think there's enough road. They go into 500 meters to go. You can see the pack coming behind on the top right-hand corner of your screen, but this group can see the finish line now. It's the finish line of stage 7. It's the finish line of the MyWhoosh Championships. Yannicki goes. He's on the wheel of Christensen. Now he's over the top. Christensen on his wheel. 2 riders side by side here coming into the finish line today. Jean Yannicki picks up the pace. Christensen's not going to get him. Yannicki takes the win today on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships in category 3. Great racing from the breakaway group. The pack come in behind, but that was great racing.
And I'm just working my way down here to see who has taken away the overall as they came in over the line. Corrales, I think, has come in behind Jaquila. So the gap is going to be close. It's going to come down to the fractions of a second. How much has Jaquila taken back on Corrales? It's not enough, I don't think. It's so close. So Jaquila came over the line at 1 hour 53:41.044. He took back a tenth of a second at the most from Corrales. It's not enough, and Corrales is going to go away with the win overall. So
it's got to be the closest margin ever.
It is incredible. 1.549 of a second separating Mikel Jaquila from Matteo Corrales at the end. So let's give you the stage result first of all. Christiansen from Unicki from Hulhorst, Chikors, Jaquila, Corrales, Villarda, Brook, Guarin, and Wojciech taking the top 10. In terms of the overall, it is going to be Pony in 10th, Wojciech in 9th, Villarda in 8th, Kalman in 7th, Montoya in 6th, Bakken in 5th, Guarin in 4th, and then immediately behind immediately in front is Hulhorst in 3. Fabio Hulhorst taking 3rd overall. Mikhail Jaquila taking 2nd, and Matteo Sanchez Corrales taking away 1st. Now, we are just going to say these results are provisional at the moment. We are waiting to just get confirmation of those. That is what our screens are saying at the moment to us here in the commentary studio. As we go back to category 1, these riders coming in over the sprint line in the Abu Dhabi sprint. Osborne, Paradines, Van Els, Fryer, and Kaminsky in that order.
Yes, and Jason Osborne, 50 seconds clear of the chase group. Hayden Pucker back in the mix. 20 riders in this chase group as Bjorn Andreasen now starts to push. So Andreasen and Van Els punching on those pedals and trying to get this group moving. This is the chase group in the category 1 race. They're coming in towards the 9 kilometers mark of racing now. Osborne is nearly a minute clear. He's on the top left-hand corner of your screen, 700 meters up the road. Maciej Mendakowicz is clear of the category 2 bunch. And I'm looking at that, and that looks like around a 29-second lead at the moment. Bruce Bird on the front of the peloton. Well, Bruce Bird on the front of the peloton. Daniel Mundell is there as well. So as Nikolai Damsgaard. The Category 2 race is a light at the moment because of the potential changes to the team competition. It's a 51-second gap they've got to hold. That's what Mendakowicz has gone out to chase. Well, can he do it? I don't think he can. Not now that the pack is a light behind and we're running towards the final 5K to go. So less than 5K to go now in the Category 2 race. Mendakowicz, though, tell you something, he's around 350 meters clear of the peloton. Can he hold it? Can he take the win today with this long range attack?
Do you know what? Wouldn't that be history repeating itself? That would be great. That would be really, really great. Just seeing him on the front here, and it certainly looks to me like Mendakowicz could well have this. That gap is too big. It is definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I think this surely is Mendakowicz. They can't get him back, can they? So as they come in towards the line, this is going to be all about who can deal with this circuit best. Can this Category 2 bunch, how much do they want this? How much can they come back? As they come into the finish, we're going to take this right-hand turn. This bunches together. And I'm looking at the power numbers here, Emma. We're doing 46 kilometers an hour. We're motoring. Don't get me wrong. But if these guys want the stage win, you've got to pull back 25 seconds, and you've not got long to do it. Any more hesitation, it's all over. Maciej Mendakowicz is going to take the last stage. They've got to close down a phenomenal rate of acceleration and phenomenal rate of closure. Maciej Mendakowicz at the moment is soloing to race victory. He's gone off the front on the last stage. And at the moment,
he's enjoying it as well.
He's got the power. He's got the power down. He knows he's got the gap early. He's just got to keep pushing. He keeps on pushing on those pedals. He keeps on getting the power down. We see him week in, week out, giving it big beans on the way into the finish. And today, well, I'll tell you something, he has done the business once again. He's gone clear. Behind him, Daniel Mundell, breaking clear of the bunch. And it shows you, for me, how much pace there is in that back bunch behind, because they're not closing and people are just able to attack. They're going clear. It's going to be a furious finish, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, well, that's because, isn't it? Because these riders are not in contention on GC. They're not in the top 10. They're outside it, which allows them to do this. Pardon Cooper now starting to pick up the pace on the front of the pack, and Mundell gone clear. Pardon Cooper trying to go clear as well. And it's all been today about defending positions in Category 2, and breakaways are allowed to go. You've got permission to go if you're not in the top 10 and you're not close on GC. Dan Mundell 16 minutes back on GC, so nobody minds if he tries to go clear and close the gap to Mendakowicz. I mean, if David Nitko tried to go, that would be a very different matter.
Yes.
Nitko, 29 seconds back on GC. There'd be a quick flurry if he tried to go down the road.
There's going to be it's just going to be like all hands to the pump with that UAE clan team just going, not a chance, sunshine. Yeah. Here we go. And a quick reminder for you, it's 28 seconds from Mr. X100 leading for the UAE clan team from David Nitko of the Goats. They are the two riders realistically in this race now. Milostic back in third place at 44 seconds coming into today's stage. Mendakowicz is a long, long way back. He's not going to trouble the overall. He will be moving up positions, but not into a position where he's going to be taking away prize money from anybody, I think. In that overall competition, it's going to be the stage window for him, and he's clear. And at the moment, Mundell still holding on for the gap. David Nitko, great ride by him all the way through this stage race.
It's been brilliant.
Yeah, he has gone really well. 20th on stage 1, 5th on stage 2, 8th on stage 3, just absolutely flying. I think this is going to come down really into what do they do here today? What can they make count? How well are they going to go? Just for me, this is going to be about this stage run. They're all fighting for potentially third place. Mundell is potentially catchable for that second, but I'm not. Here we go. I mean, they're on the move, but it's not enough. It's going to be Fournier who comes to the front. He's after Gorjak. He's after Mundell. He's after Parder Cooper. Mundell's catchable. Pardon Cooper, not so sure. Mendakowicz, not a chance.
Well, they've just started to ride away from the peloton here on Category 2. Riders, they've saw Mendakowicz able to do it, and each one of them has tried to replicate that. Well, now Maciej Mendakowicz gets his head down and drives for the line. He's underneath the 1K to go banner. 1 kilometre left of the MyWhoosh Championships for Maciej Mendakowicz, and he's targeted a stage win, and this is the final stage of 7 stages over 8 days. 436 kilometres of racing done. This is the final 700 meters, and Mendakowicz, it's a breakaway that has stuck today in Category 2, and Maciej Mendakowicz is driving towards the line. Well, Pardon Cooper, Mundell, Gorjak and Novosad, the riders clear of the group, as the group now on the right-hand side starts to pick up the pace and get motoring. They're now starting to hit the pace that Mendakowicz is at out front. As Mendakowicz sights the finish line, that is the finish line of the MyWhoosh Championships, and Maciej Mendakowicz put his heart on the line today and pushed clear of the bunch. He's going to come underneath the banner in 1 and take the win on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026 with a long-range breakaway. It's a deserved win. Mendakowicz takes the top spot in Category 2. Well, the chase is on behind and it is fast and furious over the line, and the pack is absolutely motoring. But they're motoring for the places here. They're motoring for what can be, well, Pardon Cooper looks as though he's going to come over the line in two. But the rest of the riders battling it out there on GC, and fabulous, fabulous racing. So Mendakowitz in one, Pardon Cooper in two. The rest of the riders moving through. It looks like it's Mundle in three, Power in four, Carstenen in five, and Guerra in six. But you could throw a blanket over that group. You really could.
You could indeed, and that's really, really telling. We're going to see the overall competition staying the same in our top five for certain. Just letting the computer do its stuff in the background. Let's confirm those positions for you. Mendakowitz in one, Pardon Cooper in two, coming through with Mundle in three, Power in four, Carstensen in five, Guerra in six, Boulanger in seven, eight, down in nine, Bjarhead in 10 in category two. The finishing time actually, other than Mendakowitz, very, very close to the time of category three, and it shows you the type of racing that we had. We had that more static race. Mendakowitz ahead by 16 seconds at the end. In terms of the overall, though, it does mean that Mr. X100 is confirmed as our MyWhoosh champion once again, defending the title that he took in 2025. He's done the same again here in 2026, taking top spot from David Nitko in two, Peter Milostic in three, it's SS in four, Guerra in five, Ziad in six, Stewart in seven, Damsgaard in eight, Mayer in nine, and Mill in 10. And remember, please, all the results are provisional and will be for a while, as all of the final verifications and checks are made. So don't go spending the money before you've got it if you've won some.
Well, that's one way to put it, isn't it? But at the moment, it's category one. They're the last group of riders away today. They're going to be the final group of riders to finish. But what a race it's been here as well. Osborne and his teammate Hayden Pucker went down the road. Osborne and his teammate worked together, got the gap, and then Osborne just kept going. Pucker back in the mix, but Turek, Van Heath, Thrall, Paradians, all in the mix here, and the pack rolling strongly, but they're 48 seconds behind Jason Osborne. He's got less than 2 kilometres to go as we go in with Yasin, Jones, Kaminsky, Van Elst, and Turek. I'll tell you something, we've got all four of the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys on the screen. Van Elst, part and parcel of Osborne's team, the final bosses. But those four riders have had a cracking race and second in that team competition overall. Fabulous teamwork going on there amongst those four riders. And, you know, friends off the bike, comrades on the bike, and great riding and racing. Now, Dan Turek sitting in second place. He's sitting on the front of the pack here, 50 seconds down on Osborne. Osborne's going to sight that banner first, but this is lining itself up for a fabulous finale in category one. We started the race with Jason Osborne winning and Ollie Jones in second place. Are we going to finish the final stage with the same result?
Yeah. That's my answer. That's my prediction. However, I think it's all about this line out. It's this lead up. I think by having the Space Cowboys on here, we're going to see if they can get Ollie Jones ready for launch, or are they going to have a falter on the launch pad? They've got to get him in the right speed at the right time at the right place. He's got a phenomenal kick on him, and we see Jones now out of the saddle starting to wind this up already. Remember that the finishing line is at 79.2k and the pace is up, and Ruben Dont has gone on a last-minute charge to the line. He's gone over the top, and it could be Dont spoiling the party here for them.
Well, Dont is charging, currently leading the pack at the moment. Van Elst, Kaminsky, Turek, Fryer, Nair, they're all chasing. But Jason Osborne sights the finish line on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. He's going to make it 7 stages from 7 today, with the win on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Under the banner he goes. The Osborne train is through the station. He takes the win today. Ruben Dont, though, is clear of the group. He caught them napping as he comes around the corner. He's 400 metres from the finish line. Can anybody close this down? Paradians is coming from behind. Zarosniak is there as well. Pedersen, Thrall, Andreasen. Paradian starts to launch. Van Elst does too, but Ruben Dont is 2 seconds clear up the road. Dont. Is anybody going to catch him? I think Ruben Dont has got this clear. I think he's going to go underneath the banner in 2. What a move from Ruben Dont. Jasper Paradians has got company out there, but Paradians, I think, is going to come under the line in 3, then Thrall, then Van Els. That was great racing out there. Absolutely brilliant finale to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026.
Well, what a race result. Ruben Dont might have said on the podcast he might be known as a sprinter, but he's not. But I think he's shown exactly why he has taken the record number of sprint wins on the Sunday Race Club here on the MyWhoosh Championships on the final stage. He sprung a surprise. He's going to make me eat my words, that's for sure. Jones finishing in 8th place. They failed to launch him into that finish at the right time, and it means he's not going to take that. Paradians, the sprint winner, goes through in 3rd place behind Ruben Dont in 2nd. No touching Jason Osborne, who extends his lead at the top of the standings as these riders come through in Category 1. These are the overall finishing positions in Category 1 on your screens. We're going to go through category by category of the race and of the overall. So it's time for us to take a look in a little bit more detail, Emma. I mean, that was a little bit of a surprise there behind Jason Osborne. I mean, let's first talk about Jason. Great ride by him to come off the front. 7 out of 7. Takes the win overall. I mean, he's going to be pleased with that. He's going to be happy. I mean, you can't but be happy with that winning performance. But behind him, people have closed the gap down.
Yes.
The level has come up
and
behind him.
And you know what? That was just fantastic behind. You know, it really was who blinked first, and Ruben Dont. Well, he didn't wait for anybody to blink. He just went. And, you know, that 2-second gap that he had at the end was what indeed got him 2nd place on the stage today. Great racing across the board. I thought the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys were going to line that up for Ollie Jones, and we went in with them, and it just wasn't possible because Dont sprung that surprise. But Jason Osborne, world champion, what form is he on?
Oh,
I mean,
just incredible.
But what a team he also has around him. And they continue to work for him and sacrifice themselves to put him in that top spot.
Definitely. I think it's time for us to take a little bit of a look through category by category. Now we're going to give you the stage result and then the overall results. So let's get into those results. We're going to go category by category. Whilst we're going to play out some highlights just above our heads here. Let's go into category 6 first of all. Stage result, Dylan Kennett showing that track speed, but Jonathan Fager almost getting it dialed and getting him there on the line. Rademacher coming through with Warren. Rademacher defending champion. Top 3 again showing he's just class when it comes to a stage race.
And the top 10 there, just they are names who have kept us entertained all through the 8 days of the MyWhoosh Championships. So they've kept us entertained, and they've been racing their socks off in this competition, and it has been fabulous to see. And, you know, the overall, let's take a look, shall we? Category 6.
Well, Santeri Quickstrom taking it away. He took that lead. He got hold of it, and he wasn't going to let go. Emil Ivanov has absolutely dominated the mountains competition throughout the racing, but he couldn't touch Quickstrom on top. Santeri Quickstrom, the champion in the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 6. His race time, 12 hours, 42 minutes and fractions of a second. It's just incredible. And the top 10 rounded out by Matt Smithson there.
Yeah, and can I just say, Level Kevlar taking the win in the team competition by 1 minute 10 seconds from BMC6. Level Titanium coming through for 3rd place in that team competition.
Brilliant competition throughout all of our race categories. Category 6, the first that we've broken down. Let's move to Category 5, where we have our stage results first of all. Luke Kendall taking that stage win from Mule from Cadabona, Warren and Fossied. So close. I mean, 0.059. Sprints are close. That's the nature of sprints. But actually, I think there was a number of sprints that were really big gaps today in comparison to what I was expecting. This was a close one.
Look at that. Less than a second separated the top 8 riders in that sprint today in Category 5. Absolutely to the wire. Keeping it exciting, and riders on the edge of their seats, and racers on the edge of their seats, and viewers on the edge of their seats. And it was just, what a finale to 8 days of racing.
brilliant finale to 8 days of racing. And what a great way to round out what has been a fantastic racing Category 5. Let's go to our overall in Category 5. And what a brilliant result here today for them. Now, let's go. We're just in with Category 4 standings at the moment. So we're going to zip back across to Category 5. I would just do a little bit of a juggle backstage and look at the GC for Category 5 first of all. So let's dive in with the Category 5 GC. Junior Alberto Pence, what a ride by him. 12 hours, 1 minute, 28 seconds of racing to become the MyWhoosh champion for 2026. Behind him, Nicholas Sprout, the mathematician. We said watch out for him at the start of this epic, and he nearly had that. It was close.
But he takes the climbing competition, so there is something there for him. But what a great race for second place. And Luke Kendall coming through for third. Leonard Cadabona taking fourth. You can see how close it is. I mean, just look at it. The top 5 riders separated there by 1 minute 39 seconds. Superb racing out there. And in the team competition, Virtual Velocity take the top spot from the Crank Masters, and then Road Brazil ZTB are coming through for third place in that team competition in Category 5.
So great racing in Category 6 and 5. I think let's go to Category 4. Now we're going to go first of all to our stage standings today. So what we saw as they came in through the line where our computer says who got the top and who was in top 10 as we come in. And it is Juan Restrepo by a 0.827 of a second from Matteo Pina. Pano Lucia looking to make sure he took that win away in the overall there and fighting for the line. Marvin Angarita in the mix, previous stage winner here. The final stage here, Restrepo, I think, for the Anzacs, doing a brilliant job of bringing them into the line. And if you look on the stage, they've got 3 riders inside the top 5.
Yes, and there's a reason for that, and we'll come to that in the team competition. But it was fabulous placement of riders today from that squad, and that was all about the overall GC team competition. But let's look at the GC first.
So looking at that general classification, you can see the overall win going to Pano Alla Lucia. He takes away the championship win here today in Category 4 in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. His race time, 11 hours, 39 minutes. 49.368 seconds. Behind him, Aidan Sinclair takes multiple categories in the competitions. That team competition, though, Emma, how close was it?
4.5 seconds in it.
You're kidding.
Between the top 2 teams. And that's why we saw those riders push right through to the top, because Pedal Club take the team win. BMC Anzacs 4 seconds behind.
Wow.
Cycle District 4A 45 seconds back in third. That was one of the closest team competitions, and that was why they tried to pack those riders today in the top, just to try and sneak the seconds. But that's the way the cookie crumbles and the team competition lies.
Don't talk about cookies, I'm hungry. Right, let's go onwards into Cat 3, where these riders were the full chocolate chip today, because Morten Christiansen coming through, credited with the win ahead of John Janicki, 0.44 seconds on the computer timing as he went in over the line.
Did I blink at the wrong time?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm going to say right now, the official results are going to be on mywhoosh.com, and all the results are provisional at the moment. Some of these may change. This may be one of them, and we're saying that because I think we saw something maybe slightly different at the top of the race, but that's what the computer says. And at the end of the day, it's going to be about that check back. All of the checks, the time checks done by the team is incredible, and I think it's a really good way of saying, this is going to go back. There's checks, double checks, and triple checks on the way through. Corral is coming through here in 6th place, immediately behind Shakila, losing time to Shakila. Remember, Corrales was leading from Shakila. Shakila's coming ahead. The time gap was only less than 2 seconds, and that is how close it was in the end. Shakila coming second, 1.549 behind the 2026 MyWhoosh champion in Category 3, Mateo Sanchez Corrales. His race time, 11 hours, 19 minutes, 21.363 seconds. incredibly close and right down to the very last sprint.
Oh, 1.5 seconds. That's just phenomenal over 8 days of racing. In the team competition, Suffer Together come through for the win, and that is Jaquila's team. Ahead of the Level Vikings. They are 1 minute and 1 second in the clear. 1 minute 50 back in third place, BMC 3 Elite. Yep, it was really close. Peak Power Racing 3B, I am going to give a shout out to because they finished 4 minutes 27 back in fourth place. That team competition was really, really close in category 3, which represents the overall GC as well.
And remember, it's 3 riders' times added together on each stage. So you're talking 33, 34 hours and still separated by fractions of a second, separated by minutes in that team competition. Let's move up to category 2. So let's first of all talk about our win today, which we saw Maciej Mendekowicz come through by a huge margin in the end, 16 seconds behind. It was an absolute scramble chasing for the wheels. They left it too late to close down Mendekowicz, but Pardon Cooper coming through behind with Mundell, Power and Carstensen, your top 5.
Yeah, it was a really what a ride from Maciej Mendekowicz today. The brave move to go clear. He had a much bigger gap at one point out there, but he held on until that finish banner today and takes the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. In the GC, the overall competition, it is exactly the same. X100 at the top spot, 11 hours, 2 minutes and 9 seconds, 29 seconds clear of Dorvid Nitko and 40 seconds clear of Peter Milostic, who lost a second today.
So the overall champion, defending champion, Mr. X100, comes through for the win. He is the MyWhoosh champion for 2026 in category 2, 11 hours, 2 minutes, 9.625 seconds. What a race win. And he took the initial lead early in the stage. He held it to the end.
Yes, and the UAE Clan team take the win in the team competition ahead of the Goats by 3 minutes 25 seconds. The push by Mendekowicz today closed the gap down between second and third, but it wasn't enough to overturn the 1 minute 20-second gap between them. It brought it down to 55 seconds, so it was a phenomenal job that he did out there, but Team Balbina finishing in third.
So that leaves us one more category to go in the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. It's been phenomenal racing in all of our categories. Let's move to the race. First of all, the stage taken by Jason Osborne, 7 out of 7. Ruben Dont with an incredible kick behind, and he caught everybody by surprise. He took that clear. He sprinted clear. He held it to the line. That's one of the bravest moves I've seen in a category 1 race. It's okay going clear at the front and then holding it for some distance. He had to get his timing right, and he did.
Yeah, he did indeed. And it was just what a finale. That's all I can say. But the work today for me, you know, Hayden Pucker, not on that top 10, but he did a phenomenal job with his teammate Jason Osborne to establish that break for Jason and then went back to the group. So a good ride from him today, doing the job he was asked to do. The overall GC in category 1.
The 2026 MyWhoosh champion is in the men's competition, Jason Osborne. He came, he saw, he took 7 wins and conquered, 10 hours, 31 minutes, 34.589 seconds. Phenomenal win. Great second place for Ollie Jones of the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. 1 minute 53 behind. And then Stefan Van Elst, teammate of Jason Osborne, coming through for third place. 2 minutes and 9 seconds down.
Yeah, and some great racing right the way through the peloton. It really, really was very, very close out there. And you can see that in some of those time gaps. In terms of the team competition, the final bosses taking the win in that competition from the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. Zero Ducks Racing in third place. So a good, strong team competition as well, and very competitive out there.
Yeah, brilliant racing across all of our race categories. Congratulations to all of our champions for 2026 in both the women's and in the men's competition. Thank you, everybody who's raced out there. It's been amazing. Emma, I know you love a stage race. I love a stage race. the highlight, so many highlights on this. It's going to take us a long time, I think, to work out if we had any lowlights. I didn't have any. I think for me, it was just day after day of amazing racing.
Yeah, and some very different racing across those stages, and really, really interesting. You know, the expectations as to how some of those stages would play out before the MyWhoosh Championships. Well, me in particular, when I looked at the parkour, it didn't happen. It didn't happen like I thought it was. It made it exciting. It made it different. It made the time gaps tiny. And I mean, right to the wire. It was absolutely brilliant. The time trial yesterday, the final stage today, it went to the wire in so many of those competitions, and tiny seconds made differences. I cannot believe we have a GC winner with a gap of 1.5 seconds out there after an 8-day stage race. It has been so exciting across both the men's and the women's competition. It has been absolutely brilliant. I just need to say thank you to every single person who took to the start line, and congratulations to every single person who finishes the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. It has been outstanding.
It has indeed. You can watch it all back if you've missed any of it on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Please do subscribe to that to be notified when we go live, because that is our championship done and dusted. Don't forget, though, that the racing continues onwards from our Tier 1 events right the way through the Cycling Esports League, right the way through the Apex Racing up to the Sunday Race Club. All of that racing coming to you here on MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh, of course, the UCI partner for Cycling Esports this year, 2026, as well as 25 and 24. And we will be seeing the World Championships being raced out on the roads of MyWhoosh, which you can ride on. So do, if you haven't done already, get yourself set up, download the app on iOS, on Android, or, of course, on Windows, and get out and ride and race. We will be digesting and trying to analyse and then come out and put into words what we think of the championships and the splits, first of all, from today's stage, and also in terms of a general review on the Inside the Race podcast. That's myself, Matt Payne, Emma Martin, and Hayley Simmons as well. And so we've got some great guests as well coming up. Do follow us on social media. It really is appreciated. Everybody who's got in touch with @Biking_Emma, myself, @MattFixerPayne, and @MyWhoosh Racing. We have had so many messages. It's been so great to get in touch with the community. You are all absolutely amazing. And as Emma says, everybody who's taken part and everybody that's finished, amazing. Well done. My final thank you, though, is to the people who have been putting the show together and putting the race together. The team at MyWhoosh have worked their socks off before, during, and no doubt will be after on verification. They do an amazing job. This is an amazing platform. Remember, it's no fee, no fuss, just ride, or in our case, just race. So please do join. They're doing a fantastic job. As part of that team, the broadcast team bring you the images, the graphics. They get us to you as well. And without them, you wouldn't be seeing anything, believe me. So they have done an amazing job. A big thank you to them. It's time for us to go find a way to be ready for our next commentary, which will be Sunday Race Club. I hope you will join us then on the YouTube channel. From Emma and myself, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed putting words to the action and joining you watching great racing. It's time for us to say goodbye. From Emma, from myself, from all of the team, stay safe, enjoy your riding. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.